Chapter 001. The system is here. Lin Xie, your comprehensive college entrance examination assessment has been generated. Genetic potential, 5%. Mental, 59. Physical, 50. Overall assessment, fail. Conclusion, does not meet the admission criteria for the Public Martial Arts University of the Taurus 0755 system. Under the Graduation Pathway Act, you have two options. 1. Apply to a private university and pay for your own expenses. Second, accept the galactic government's graduation placement, effective immediately. Go home and think about it carefully, or discuss it with your family. Lin Xie came out of the head teacher's office and sighed. The genetic potential has only been developed to 5%, which is far from the minimum standard of 7% for public universities. After all, I am just an ordinary person. I originally thought that traveling to the interstellar era of advanced martial arts and practicing martial arts would allow me to achieve a different life as a warrior. As a result, he had average talent, failed the martial arts entrance exam, and was told he had graduated. In this era of high martial arts, failing the college entrance examination basically means you are isolated from martial arts. Unless you are applying to a private university. But Lin Xie's family does not have such conditions. When we got home, my father sighed deeply and said hoarsely, "My family simply can't afford this money. You have 3 younger brothers and sisters who need to go to school." Lin Xie couldn't help but say, "But their high school education is free." His mother interrupted him, "Xie, there's nothing wrong with resettlement jobs. Look at your second and fourth brothers. They accepted resettlement jobs right after graduating from high school. The government even arranged for them to have good partners. They both have 3 children now, and the monthly maternity allowance they receive is higher than their salary. They live a stable life." Lin Xie was speechless. "My second and fourth brothers do have stable jobs, both working as farm managers. They are called managers, but in fact they are modern farmers who operate machines to plant and harvest. In this grain-producing area, it is the way out for most ordinary people." But Lin Xie didn't want to just accept his fate and have his life fixed from then on. Farm, get married, have children, receive subsidies, and raise children until they are 18 years old. It's like an assembly line that keeps looping until death. Didn't the parents in front of us give birth to 10 children? It is still happening now. Lin Xie is the 7th child. When the 11th child is born, will he be called Lin Xi or Lin Xi along? As a time traveler, and one from China, I simply cannot accept such a life. In this interstellar age where martial arts flourish, he still wants to open his eyes and see the world. Practice martial arts and go to martial arts university. This is a scenery that Lin Xie has never seen before. He still had some hope in his heart. What if he could successfully become a warrior in college? Life was different then. I heard that after becoming a warrior, you will have the opportunity to join the interstellar development team and become a pioneer. The Taurus 0755 galaxy was once a barren star system. It started to develop to its present state after the first pioneers arrived 500 years ago. The first batch of pioneers, even the lowest level warriors, have become the heads of wealthy families today, managing an area equivalent to local tycoons, and their names are engraved in the history of the 0755 galaxy. Of course, Lin Xie also hopes to have such an opportunity. Even if it means taking out a loan to go to a private university, Lin Xie plans to give it a try. The Galactic Empire encourages those who fail the college entrance examination to take out loans to attend private universities. The registration fee is 100,000 credits, and 100,000 credits per year thereafter. Although the chances of becoming a warrior in a private university are not great. According to official data, only 10% of private university students can be promoted to warriors and graduate successfully. But it is much higher than the 0.79% for placement jobs. The cost is between 500,000 and 1 million. Seeing he was still hesitating, his father couldn't help but say, "Didn't the 5th kid next door graduate from a private university? He practiced some wind kick, but he still couldn't graduate. He's now delivering packages for Hummingbird Express." The basic law of the empire stipulates that the right of choice of adult citizens is sacred and inviolable, and parents have no right to interfere. This is not for the sake of human rights, but to allow each part to break away from its original family more quickly and be put into the big machine of society. When the college entrance examination is over and the birth subsidy stops, the parents' responsibilities also end. This is also why parents only give advice. Lin Xie sighed and said, "Well, I'll think about it." The parents were right. If one cannot be promoted to a warrior and is only a quasi-warrior, he will only be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. They are even worse off than ordinary people. If you graduate from a private university, there will be no government job placement. If you don't have any connections, you can only work in a company. The most common corporate positions in the market are security guards, couriers, and food delivery drivers. At night, Lin Xie lay on the bed, looking at the virtual night scene outside the window. Is it to accept the status quo peacefully? Or take the risk of incurring nearly $1 million in debt? At this moment, a loud mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xie's mind. The host is detected to be over 18 years old and is bound to the fertility and blessing system. Binding successful. The more you reproduce, the stronger your bloodline becomes. The quantity and quality of offspring will directly increase the host itself. Lin Xie widened his eyes, unable to believe it. No way? After being single for 18 years, the system finally arrived? Chapter 002, Many Children, Many Blessings. Lin Xie confirmed again and again that it was really the system that came. After some research, Lin Xie roughly understood what this system was about. Improve your own strength by having children. The stronger your partner is, the stronger your children will be, and the greater the boost you will get to yourself. The more children you have, the greater your own growth will be. Lin Xie waved his fists and fell asleep excitedly. In his dream, he saw one woman after another surrounding him. Then, in the women's arms, there appeared not one, not two, not three, children. Husband. Dad. The next morning, the 3 younger brothers and sisters had already gone to school, and Lin Xie and his parents were having breakfast. Xie, have you thought about it? Father Lin's voice was a little hoarse. He had prepared for the worst and was ready to say, "We support your choice. There's nothing I can do." Parents no longer have the right to speak and make decisions like in the old days. According to the imperial basic law, preventing children from making their own choices is a crime and is punishable by law. Unless you are a warrior. Therefore, we can only bless our children as choices. Lin Xie pulled out a chair and sat down, calmly announcing, "Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to a private university anymore. I've chosen to accept the post-graduation placement." Mother Lin suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly filled with surprise and relief. "Really? Xie, have you really figured it out?" A long-lost smile appeared on Father Lin's tense face. Lin's mother said with a smile on her face, "Great. Great. That's right. The resettlement job is so stable, the government has arranged it properly. This is the right way to live." In their opinion, their son had finally grown up and was no longer blinded by those illusory dreams of becoming a warrior. As long as they accept the placement, it means a stable job, a matching partner, and a steady stream of fertility benefits. Ordinary people should follow the life trajectory of ordinary people. This is happiness. Then confirm it on your personal terminal. The sooner you handle this kind of thing, the better the partner you can choose. Lin's mother urged. Lin Xie nodded and turned on the personal terminal on his wrist. The placement process starts immediately when you click Graduation Placement Application. Citizen Lin Xie ID, do you accept the graduation placement? Yes. The system is matching you with a position based on your comprehensive assessment, matching successful. Placement position, Farm Manager, 939 Farm, Grain District 16. Job description, this position is designed to ensure the healthy growth, periodic maintenance, and efficient harvesting of crops such as high-energy nutritious grains, specialty cash crops, and medicinal plants within the designated area of responsibility by operating and monitoring semi-automated agricultural production systems. You must ensure the daily operation of agricultural machinery, conduct preliminary diagnosis and report basic faults, and assist in maintaining the stability of the farm's ecological environment, providing a reliable source of food and basic supplies for the citizens of the galaxy. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. It turned out that this was the most crowded position here. Like his second and fourth brothers, he became a farm manager. The mother smiled and said, "Being a farm manager is great. Although the work is hard, the vacation time is long, so I have more time to spend with my family and children." Lin Xie shook his head and said, "Let him be a farmer." When he accepted the placement, his original focus was not on the job arrangement. But it's the next arrangement, the arrangement for your partner. Position confirmed. Partner matching is underway. The matching pool has been generated. Please select from the following 3 candidates for the first round of meetings and negotiations. The portraits and information of 3 women appeared on the screen. Candidate A, Li. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Comprehensive assessment, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, gentle personality, strong family values, and in line with family life expectations. Candidate B, Wang Feng. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Comprehensive assessment, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Profile, lively and cheerful, with strong family values, in line with family life expectations. Candidate C, by Mushi. Age, 28. Education, Grain District 3rd Private Martial Arts Academy not graduated. Identity, quasi warrior. Comprehensive assessment, excellent. Debt status, the total tuition loan is 900,000 yuan. After matching, the man needs to bear half of it, which is 450,000 credit points. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, possessing a foundation in martial arts and a strong desire to have children. Lin's father and mother also came over to take a look, and when they saw the first 2 options, smiles appeared on their faces. Both Li and Wang Feng are good. Yes, they are both 20 years old, which is the perfect age to have children. However, when they saw Lin Qiye swiping towards the 3rd option, they quickly stopped him. Qiye, don't click randomly. Lin Qiye nodded, I think we can talk about it first. Although Bai Mushi is beautiful, she has a debt of 900,000. Son, you're stupid. The mother was extremely shocked and confused. Do you know what 900,000 yuan means? Your job only pays 3,000 credits a month. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take you 30 years to pay it back. The father couldn't help but get angry, even though it says you bear half, we are already a family. When the time comes, the 900,000 yuan will definitely be repaid by the whole family together. And this woman is already 28 years old, which means she's 8 years younger than the 2 women above her in terms of her prime childbearing years. She's still a quasi-warrior, you can't control her. Women like this are the hard to get to find match in the matchmaking market. You'd be crazy to fill this void. Shi, listen to what mom says. This kind of would-be warrior who graduated from a private university is very ambitious. She won't be content to live with you. She's still thinking about training and becoming a real warrior. When the time comes, she'll do everything she can to make you pay, and even suck the blood of your small family to support her cultivation. In the end, you'll spend all your money, not become a warrior, and your life will be a mess. It's better to find a 20-year-old girl, have children, and live a stable life. That's the real deal. In their eyes, Lin Qiye's choice was 100 times more stupid than going to a private university. At least that was only his debt, but now, he is taking the initiative to shoulder a burden that is enough to crush his life for an outsider and a bad asset. When Lin Qiye heard his parents say this, he hesitated for a moment. He originally chose Bai Mushi because of the system of having many children and great fortune. The stronger the mother is, the better the quality and quantity of her children will be, and the greater the boost given to Lin Qiye will be. For this reason, Lin Qiye wanted to choose Bai Mushi. But the 900,000 yuan debt that my parents mentioned is indeed a big problem. The main thing is that once you choose your partner, you can't change it. Only after becoming a warrior can one choose a partner again. Choosing Bai Mushi seems to help Lin Qiye better than the previous 2 choices. Lin Qiye now only has the task of having many children and good fortune in his eyes. It's definitely not because Bai Mushi is very beautiful. Chapter 003 Bai Mushi. Lin Qiye still insisted on his own way. Faced with his parents' earnest advice and even anger, he just calmly said that he would have the first round of meeting and negotiation with Bai Mushi first. If it's not suitable, it's not too late to rematch. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his parents could only sigh and watch their son walk out of the house. The meeting place is on the 13th floor of the Food District Administration Building. There are small meeting rooms set up here specifically for couple matching interviews. The conference room is not big, and the layout is quite simple, even a little cold. A long alloy table, 2 chairs, a terminal for drinking water on the table, and nothing else. Lin Qiye arrived first, and not long after he sat down, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A tall figure walked in. Lin Qiye looked up and was stunned for a moment. Bai Mushi looks the same as in the photo, even more delicate and photogenic. She was wearing a clean white t-shirt, dark blue sports shorts and a pair of sneakers, but it still couldn't hide her straight, slender, and healthy-looking snow-white legs. Her figure is well-proportioned and powerful, without a trace of fat, and full of youthful vitality. She had a plain face with delicate features, and her skin seemed even more delicate and translucent than those of the girls in his class. Both her appearance and figure are top-notch. Lin Xie couldn't help but admire in his heart, he was indeed a quasi-warrior. Long-term exercise has enabled her to have a physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people and a high metabolism. I heard that after becoming a true warrior, the human body will be greatly improved at the genetic level, and vitality will become extremely long, so people in their 50s or 60s will feel like they are 18 years old. Although Bai Mushi is only a quasi-warrior, he looks much younger than ordinary people and you can't tell that he is already 28 years old. Lin Xie was looking at Bai Mushi, and Bai Mushi was also looking at the young man in front of her. He looks very young, even a little childish. His eyes were bright, but the scrutiny and evaluation in them made her feel uncomfortable. Yes, she didn't like the look in men's eyes, as if they were looking at a commodity, weighing the pros and cons. But there is no way, the situation is stronger than people now. She no longer had the money to continue studying at the martial arts university, and her family no longer supported her, believing that she had wasted too many resources and hoping that she would give up and get married. According to imperial law, if an adult citizen like her who was unable to repay her tuition loan and had no family support did not accept a partner match, her only fate would be to be sent to forced labor until her debt was paid off. That kind of life is more terrifying than death. Therefore, accepting the government's arrangement and partner matching is her only way out. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment, with a hint of awkwardness in the air. Finally, it was Bai Mushi who broke the silence first. Her voice was cold and distant. You should have read my information. The debt of 900,000 credit points needs to be shared. I am 28 years old, 10 years older than you. I have only one request: after marriage, I hope to continue to practice and strive for the realm of warriors. Her words were very direct, without any beating around the bush, and she stated her conditions straight away. This is her 9th time matching partners. The 8 men who had been there before were all scared away by her conditions. No way. She felt that after another 3 to 5 years of practice, she would definitely be able to break through to the warrior realm. But at the most critical moment, there was no money. Her family doesn't support her. She herself could no longer continue to increase her debt. The only way is to match partners. But she was unwilling to give up her martial arts training. When Lin Xie heard Bai Mushi's words, he immediately frowned. You mean, continue studying at a private university that costs 100,000 yuan a year? Lin Xie thinks this is funny, right? His job pays 3,000 yuan a month, which is equivalent to 36,000 yuan a year. Not eating or drinking is not enough support. Bai Mushi nodded and said, I know your basic salary isn't high right after graduation. When I say support, I mean if your finances allow. For example, if you have 3 children, then the annual subsidy is 54,000 yuan. I'll invest 30,000 yuan myself, and you can support me with another 16,000 yuan. That's enough. Then, Bai Mushi added, I have applied for a 5-year interest-free period on my 900,000 yuan debt. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard Bai Mushi's words. Such a resolute heart for martial arts? Seeing Lin Xie was silent, Bai Mushi stood up and said, You don't agree, right? Then there's no need to continue the discussion. Bai Mushi is already planning to find the next one. If 9 doesn't work, then try 19, 29, there will always be a success. What a damn world. However, the next second, Lin Xie looked up and said, Just leave like that? I didn't say no. Bai Mushi was stunned for a moment, then quickly sat down again. Lin Xie looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked calmly, I just heard you say that you wanted to have 3 or 4 children, and your resume also said that you have a strong desire to have children. Are you serious? Bai Mushi's ears suddenly turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, Yes. Just give birth. She has already risked her life. Bai Mushi now understands the current situation clearly. A man in an excellent position could promise her a comfortable life, but he could not accept her continuing to practice. As for men in ordinary jobs, if they want to support themselves, they can only rely on child allowances. The salary of both partners alone is not enough to send their children to private universities. Just as Bai Mushi said just now, she was ready. After giving birth to 3 children, in about 3 years, she will be able to return to the martial arts path. It may even be faster. For example, if you have a child, the government will subsidize 18,000 yuan, plus the couple can save 80,000 yuan a year. That's enough. Lin Xie tapped the table, thinking. It seems that Bai Mushi's desire to have children is really strong. This is what he wants. Okay. Lin Xie uttered a word crisply. Then, looking at Bai Mushi, he said, I like children, the more the better. Lin Xie looked at her with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Can you give birth? Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turned lightly red, with a mixture of embarrassment and anger at being offended, as well as a hint of surprise. She bit her lip and said coldly, as long as I can be provided with enough resources to maintain my body functions, having children is not a problem for me. How many do you want to have? Lin Xie stretched out a finger. Bai Mushi frowned. 10? Lin Xie shook his head. A football team? Lin Xie spoke slowly, his tone calm but with unquestionable strength. Give birth until you can't give birth anymore. Chapter 004, Giving Birth Until No More. Give birth until you can't give birth anymore. These words exploded in Bai Mushi's mind like a thunderclap. She raised her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Shame, astonishment, absurdity, all these emotions intertwined together, making her delicate cheeks instantly red as if blood was about to drip out. She had seen greedy men and men who made unreasonable demands, but she had never seen anyone who could describe the act of having children so calmly and so matter-of-factly as an endless production task. A football team? That was the limit of what she could think of. Keep giving birth until you can't have any more? What do they take her for? Bai Mushi's chest heaved violently, and his strong self-esteem as a quasi-warrior was trampled upon like never before. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and re-examined Lin Xie in front of her. The man in front of me had clear eyes, as if he was stating the terms of a business contract, and he was terrifyingly calm. He is serious. A crazy idea arose in her mind. Maybe this is the most stable deal. A man who has an almost obsessive desire to have children, and a woman who will do anything for cultivation resources. Although their goals were completely different, they strangely agreed on the issue of having children. The more children you have, the more maternity benefits you receive. For her, it means more training resources and faster breakthrough to the warrior realm. For him, he got what he wanted, having children. This is a naked transaction where both parties get what they want. After figuring this out, Bai Mushi's tense body relaxed. She raised her eyes and met Lin Xie's gaze. Although her voice was still cold, she was no longer as guarded as before. Okay. But I have conditions. You say. Lin Xie looked at her calmly, as if he had already expected that she would agree. First, all maternity allowances will be at my disposal and used for my cultivation. After deducting your salary from your daily household expenses, any surplus should be used to support me as much as possible. Okay. Lin Xie nodded without hesitation. Bai Mushi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. She continued, Second, you cannot interfere with my training. I need independent space and time for training. Okay. Lin Xie nodded again. There will be 2 bedrooms at home, one of which can be converted into your training room. Third. Bai Mushi looked at him. You can't touch me until we become a real couple. Lin Xie smiled and said, Miss Bai, I think you've made a mistake. We're not in a relationship, we're executing an agreement. The content of the agreement is to have children. Therefore, there's no process of becoming a real couple. We've been united for this goal from the very beginning. As for when to start, let's start tonight. The sooner you get pregnant, the sooner you can get the allowance, right? His words were like a heavy hammer, completely shattering the last bit of fantasy and reserve in Bai Mushi's heart. Yes, what else is she expecting? She looked at Lin Xie's outstretched hand, which was clean and slender, with distinct joints. She was silent for a long time, and finally reached out her hand and shook his gently. Make a deal. The 2 people's hands separated as soon as they touched. The subsequent process was astonishingly fast. The 2 confirmed their intention to match on their personal terminals, and the system immediately generated an electronic partner agreement. They signed their names on the agreement, and their identity information was instantly synchronized to the citizen database. Citizen Lin Xie and Citizen Bai Mushi have officially established a partnership. Resettlement housing is being allocated, allocation successful. Housing address, room 1314, building B, Xiangyang Garden, Grain District 16. The housekeeper missions have been sent to both of you. I wish you both a happy life and continued contributions to the prosperity of the empire. When they returned home, Lin's father and mother saw Bai Mushi beside their son, and heard that Lin Qiye had confirmed his relationship with the other party and had already registered. The old couple could only give their blessings. While Bai Mushi went to the bathroom, Lin's mother pulled Lin Qiye and said, "You are so confused. Son. Why are you so confused? 900,000 yuan in debt. You're pushing yourself into the fire pit." Lin Qiye could only say what they wanted to hear. "We have already discussed it and decided to have a baby right away. She has a very strong desire to have a baby. Anyway, after they move out, their parents won't be able to control them. I think I've managed to keep their emotions stable these past few days." Father Lin also sighed heavily. But they heard that Bai Mushi was willing to have a baby immediately, and not hold a wedding, keeping everything simple. This makes the parents feel a little more at ease. She seems to be a woman who is willing to live a good life. Of course, Lin Qiye couldn't tell them that Bai Mushi still wanted to continue practicing. This kind of thing is just an agreement between Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi. Seeing this, Lin's father and mother could only sigh. But now that things have come to this, the die is cast, and no matter how angry they are, they can't change it. Mother Lin whispered, "Shi, you have to be frugal in your life. 900,000 is not a small amount. Also, she's not young anymore. She needs to hurry up and have a few children. She can get more maternity benefits and reduce her burden." Chapter 005 starting from tonight. After Lin Qiye took Bai Mushi to meet his parents, he decided to have dinner with his parents and 3 younger sisters and brothers the next day. Then, move into the new home immediately and live as a couple from then on. It was Bai Mushi who took the initiative to suggest not having a wedding and keeping everything simple. "My parents have long been disappointed with me, especially since I rejected their plans and chose to pursue my martial arts career, and also chose a farm manager as my partner. They've already made it clear that they won't be controlling me anymore. So, we can skip the meeting." This is what Bai Mushi said. Lin Qiye nodded secretly in his heart. This is better and saves a lot of unnecessary trouble in interpersonal relationships. He has no interest in those complicated interpersonal relationships. Now that he has the system, his goal is clearer, which is to complete the task of many children and more blessings. Have children, the more the better. The next day, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi, along with Lin's parents and their 3 younger brothers and sisters who were still in school, had a meal at a restaurant on the commercial street in the residential area. It was a simple family dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit dull. Lin's father and mother's smiles were a little stiff, and his younger brothers and sisters looked at the 7th sister-in-law, who suddenly appeared with curiosity. After dinner, Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi went directly to the resettlement housing allocated by the Government Grain District 16, Xiangyang Garden, Building B, 1314. This is a standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, approximately 50 square meters, with simple decoration and standard furniture and appliances. For young people who have just started a family, it is a good starting point. The most important thing is the government has public housing, which only costs 800 credit points per month. Bai Mushi took the initiative to choose the smaller bedroom, saying that the larger one would be reserved for his own use. Lin Qiye knew that she wanted to convert the large bedroom into a training room, so he didn't object. After packing my luggage, it gradually got dark. After a simple dinner, they both washed up. There was only 1 double bed in the apartment, in the master bedroom. When Bai Mushi walked out of the bathroom in a slightly loose silk pajamas and with wet hair, she saw Lin Qiye already sitting on the edge of the bed, and her steps paused noticeably. Under the light, a hint of shyness appeared on her cheeks, which was different from her usual cold and resolute appearance. Although he had prepared himself mentally and even acted decisively during the negotiations, when the moment really came, a 28-year-old prospective warrior who had never had any experience in marriage or love could not help but feel nervous and awkward. She lowered her head, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Lin Qiye looked at her. This woman who seemed tough and courageous in front of outsiders was now like a frightened little rabbit. It would be a lie for Lin Qiye to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, such a beautiful woman was an unattainable delicacy in his previous life. The reason she could become his partner in this life was largely due to the heavy debt she carried in her request to continue practicing. Lin Qiye just needs a quasi-warrior partner who is willing to have children until he can no longer have any more. The two sides fit perfectly. This is a transaction in which both parties gain what they want, but the bargaining chips are exactly symmetrical. He looked at Bai Mushi's rare shy look. Under the light, her wet black hair stuck to her smooth forehead, her silk pajamas outlined her beautiful figure, and the air was filled with the fragrance of her after bath. Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and tried his best to make his voice sound calm and natural. "It's late, go to bed." After he finished speaking, he felt that his words sounded a bit dry, and even carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. When Bai Mushi heard this, her body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at him with a complicated look. "Yeah," she responded softly, her voice still very low. The atmosphere in the room became more subtle because of this simple conversation. The virtual night scene outside the window was still bright, but at the moment, neither of them was paying attention to it. Lin Xie was the first to lift a corner of the quilt and lay down in it, trying to lean towards the outside of the bed to leave enough space. Bai Mushi hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly walked to the bed, gently lifted the quilt on the other side, and lay down carefully. There was a distance between the two of them, but they could clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. Silence spread across the room. Lin Xie could feel the stiffness in Bai Mushi's body, and could also feel the sweat slightly oozing out of his palms. He knew that the agreement would take effect from tonight. He needed the child, she needed the resources. Lin Xie cleared his throat, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly hoarser than before. "Let's rest early. I have to report to the farm tomorrow." He wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but it seemed to have little effect and instead made his words seem more deliberate. Bai Mushi didn't say anything, but her body seemed to become a little stiffer. Lin Xie closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't help but recall Bai Mushi's decisiveness during the negotiations that day, which formed a sharp contrast with her shyness at this moment. He knew that for a proud and arrogant would-be warrior, making such a choice would inevitably bring inner struggle and pain. As a time traveler, I also embarked on an unknown road for the illusory system task. After a long time, just when Lin Xie thought Bai Mushi had fallen asleep, her low voice came from beside him, with a hint of trembling and a resigned determination. "Lin Xie, didn't you say that it would start from tonight?" Lin Xie suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Bai Mushi also looking at him sideways, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex light in the darkness, with shyness, uneasiness, and a hint of courage to take risks. She bit her lower lip and seemed to have used up all her strength to say this. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat when he saw her shy look. Chapter 006, Hard Work is Not Enough. When Lin Xie saw Bai Mushi say that, his cheeks instantly turned red, and even his ears were stained crimson. The fresh fragrance of her body after bathing was even stronger in the air, mixed with a hint of nervousness. Women are so proactive, how can men lose? Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressed the complex emotions surging in his heart, and turned over. He could feel the tension in her body, like a fully drawn bow. "Bai Mushi." Lin Xie's voice was also a little dry. He reached out and gently held her hand on the quilt. Her hands were a little cold and trembling slightly. Bai Mushi did not pull back her hand, but just closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the dim light, revealing her inner unrest. Lin Xie leaned down. The lights in the room had long been turned off, and the virtual night scene outside the window cast a hazy glow, reflecting the intertwined figures on the bed. Soon, the room returned to calm, leaving only the slightly heavy breathing of the two people. Bai Mushi curled up in the quilt with her back to Lin Xie. Lin Xie was lying beside her, and was about to say something when a loud mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, the host has completed the first time. Conditions met. The system of having many children and many blessings is officially activated. Newbie benefits have been distributed, please check. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 5.15%. Physical fitness 51. Spirit 59. Psychic 9. Exercise, set 128 of radio gymnastics. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 50. Offspring, none." Lin Xie was ecstatic. What are the newbie benefits? Newbie benefits. 1. Host gene potential plus 1%. 2. The chance of Bai Mushi's partner becoming pregnant within 10 times is increased to 100% limited to the first pregnancy. The next second, Lin Xie felt a weak but clear warm current surging from his body, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. My spirit, which had been somewhat depressed due to the failure in the college entrance examination, was lifted, and my body seemed to feel lighter. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.15%. Physical fitness 55 plus. Spirit 62 plus. Psychic 10 plus. Exercise method, level 1, set 128 of radio gymnastics. Partner, by Mushi favorability 50. Offspring, none. Genetic potential has really improved. In this interstellar age where martial arts flourish, the core standard for measuring a person's martial arts talent is genetic potential. Genetic potential represents the limit of what a person's body cells can carry and evolve. According to the Galactic Empire's standard martial arts rating system, the genetic potential of an average person typically fluctuates between 1% and 5%. Through practice, one can enhance genetic potential. When a person's genetic potential exceeds the critical point of 7%, he or she becomes qualified to reach the realm of warrior and is called a quasi-warrior. This is also the minimum admission threshold for most public martial arts universities. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Xie failed the college entrance examination and was judged as failed. Once the genetic potential successfully breaks through the 10% milestone, it means that the person has made the leap and officially entered the ranks of warriors. Becoming a true warrior, one's physical fitness, mental strength, and even lifespan will be significantly enhanced. It is not only a leap in life level, but also a huge improvement in social status. Physical and mental fitness are the concrete manifestations of genetic potential in actual combat and training. Physical fitness represents the comprehensive qualities of the body, including strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. Spirituality is about perception, will, concentration, and the ability to fine-tune energy manipulation. Although both are important, they are ultimately limited by the upper limit of genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential, the more room there is for physical and mental growth. As for the last attribute, psychic power, Lin Xie frowned. Psychic power. He searched his mind carefully for memories. The martial arts common sense I learned in school over the years did not seem to explicitly mention the word psychic power. Most likely a hidden attribute. Or maybe it is a concept that can only be encountered at a higher level. Lin Xie vaguely felt that this psychic power attribute was very important. After all, in the system's attribute arrangement, it is on par with strength and spirit, and does not seem to be something dispensable. But at the moment, he still couldn't understand its specific function. Now the system shows that there is a plus sign after each of the three attributes. That is, based on the current genetic potential of 6.15%, there is still room for improvement in physical fitness, mental strength, and spiritual power. Lin Xie clearly felt that his body was getting stronger. The body that was originally a little heavy and a little tired now became much lighter, and the spirit was extremely excited. Every cell seems to be full of energy and eager to be released. Lin Xie couldn't wait to test his own strength right now to see what level he could reach. But it is late at night, the public testing sites have long been closed, and the public testing sites in the community also require advance appointments during the day. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned his attention back to another reward from the system. Bai Mushi's chance of pregnancy has increased to 100%, within 10 attempts. Lin Xie's gaze involuntarily turned to Bai Mushi beside him. She still had her back to him, her body slightly curled up, her breathing seemed even and steady, as if she had fallen asleep. But Lin Xie could keenly feel that beneath her seemingly relaxed body, there was still a subtle tension. The curves under the quilt are still attractive in the hazy moonlight. The experience just now was probably not a pleasant one for her, but more like a transaction that had to be completed. She bit her lips tightly from beginning to end, enduring it silently without making any sound. Only the slight trembling revealed her nervousness and discomfort. However, this was also Bai Mushi's own request. Lin Xie's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. For him, the experience just now was very good. It's not only because of the physical satisfaction, but also because of the huge surprise brought by the system activation. Now, since the system has given such a clear newbie benefit, you will definitely get pregnant within 10 times. Then what is there to hesitate about? Lin Xie is not a selfish person. It is also Bai Mushi's wish to make her pregnant as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Xie's worries instantly disappeared. He adjusted his posture slightly and tentatively extended his arm around her. Bai Mushi's body stiffened noticeably, and her breathing became a little disordered in an instant. What are you doing? Lin Xie understood, but he did not retract his arm. Instead, he moved closer. Mushi, he lowered his voice, with a hint of impermissibility, and whispered in her ear, I feel that our efforts are not enough. Bai Mushi's body trembled slightly. Chapter 007 Bai Mushi is pregnant. The night is long and seems to have no end. The virtual night scene outside the window is still flickering tirelessly, casting an ambiguous halo. The following 10,000 words omitted. I don't know how long it took, but the virtual night outside the window seemed to be stained with a layer of fatigue. When everything finally calmed down, the only sound left in the room was heavy breathing. 3 more times, plus the first time, a total of 4 times. Lin Qia's breathing was also a little heavy, and his body was slightly tired. There will be opportunities later, there's no need to rush. Lin Xie was about to say something, such as let's take a break first or let's continue working hard tomorrow, but he saw Bai Mushi under him, whose eyes, which had been closed, had opened at some point. Those cold and beautiful eyes were now sparkling with water as she looked at him seductively. The blush on her cheeks had not completely faded, but instead became even more charming because of the intensity just now. Ha! Lin Xie was slightly stunned and had not yet reacted. The next second, Bai Mushi's action made him open his eyes wide. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but with a hint of urgency. She gently pushed her arms forward and turned over, reversing her position. She looked down at Lin Xie, her black hair wet with sweat, a few strands of which fell on his cheeks, carrying a faint fragrance and warm moisture. She hummed again, her voice a little hoarse from having just experienced love, but it was unusually beautiful. I think we can keep trying. Lin Xie. He looked at the look in Bai Mushi's eyes, which was completely different from before. Only then did Lin Xie suddenly remember that the other party was a quasi warrior. Although his attributes have just been improved, Bai Mushi has been practicing martial arts for many years, and his physical fitness and endurance are far beyond what a newbie like him can compare to. The ratings of all my attributes are currently around 60. All attribute ratings of quasi warriors are between 70-100. Lin Xie was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was just thinking to himself, there are still 6 more times, and felt that he might need to complete the target over several days. Now it seems. Bai Mushi didn't seem to be planning this. Looking at the fighting spirit in her eyes and her attitude that could not be refused, Lin Xie felt a surge of blood rushing to his head again, and at the same time his waist felt a little sore. Is this the rhythm of being squeezed dry? The troubles of happiness seem to come too quickly. The night seems longer. 3 hours later, Bai Mushi stretched lazily and let out a satisfied hum, her voice with a hint of hoarseness and sexiness. She turned her head and looked at Lin Xie, who seemed to be exhausted, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Let's just leave it at that for today. She said softly, with a hint of sympathy in her tone, as well as a slight pride in her physical advantage. Lin Xie opened his eyes, but his breathing had not yet completely calmed down. He secretly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Partner Bai Mushi's pregnancy progress, 910. Just one more time. Just this finishing touch. Thinking of the huge benefits when the system is activated and the more rewards that may be obtained in the future, Lin Xie felt a new power emerging from deep within his body. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened again, and he said firmly, "No. Do it again." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi opened her watery peach blossom eyes wide in surprise and looked at Lin Xie in disbelief. She could feel the fatigue in his body. He was clearly at the end of his strength just now. "Xiaogo, are you able to do this?" Bai Mushi said softly with a hint of worry and a hint of strangeness provoked by his unyielding spirit. "How about we stop here today? I'll make you some nourishing soup tomorrow." When the word making soup was mentioned, Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly became hot. When had she, Bai Mushi, ever thought of making soup for a man? Oh, I'm his partner now, a wife. Making some soup doesn't seem like a big deal. Although Lin Xie is a thin man, his hard work and persistence tonight really impressed her. Especially his determination to never give up until he achieves his goal, which made her inexplicably feel a little admiration. I shouldn't consider myself to have chosen the wrong man. Just as Bai Mushi was daydreaming, Lin Xie had turned over again and took the initiative again. Bai Mushi was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously exclaimed, "You're still coming?" Her tone was filled with disbelief and a hint of anticipation that she herself wasn't even aware of. Another hour of fierce fighting. When everything finally fell silent, Lin Xie felt that every cell in his body was groaning, as if it had been completely drained. However, just as he was exhausted and about to fall asleep, the long-awaited grand mechanical voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations to the host, your partner Bai Mushi is pregnant. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The 128th set of radio gymnastics training permissions are open. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1010. Chapter 008 Make Up. Congratulations to the host, your partner by Mushi is pregnant. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The 128th set of radio gymnastics training permissions are open. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1010. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment and asked with his mind, what does this cultivation authority mean? A system prompt immediately appeared in my mind, explaining in detail the role of the authority to practice martial arts. Lin Xie quickly understood. This so-called opening of the authority to practice the technique means that he can see the clear progress of his practice through the system panel. Originally, he practiced the 128th set of radio gymnastics like a blind man touching an elephant. He had no idea whether he was practicing correctly, whether it was effective, or when he could upgrade. And now, the system clearly displays 128th set of radio gymnastics level 1010. This means that as long as he practices this set of radio gymnastics 10 more times, he can directly upgrade to level 2. Lin Xie's eyes suddenly widened, and a huge wave rose in his heart. 10 times? This is simply exaggerated. You should know that the 128th set of radio gymnastics has been promoted by the Galactic Empire for thousands of years. After 128 revisions and improvements, it is known as the most universal and basic primary training method. It does not require consideration of the physical differences among practitioners, nor does it require any complex auxiliary conditions. Everyone can practice it. Although the training speed is relatively slow, it is safe and stable, and is the most widely used basic means for the Empire to screen martial arts talents. Lin Xie has been practicing this set of radio gymnastics for 10 years since primary school, but he is still stuck at level 1 and can't make any progress. This is also one of the main reasons why his genetic potential and physical fitness scores in the college entrance examination were not high. The bottleneck that he couldn't break through in 10 years, and now the system tells him that he only needs to practice 10 more times to upgrade? This system of having many children and bringing good fortune is simply against the will of heaven. An indescribable excitement and regret surged in Lin Xie's heart. If only this system could appear a year earlier, no, even half a year earlier. His college entrance examination results are definitely more than this. He might even be able to be admitted to a public martial arts university. No, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer cared about his physical fatigue. He was driven by a strong desire. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and landed firmly on the ground with his feet. Bai Mushi, who was lying on the bed, looking lazy and coquettish, and was about to praise Lin Xie for his amazing perseverance, was stunned when she saw his sudden action, and the next second when he began to perform the 128th set of radio gymnastics that she was very familiar with in the bedroom. Her red lips were slightly parted, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was full of surprise and confusion. After just going through such a long period of intense exercise, he still has the energy to do radio gymnastics? And, at this time? Is he crazy? Under Bai Mushi's extremely puzzled and slightly absurd gaze, Lin Xie began his practice. His body was indeed extremely tired and his physical strength had long been exhausted. Every movement seemed a little strenuous. The originally smooth radio gymnastics moves were now crooked and even deformed, and were not standard at all. Bai Mushi frowned and was filled with doubts. What on earth is this man up to? Radio gymnastics? Now that I have a job, who would practice this crap? She worked many part-time jobs during her 8 years in college, most of which were tutoring children in martial arts. Not to mention wealthy families, even many middle-class families no longer practice this. Simply put, the price-performance ratio is too low. Take the revised version of 8 Treasures Kung Fu by the Golden Bull Martial Arts General Administration, which is the favorite of middle-class families. With the guidance of a teacher, the efficiency can be increased by more than 10%. 1 part heaven, 1 part hell. After long-term practice, for many students, the difference is like heaven and earth. Besides, looking at his shaky appearance, it is clear that his training has not had any effect at all. This is already the 10th time tonight, can you still hold on? However, Lin Xie seemed to have entered a state of complete selflessness. He gritted his teeth and supported himself with a strong willpower, completing the entire set of radio gymnastics step by step. When the last movement was completed, Lin Xie stopped almost exhausted, gasping for breath, sweat pouring out of his whole body like streams. He immediately checked the system panel in his mind. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1110. Done. It actually counts as an effective practice. Lin Xie was ecstatic. Although his body was exhausted, his spirit was extremely excited. However, this excitement did not sustain him for long. His body had already reached its limit, and once his nerves relaxed, he was instantly overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Bang! Lin Qiye didn't even have time to explain to Bai Mushi before his eyes went dark and he fell straight backwards. He fell directly onto the bed with a muffled sound, and then fell into a deep sleep with a loud snore. Hey! Lin Qiye! You haven't showered yet. It stinks, you stinky man. Bai Mushi was disgusted, but when she saw him sleeping soundly, she stretched out her white and slender fingers. He gently stroked the sweat-soaked hair on Lin Qiye's forehead, his eyes complicated and his light flashed. Why? Bai Mushi sighed and looked at Lin Qiye's sleeping face with a puzzled look. This man was really beyond her comprehension. What is going on? After a long while, Bai Mushi sighed softly and thought to herself, it seems that I really need to make some soup tomorrow. The next day, Lin Qiye was awakened by the rich aroma of food. The aroma penetrated his nostrils domineeringly, tempting his already hungry stomach. He opened his eyes drowsily, and what came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling. Oh, no, it was the ceiling of his new home. The hangover-like headache and the hollowed-out feeling in his body reminded him of last night's struggle and madness. Woke up? A voice came, which was a little cold, but mixed with a hint of barely noticeable tenderness. Lin Qiye turned around and saw Bai Mushi carrying a casserole and walking out of the simple kitchen carefully. She was wearing a homely cotton dress with her long hair casually tied behind her head, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate profile. The morning light shone on her through the window, giving her a soft halo, making her less sharp than usual and more gentle like a wife. Especially her focused and serious look at this moment made Lin Qiye a little dazed. Chapter 009 is really beautiful. This is... Lin Qiye struggled to sit up and watched Bai Mushi put the casserole on the dining table. The aroma became even stronger. Bai Mushi didn't look at him. She just filled a bowl of soup and said calmly, "Come and have some soup when you wake up. You consumed too much last night." When Lin Qiye heard this, his face turned red, and the scene of last night came to his mind vividly. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, threw off the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as I stood firm, I felt my legs go weak and my waist ached. Hiss. Lin Qiye grinned. It seemed that the physical fitness gap between quasi-warriors and ordinary people was really not a little bit. Bai Mushi saw all of this, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly returned to her usual cold look. She frowned slightly and said with a hint of disgust, "Go take a shower. You stink." Lin Qiye was suddenly embarrassed. He lowered his head and smelled his body. The mixture of last night's sweat and the indescribable smell was indeed not very pleasant. He quickly responded, Okay, I'll go right away. Then he rushed into the bathroom. It's really nice to live in a new house. Although this resettlement house allocated by the government is not big, it has everything needed. Most importantly, I no longer have to queue up with my parents and 3 younger brothers and sisters to use the only bathroom like I did at home. Hot water gushed out from the shower head, washing away the fatigue and dirt in the body, and also making Lin Qiye's confused thoughts gradually clear. Soon, Lin Qiye finished washing up, wrapped a bath towel around his waist, and walked out of the bathroom wiping his wet hair. Because of last night's hard work and the slight improvement in his attributes, his body lines seemed to be more obvious than before. Although he is not muscular yet, the outlines of several abdominal muscles can be vaguely seen on his flat abdomen, which is full of health and vitality unique to young men. Bai Mushi was sitting at the dining table. When she heard the noise, she subconsciously raised her head. When her eyes fell on Lin Qiye's faintly visible abdominal muscles, her breathing suddenly stagnated and her cheeks turned red uncontrollably, as if they were on fire. She hurriedly looked away, her heart pounding uncontrollably, even her ears feeling hot. This man seems to have a pretty good figure? How hadn't she noticed before? No, she never had the chance to notice before. Bai Mushi bit her lower lip and tried to calm herself down. Lin Qiye didn't notice her momentary abnormality and walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the milky white soup in the bowl, there seemed to be some medicinal herbs and meat pieces that he didn't recognize, exuding an enticing aroma. He picked up the spoon and tasted it carefully. The delicious soup instantly blooms on the taste buds, a warm current slides down the throat into the stomach, quickly spreading to every part of the body, dispelling fatigue and soreness. Delicious! Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The soup tasted unexpectedly good. He said no more and lowered his head to drink the soup attentively. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, Lin Xie felt that most of the fatigue in his body had dissipated and his physical strength had recovered a lot. He looked at Bai Mushi and found that she was also drinking soup in small sips, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. Bai Mushi felt Lin Xie's eyes lingering on her face. She paused while drinking her soup, raised her head, met his gaze, and asked awkwardly, "Is there something on my face?" Lin Xie had a smile on his face, his eyes were gentle and focused, and he said without disguising, "It's really beautiful." These three simple words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in Bai Mushi's heart. Swish! Bai Mushi's cheeks turned red instantly, like ripe apples, and even her ears were stained crimson. She glared at Lin Xie in a reproachful manner, her tone tinged with annoyance, slippery tongue. Although she said this, there was a barely perceptible glint of joy and shyness in her eyes. What woman doesn't like to hear compliments? Especially in this ambiguous morning atmosphere, the praise comes from your partner. In order to hide her embarrassment, Bai Mushi quickly changed the subject and reminded him with a stern face, "Eat quickly, and then go to work immediately. Today is your first day, don't be late." Lin Xie smiled and nodded, then asked, "What about you? What are your plans for today?" When Bai Mushi heard this, his eyes flickered and his movements paused slightly. She put down the bowl of soup in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a slightly uncertain tone, I might be pregnant. The terminal's automatic detection function reminded me to go for a checkup this morning. I've already made an appointment to go to the community medical center for a detailed checkup tomorrow." Although Lin Xie had already known the news in advance through the system and was well prepared for it. But when he heard Bai Mushi say it herself, he immediately cooperated and showed an expression of surprise and joy. Really? Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had heard great news. Bai Mushi looked at his surprised expression, and an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, including anticipation, uneasiness, and a sense of relief that everything was settled. She nodded slightly and said affirmatively, "Well, the physiological indicators monitored on my personal terminal this morning showed that the possibility is very high." Hearing this, Lin Xie grinned and laughed, proudly taking credit for it. "It seems that my efforts last night were very effective." "You?" Bai Mushi felt embarrassed and angry at his straightforward yet somewhat teasing words, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She grabbed the napkin on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and pretended to throw it at Lin Xie, saying angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly." That coquettish and slightly angry look, in Lin Xie's eyes, had a different kind of charm. Seeing this, Lin Xie quickly raised his hands in surrender, but still had a smug smile on his face. Okay, I won't say anymore, let's eat. He knew that Bai Mushi was thin-skinned, so he should just stop with this kind of thing. However, he was indeed very happy in his heart. Overnight, not only did he activate the heaven-defying system, he also successfully made his partner pregnant. This is the first step to becoming a winner in life. Bai Mushi looked at his ungrateful look and felt both angry and amused. In the end, she just snorted softly, ignored him, and lowered her head to continue drinking soup. But the slightly upturned corners of her mouth and the smile that flashed across her eyes still revealed her good mood at the moment. After all, for a woman who longs to support her martial arts training through maternity benefits, showing signs of pregnancy so soon is undoubtedly great news. This means that her plan to continue practicing can be started earlier than expected. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table became a little subtle. Joy, anticipation, and a hint of tacit understanding arising from a common goal flowed quietly between the two. Chapter 010 Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. After breakfast, Lin Xie changed into the farm manager's uniform, a wear-resistant dark blue work suit. Bai Mushi helped him straighten his collar. "Be careful on the road," Bai Mushi warned. "Well, you too, have a good rest at home and don't overwork yourself." Lin Xie nodded with gentle eyes. The two smiled at each other without saying much, but they both saw a hint of warmth in each other's eyes. Lin Xie walked out of the house, and the system panel appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.15%. Physical fitness 56+. Spirit 62+. Psychic 10+. Exercise method, level 1 of the 128th radio gymnastics set 110. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 60, plus 10. Offspring, 1 incubation. Bai Mushi's favorability increased by 10 points without anyone noticing. And physical fitness also increased by 1 point. Lin Xie was in a good mood and his steps became lighter. Lin Xie arrived at the express bus station at the entrance of the community, where several people were already waiting for the bus. The air was filled with the unique coolness of the early morning, and the outline of the energy tower in the distance gradually became clear in the morning light. At this moment, a slightly familiar figure came into Lin Xie's sight. The man was also wearing the same dark blue farm manager uniform as him. He was slightly fat and was looking down at his personal terminal, sighing from time to time. "How's he?" Lin Xie called out tentatively. The slightly plump young man suddenly raised his head and saw Lin Xie. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. "Lin Xie? Holy shit, why are you here too?" He looked at Lin Xie's uniform with a strange expression. Lin Xie took the initiative to greet him and said with a smile, "Yes, what a coincidence. I accepted the graduation placement and was assigned to the 16th Grain District." Wang Hao is Lin Xie's high school classmate. His results were even worse than Lin Xie's, and his genetic potential was only 3%. They were the first group of people in the class to give up their martial arts dreams and clearly expressed their willingness to accept resettlement. Wang Hao nodded, his face still showing an expression of surprise. "I'm also in Grain District 16. Farm 952. What about you?" "Farm 939. Lin Xie replied. "Hey, it's not far away." Wang Hao took a few steps closer and said in a low voice, "Xie, I didn't expect this. I thought you would definitely go to a private university and try your luck. You figured it out so quickly?" Lin Xie shrugged, "Private university tuition is too expensive." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's good to start working sooner rather than later. For an ordinary family like ours, it's better to find a stable place to stay. My parents said the same thing. As soon as the college entrance examination results came out, they urged me to submit my partner matching application on the system. They said that settling down sooner, having children sooner, and receiving subsidies are the right path." At this point, Wang Hao's eyes scanned Lin Xie. "That's not right. Xie, this station is right at the entrance to Xianyang Garden Community. Housing in this community is only allocated to citizens who have completed partner matching and registered to start a family. You also successfully matched? So quickly? You should know that from the end of the college entrance examination to resettlement allocation, to partner matching and housing allocation, although the process is fast, it still takes several days. Lin Xie was able to stand here in his work clothes waiting for the bus so quickly. This means that he completed all the procedures almost as soon as the college entrance examination results came out." Lin Xie nodded, "Yes, I just moved here yesterday." "Holy crap." Wang Hao was completely shocked. "You're really good." Wang Hao didn't expect Lin Xie to be so fast. "I thought this guy had high standards and was only interested in martial arts. I never expected that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray me and solve my personal problems so quickly." Lin Xie smiled and said nothing. Of course, he wouldn't say that he was so anxious because of the system. At this moment, the screen of the personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist suddenly lit up and made a slight prompt sound. He raised his hand and saw a message from Bai Mushi. After clicking on the message, Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. "The authorization for practicing the 8 treasures exercise has been sent to your account. I saw you practicing radio calisthenics last night. This 8 treasures exercise is more effective than radio calisthenics. You should familiarize yourself with it first. I'll teach you when you come back tonight." Below the information, there is an electronic certificate for authorization of the practice. A warm feeling suddenly surged in Lin Xie's heart. 8 treasures Kung Fu. This is an elementary level advanced exercise officially revised and promoted by the Jinyo Martial Arts General Administration. It is at least 10% more efficient than the 128th set of radio gymnastics. Although it is only a primary version, it is already a very precious training resource for ordinary people, especially high school graduates. More importantly, in the Galactic Empire, any formal martial arts techniques are strictly protected by copyright. If you want to practice, you must purchase authorization through official channels. If anyone privately spreads or practices unauthorized exercises, once verified, the consequences will be very serious, ranging from a huge fine to imprisonment. The price of a basic set of 8 treasure skill is not expensive, only 1,000 credit points. But the teacher's tutoring fee is expensive. The teacher charges 200 or 300 credit points for one class, and it's a small class. One-on-one is over 500 credits. The main reason is that parents don't want to. This is also the reason why Lin Xie did not practice before. Bai Mushi actually bought it for him and even wanted to teach him personally. I can only say that quasi warriors are amazing. Of course, this price is not acceptable to ordinary men at the bottom of society. Just when Lin Xie was feeling moved, Wang Hao, who was standing next to him, caught a glimpse of Bai Mushi's small avatar on Lin Xie's terminal screen. It was a standard ID photo. The woman in the photo has impeccable facial features and fair and delicate skin, like the finest mutton fat jade. A pair of cold phoenix eyes, with a heroic air that keeps people at a distance, and an indescribable self-confidence. Even a small profile picture can hardly conceal her stunning appearance and unique temperament. Wang Hao's eyes widened. He grabbed Lin Xie's arm and asked excitedly, "Lin Xie, is this the partner you matched with?" Lin Xie felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, but he didn't intend to hide it. After all, they will be colleagues in the future, and they will see each other every day. Sooner or later, Bai Mushi's existence will be known to others. He nodded calmly, "Yeah. Fuck." Wang Hao cursed, his tone filled with incredible jealousy and bitterness. Chapter 011 Wife. Wang Hao was so jealous that his facial features almost squeezed together, thinking to himself, this is definitely a fake photo. If there really is such a beautiful woman in real life, it wouldn't be the turn of Lin Xie, the farm manager. Although the partner he matched with was also pretty, compared with Lin Xie, the difference was like the difference between an ordinary person and a fairy. Why? Just then, the suspended express line slowly arrived at the station. The vehicle has arrived. Please be careful with your steps. Lin Xie patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, "Let's go, get in the car." The two of them got on the express line one after the other. There were not many people in the carriage. Lin Xie found a seat by the window and sat down. Wang Hao quietly sat opposite him, across the aisle. Along the way, Wang Hao was absent-minded. He opened his personal terminal and clicked on the photo of his partner. The girl in the photo has an ordinary appearance and a few freckles on her face, but she looks quite honest and simple when she smiles. The more Wang Hao looked at it, the more aggrieved he felt. Thinking back to the profile picture of Bai Mushi that he had just caught a glimpse of, the sense of imbalance in his heart became even stronger. It must be a photo scam. Wang Hao repeated in his heart with gritted teeth. He just didn't believe that Lin Xie could find such an excellent partner. Or maybe that woman has some unknown flaw. The suspended express line was running smoothly, and the scenery outside the window passed by quickly. The high-rise buildings gradually fade away, replaced by endless standardized farmland. These farmlands are divided into countless huge blocks, and various crops thrive under artificial light and precise temperature control systems. From time to time, you can see large semi-automated agricultural machinery parked in the fields. These semi-automated agricultural machines need to be operated by administrators like them. Wang Hao was still immersed in his own thoughts, and from time to time he would secretly glance at Lin Xie with a complicated look in his eyes. He really couldn't understand why Lin Xie was so handsome but also so lucky. It's so unfair. That woman must have some hidden illness? Or a particularly bad personality? Otherwise, how could it be Lin Xie's turn? The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more he felt that his guess made sense, and he felt a little more balanced. Lin Xie completely ignored Wang Hao's inner thoughts. He closed his eyes to rest, but in his mind he was carefully studying the 8 treasures Kung Fu. This set of exercises is indeed much more sophisticated than the 128th set of radio gymnastics. Not only are there corresponding breathing methods, but there are also some requirements for subtle control of the body. This is also the reason why it cannot be promoted. School teachers, I find it troublesome to teach radio gymnastics, so how can I teach you this for free? You're the only one with a big face? When I go home at night, I must study hard with my wife. Lin Xie said to himself. Soon, the signal sounded that the express train had arrived at the station. We have arrived at stop 950, Grain District 16. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960, please get off here. Lin Xie and Wang Hao stood up together. I'm going to farm number 952, heading that way. Wang Hao pointed in a direction. What about you? Which way is farm number 939? I'm going this way. Lin Xie pointed in the opposite direction. Okay, let's contact each other later. Good luck on your work. Wang Hao waved his hand perfunctorily and walked straight towards his farm. Lin Xie followed the signs and quickly found the management office of farm number 939. This is a 3-story building with a simple appearance. Lin Xie walked into the reception hall on the first floor and showed his identity information and assignment notice to a staff member who was operating the terminal. Lin Xie, right? Welcome to Farm 939. I'm the logistics manager here, my last name is Zhang. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s and was slightly plump received him warmly. Manager Zhang briefly introduced Lin Xie to the basic situation of the farm, job responsibilities and precautions. 939 Farm mainly grows high-energy nutritious grains and several special economic crops. Supervisor Zhang took Lin Xie to familiarize himself with the work environment, received basic tools, and activated his work badge using a personal terminal. Your work area is Zone C7, where the main crops are the Golden Spike No. 1 high-energy nutritional valley. Here is the operation manual and the area map. Familiarize yourself with them first. Today I will mainly take you to get to know the place, and you will officially start work tomorrow. Supervisor Zhang handed a data tablet to Lin Xie. Lin Xie took the data tablet and glanced through it. The job of a so-called farm manager sounds simple, but it is actually quite tedious. First of all, you need to be proficient in operating various semi-automated agricultural machinery, including seed drills, fertilizer spreaders, irrigation system controllers, and most importantly, harvesters. Although these machines are said to be semi-automated, many key links still require human intervention and adjustment, especially when dealing with crops at different growth stages and emergencies. Secondly, he needs to carry out daily monitoring of the crops in the C7 area under his responsibility. This includes observing the growth of crops and recording growth data such as plant height, leaf color, and signs of pests and diseases. All these data need to be uploaded to the Farm's central database in real time through personal terminals for analysis by the technical department. Finally, he is also responsible for the daily maintenance and basic troubleshooting of related equipment in the area. For example, check whether the irrigation pipes are unobstructed, whether the sensor readings are accurate, the lubrication and cleanliness of agricultural machinery, etc. Once you find a problem that cannot be solved by yourself, you need to report it in a timely manner. It can be said that this job requires a certain amount of physical strength as well as carefulness and responsibility. Manager Zhang led Lin Xie to Area C7. Looking around, you can see a field of golden grains, growing well and emitting a faint fragrance. This is Golden Ear No. 1, one of our galaxy's main crops. It has a high energy conversion rate and tastes great, Manager Zhang introduced. Your job is to ensure it grows smoothly until it's ready for harvest. Parked next to it were several agricultural machines that Lin Xie had just seen on the expressway. These are the Cultivator 3 multifunctional work platforms, integrating multiple functions such as sowing, fertilizing, and weeding. They're easy to operate, and there's a detailed tutorial on the data board. That big guy over there is a Harvest Behemoth V combine harvester. You'll need it when the crops are ripe. Manager Zhang pointed at the machines and introduced them one by one. Lin Xie listened carefully and nodded from time to time. Although he was fully focused on practicing martial arts, since he had accepted the job, he would do his best to do it well. Moreover, a stable job means a stable income. Whether it is for the family or to support Baimushi's cultivation, this is necessary. Okay, today you should first familiarize yourself with the environment and read the operating manual. If you don't understand anything, you can always ask me through internal communication or ask other old employees. The atmosphere on our farm is pretty good, and everyone is happy to help. Wife, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was pushed open and Baimushi walked out. She was wearing a tight black training suit, outlining the exquisite and hot figure. Sweat soaked her hair and clothes, sticking to her skin. A few strands of wet hair stuck to her smooth and full forehead, adding a bit of sexiness after exercise. Her cheeks had a healthy flush from the intense exercise, and her breathing was a little breathy. Hearing Lin Xie's natural wife, Baimushi's body obviously stiffened, the blush on her cheeks seemed to deepen, and her eyes became a little evasive. She hesitated for a moment, as if she was doing some psychological preparation, but she finally mustered up the courage and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito, but it was clearly heard by Lin Xie. Husband, you are back. Chapter 012 Encounter. This was the first time Baimushi called him husband. Lin Xie's heart was moved. Looking at her shy appearance while trying hard to remain calm, he just thought she was so cute. Baimushi seemed to have noticed Lin Xie's burning gaze and quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the kitchen. The dishes are already prepared. It was still early, so I practiced for a while. Lin Xie understood after hearing this. This wife, who is a warrior-to-be, really refuses to relax her training for even a moment. Bai Mushi felt uncomfortable being looked at by Lin Xie. Her cheeks were hot and her eyes were wandering. She said with a hint of shyness, I'm all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, she turned around as if escaping and walked quickly towards the bathroom. However, just as she stepped into the bathroom and before she could close the door, she heard footsteps behind her. The next second, Lin Xie's figure also appeared at the bathroom door. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed and subconsciously wanted to close the door, but Lin Xie got there first and squeezed in. You, what are you doing? Bai Mushi was embarrassed and anxious. Lin Xie chuckled, hugged her from behind, and blew hot air into her ears. Wife, let's take a shower together, save water, and respond to the call of the Empire. No, well. The following 10,000 words omitted. An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Mushi walked out with a red face, wearing clean cotton home clothes. Her hair was still a little wet, emitting the fragrance of a bath. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Xie. She quickly walked to the dining table and sat down. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and silently served Lin Xie rice, but her ears were still red enough to bleed. Everything that happened in the bathroom just now made her face blush and her heart beat faster when she thought about it. This man is getting worse and worse. Lin Xie looked refreshed. He sat down at the dining table with his legs and feet stretched out. Looking at Bai Mushi's shy look, he was in a good mood. At the dinner table, Bai Mushi tried hard to calm herself down and asked calmly, Today, your first day at work. How do you feel? Lin Xie took a bite of his rice and said with a smile, It's okay. The work is not difficult, but a little tedious. The farm manager is pretty good, and the colleagues seem easy to get along with. He briefly talked about his work content and experiences today. Bai Mushi listened attentively, nodded from time to time, and occasionally asked a question or two. Although she devoted herself to martial arts, she was not completely indifferent to her partner's work and life. After dinner, Lin Xie took the initiative to suggest, Wife, let's go out for a walk to help digest the food. Bai Mushi was stunned when he heard this. Walk? Seeing Lin Xie's eyes filled with expectation, Bai Mushi nodded as if possessed by a ghost. Yeah, okay. The two changed into casual clothes and walked out of the house hand in hand. Shanyang Garden is brightly lit at night, and many residents are walking and chatting in the community, which is full of life. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi walked side by side, neither of them speaking, but the atmosphere was not awkward. Instead, there was an inexplicable warmth flowing between them. Bai Mushi is tall, and even when wearing flat shoes, she is only half a head shorter than Lin Xie. She walked beside Lin Xie, feeling the warmth from his palm, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. This peaceful and stable life seemed not as unbearable as she had imagined. Just as the two were enjoying this rare tranquility, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Lin Xie? What a coincidence! Lin Xie looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Hao hugging a slightly plump girl and walking towards them. Wang Hao's gaze froze instantly when he saw Bai Mushi beside Lin Xie. His eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth was slightly open, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. During the day on the express line, he only saw Bai Mushi's profile picture. Although he was shocked by her beauty, he still held a glimmer of hope that it was a photo scam. But now, the living Bai Mushi was standing in front of him. Even more charming than in the photos. She has a tall and well-proportioned figure, and her curves are still hard to hide even in simple casual clothes. Under the light of the street lamp, that exquisite face had fair and delicate skin, glowing with a healthy luster. Especially those cold phoenix eyes, which seemed to be a little softer and less distant at this moment because they were with Lin Xie, but more charming. She just stood quietly beside Lin Xie, with an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy who was not of this world. Wang Hao felt like his breathing had stopped. This is simply like a fairy descending to earth. Chapter 013 gradually heating up. The storm in Wang Hao's heart only lasted for a moment. I still understand basic social etiquette. Although his expression was still a little stiff, he still smiled and introduced, Shi Yi, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Xian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Yi, and this is my sister-in-law, right? Wang Hao's gaze swept over Bai Mushi. Zhang Qian, Wang Hao's partner, is a girl who looks simple and honest. She looked at Lin Xie curiously. When she saw his tall and handsome appearance, her eyes lit up and a shy blush appeared on her face. Hello, Lin Xie, hello sister-in-law. Zhang Qian greeted politely. Bai Mushi nodded slightly as a response. Lin Xie also smiled and nodded. Hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my partner Bai Mushi. After a brief greeting, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Lin Xie noticed the slightly awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to say, we just finished our meal and came out for a walk. How about you guys? We came out to get some fresh air too. Wang Hao replied with a dry laugh. Okay, we won't disturb you anymore. We'll leave first. Lin Xie said, then took Bai Mushi's hand and left. Okay, let's talk about it another day. Wang Hao said quickly. The two sides passed each other. After walking a distance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but pull on Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, Haozi, your classmate and his partner look so well matched. The guy is handsome, the girl is pretty, they're really pleasing to the eye standing together. His tone was full of envy. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt even more upset, but he showed a nonchalant smile on his face. He put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said, hey, everyone has their own preferences. To be honest, I don't like those who are too skinny. In my eyes, people with more flesh like you are the most beautiful, and it's also comfortable to hug you. As he said this, he gently pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian burst out laughing at his words, her blush deepening. She gently punched Wang Hao's chest and said angrily, you're so annoying. You only know how to say nice things to please me. Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile and satisfaction in her eyes. Which woman doesn't like to hear sweet words? Especially in comparison, her partner could still say such words, which made her feel sweet in her heart. Wang Hao looked at the happy smile on Zhang Qian's face, and the imbalance in his heart quietly dissipated a lot. He thought to himself, so what if my partner is beautiful? After all, I still have to live a down-to-earth life. In his opinion, the more beautiful a woman is, the more ambitious she tends to be, the more demands she makes, and the more troublesome it is to serve her. Just like Lin Xie's partner, at first glance he looks the type that is cold, arrogant, and difficult to get along with. Maybe he has a very bad temper in private. Unlike her own Zhang Qian, who has a gentle personality, is considerate and family-oriented. At first glance, she is a good woman who can live a peaceful life. Only by being with a woman like this can you live a comfortable life. That's how life is. Contentment is the key to happiness. Wang Hao consoled himself, the most important thing is to live a comfortable life. He put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said gently, come on, Qian, let's go over there. I heard there's a new dessert shop that's delicious. On the other side, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi continued walking in the community. Although there was still a hint of coldness on Bai Mushi's face, she held Lin Xie's hand tightly and never let go. Lin Xie could feel her subtle changes in mood and felt a little amused. Mushi, Lin Xie suddenly asked, you rarely come out like this before? Bai Mushi was slightly stunned when she heard this, then shook her head and said softly, well, I used to spend most of my time practicing, or worrying about tuition. Her tone was flat, without much emotion. But Lin Xie could imagine the difficulties she had experienced in the past. A girl, burdened with huge debts alone, has to persist in her dream of becoming a martial artist. The bitterness and pressure involved are something that outsiders cannot understand. Lin Xie held her hand tightly and said firmly, I won't do that again. I'm here, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Bai Mushi's body trembled slightly, and she turned her head to look at Lin Xie's serious profile. The light from the street lamp shone on his face, outlining his clear outline, and his bright eyes flickered with a reassuring light. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. An inexplicable feeling, like the spring rain, quietly nourished her long-dried heart. She didn't say anything, just said softly and leaned her head slightly on Lin Xie's shoulder. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it could not blow away the ambiguous atmosphere that was gradually heating up between the two. Chapter 014 8 Treasures Kung Fu. Lin Xie felt the soft touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder, his heart warmed, and his pace slowed down a lot. The two of them snuggled up to each other quietly and walked slowly on the tree-lined path of the community. The hustle and bustle around us seemed to have faded away, and the only things left in the world were each other's breathing and heartbeats. After walking for a long time, Bai Mushi seemed a little tired and his steps became a little slow. Are you tired? Lin Xie asked softly. Well, a little bit. Bai Mushi's voice was a little lazy. Then let's go back. Good. The two turned and walked towards home. After returning home, Bai Mushi took the initiative to offer to guide Lin Xie in practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. In the training room converted from the large bedroom, the two stood facing each other. Bai Mushi changed into a loose and comfortable training suit, looking focused and serious. Although 8 Treasures Kung Fu is an elementary practice, it has a solid foundation and is very effective in improving body coordination and the use of strength. First, memorize the moves, and then I'll teach you the corresponding breathing techniques. As Bai Mushi spoke, he began to practice the moves of 8 Treasures Kung Fu. Her movements were smooth and flowing, and every rise and fall was full of power and beauty. It was obvious that she had mastered this set of exercises by heart. Lin Xie watched carefully from the side, trying hard to remember every movement in his mind. After completing a set of exercises, Bai Mushi breathed slightly, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. She looked at Lin Xie and asked, "How is it? How much have you remembered?" Lin Xie said awkwardly, "I don't know either." "Okay, you don't have to be too nervous." Bai Mushi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then he explained, "After I became a quasi martial artist in my junior year, I started teaching children the 8 Treasures Kung Fu part-time. I now have 5 years of teaching experience. I should have no problem teaching you the basics." Lin Xie followed Bai Mushi's instructions, imitating the moves clumsily, and asked curiously, "Wife, how much do you charge for teaching children?" Bai Mushi's lips curled up slightly when she heard this, and she said with a hint of pride, "At the beginning, I lacked experience, so I only charged 300 credit points per hour. Now that I'm more experienced and my reputation has improved, the price has increased to 500 credit points per hour." After hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow! Doesn't that mean my wife gave me 1,000 yuan tonight?" Bai Mushi snorted proudly, "Humph! Do you understand now? Hurry up and study hard. If you don't learn well, you will have to compensate me double the time." Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. "Yes, my dear wife." Lin Xie immediately stood up straight and put on an appearance of studying seriously. In the following time, Bai Mushi patiently corrected each of Lin Xie's movements, explaining the techniques of exerting force and the coordination of breathing in each move. As the night deepened, the lights in the living room remained bright, illuminating the figures of the 2 people who were practicing diligently. Lin Xie tried hard to imitate Bai Mushi's movements, striving to be standard in every move. However, it was his first time to practice the 8 Treasures skill, and his body coordination and control over strength were still unfamiliar. "After practicing for a long time, my movements still seem a bit stiff and clumsy, and I still seem to be unable to find the right method. It seems that I am still a long way from getting started." Bai Mushi looked at his serious but confused look and felt secretly amused in her heart, but did not point it out. She said considerately, "Take your time, don't rush. This set of exercises may look simple, but it takes time to truly master it and find that feeling of unified energy. I've taught so many people, and most people take between 3 months and 6 months to get started. This is only your first day, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." Of course, she has also taught some gifted students, some of whom were able to grasp the essence of 8 Treasures Kung Fu within a week and get started smoothly. But looking at Lin Xie's current appearance, he is obviously not that kind of talented player. Bai Mushi naturally wouldn't say these things to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, this is your partner, your husband, so you should give him more encouragement. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie nodded, but felt a little helpless. He quietly glanced at the system panel in his mind. In the exercise column under 128th radio gymnastics, a new line of information appeared. 8 Treasures Kung Fu not yet started. Chapter 015 Pregnancy check. I still haven't learned it. Lin Xie sighed in his heart. It seems that the difficulty of 8 Treasures exercise is indeed much higher than radio gymnastics. Seeing that he seemed lost in thought, Bai Mushi said, "First, digest what I just taught you and feel the subtle changes in your body. I'll practice for a while." After saying that, she walked to the other side and started practicing the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. Bai Mushi's practice is to continue to improve the level of the 8 Treasures skill, thereby enhancing genetic potential. When the genetic potential reaches 10%, one can be promoted to a warrior. Looking at Bai Mushi's 8 Treasures skill, it is definitely not the entry-level level 1, it must be advanced. Lin Xie looked at Bai Mushi's focused and devoted appearance, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. He thought about it and decided that since it would be difficult to get started with the 8 Treasures exercises in a short time, it would be better to improve the 128th set of radio gymnastics first. After all, the progress of radio gymnastics training is visible to the naked eye. Each time you practice, the progress bar on the system panel will increase. This tangible sense of progress is very important to him. After making up his mind, Lin Xie no longer bothered about the 8 Treasures exercises. He took a deep breath and began to do the 128th set of radio gymnastics in a methodical manner. Although he had practiced this set of radio gymnastics for 10 years, he had already memorized it. Moreover, the system's support is very magical. No matter whether the movements are performed standardly or not, as long as they are completed, it means an improvement in strength. Bai Mushi occasionally opened her eyes during her practice and saw Lin Xiye practicing the radio gymnastics that she thought was extremely inefficient. She frowned slightly, but in the end she didn't say much. Everyone has his own choices and habits, as long as he feels it is effective. Moreover, seeing how serious he looked, Bai Mushi couldn't bear to lecture him any further. Time passes by every second. Lin Xiye was immersed in the practice of radio gymnastics and completely ignored the passage of time. Sweat soaked his clothes, but he showed no intention of stopping. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1-10. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1-3-10. Time passes quietly during the focused practice. Sweat slid down Lin Xiye's forehead and dripped onto the floor. After practicing radio gymnastics for 2 hours straight, and previously studying the 8 treasures exercise with Bai Mushi for nearly 2 hours, Lin Xiye felt that every cell in his body was groaning, and fatigue overwhelmed him like a tide. His movements became slower and slower, and his breathing became heavier. Bai Mushi had already finished her training. Seeing Lin Xiye's shaky but still persistent appearance, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There is confusion, heartache, and also a hint of inexplicable touch. Although this man had average talent, his tenacity and perseverance made her look at him with new eyes. Finally, when Lin Xiye barely finished the last round of radio gymnastics, he could no longer hold on, his legs went soft, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Bai Mushi hurried forward and supported him. "Okay, let's stop here today. You've worked very hard." Bai Mushi's voice was filled with a barely perceptible gentleness. Lin Xiye leaned on Bai Mushi, gasping for breath, and almost didn't have the strength to speak. He just nodded weakly. Bai Mushi helped him into the bathroom and put in some hot water for him. Lin Xiye finished his shower almost instinctively, then fell headfirst onto the bed without even a blanket covering him, and fell into a deep sleep, his snoring soon starting to sound. Bai Mushi looked at his sleeping face, shook her head helplessly, and gently covered him with the quilt. Then she went to wash up and returned to bed. Listening to the man's even snoring beside her, Bai Mushi felt a little insomniac. She didn't understand why Lin Xiye was so obsessed with that inefficient radio gymnastics. Does he really think that he can change his fate by doing radio gymnastics? The next morning, Lin Xiye was awakened by a slight feeling of oppression. He opened his eyes drowsily, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of white little feet pressing right on his stomach. Lin Xiye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and carefully moved Bai Mushi's legs away from his stomach. Bai Mushi yawned and woke up. In the bathroom, the two stood side by side in front of the sink brushing their teeth. The morning light streamed in through the window, casting a golden halo on the wash basin. Bai Mushi, with toothbrush foam in her mouth, said vaguely, "Well, I'm going to the community medical center for a checkup today." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiye immediately turned around and asked with concern, "Do you want me to go with you?" Bai Mushi rinsed her mouth, shook her head, and said, "No need. You just started working on the farm, it's not easy to ask for leave. It's just a routine early pregnancy checkup. I can go by myself. It's quick." After she finished speaking, she playfully raised her snow-white fist towards Lin Xiye and said with a hint of pride, "Besides, I am now a quasi-warrior who is more powerful than you." Lin Xiye couldn't help laughing at her cute look. He reached out and scratched the tip of her upturned nose, saying lovingly, "Yes, yes, my wife is the best. The best in the world." Bai Mushi felt a little embarrassed by his praise, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him, "You're so smooth talking." Although she said this, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The two chatted and laughed as they finished washing up. Bai Mushi was wearing a loose and comfortable light-colored dress today, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less heroic than usual and more gentle and graceful, a characteristic of pregnant women. After a simple breakfast, Lin Xiye reminded, "When the test results come out, remember to tell me as soon as possible. Be careful on the road." "I know. You too, don't be late for work." Bai Mushi nodded and sent Lin Xiye to the door. Lin Xiye kissed her gently on the forehead before turning and leaving. Looking at Lin Xiye's departing back, Bai Mushi unconsciously raised a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. This feeling of being cared for and advised by others seems not bad. She touched her flat belly, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible uneasiness. Chapter 016 The upper limit is too low. In the farmland of Area C7, Lin Xie started the Cultivator Type 3 multifunctional operation platform and began to practice and familiarize himself with his work. He had just sat down and adjusted the control panel when the personal terminal on his wrist began to vibrate. It was a voice message from Mai Mushi. Lin Xie's heart moved and he quickly clicked it. "Honey, the test results are out. The doctor said I'm pregnant." Mai Mushi's voice, filled with unconcealable joy and a hint of excitement, came clearly through the terminal. A bright smile instantly broke out on Lin Xie's face. Although he had expected it, he still felt extremely happy and excited when he heard the news in person. He immediately switched to video call mode. Soon, Mai Mushi's face with a gentle smile appeared on the screen. "Wife, that's great." Lin Xie said excitedly, "How do you feel now?" "Everything is fine." Mai Mushi's cheeks were flushed with health. "The doctor said I should pay attention to rest and eat a balanced diet during the early stages of pregnancy. He also prescribed some nutritional supplements for me." That's good, that's good." Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. "After you go home, have a good rest. Don't do any heavy or tiring work. Wait for me to do it when I get off work." "I know. Just go to work with peace of mind. I'm not made of paper." Mai Mushi said angrily, but her tone was full of sweetness. The two chatted for a while, gave each other a few instructions, and then reluctantly hung up the video. Lin Xie put down the terminal and couldn't calm down for a long time. He's going to be a father. This feeling is wonderful and exciting. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and began to familiarize himself with the operation of the agricultural machinery. The work on the farm today is not heavy. It is not the busy farming season and most crops are in the growth period and do not require much intervention. Lin Xie drove the Cultivator 3 around the area he was responsible for, checked the operation of the irrigation system and sensors, and recorded some basic data. After completing these routine tasks, he found that he seemed to have nothing else to do. "Since you have nothing else to do, why not do some radio gymnastics?" Once this thought came up, I could no longer suppress it. Anyway, this is his exclusive work area and few people come here usually. He parked the work platform at the edge of the field, found a relatively flat open space, and began to perform the 128th set of radio gymnastics in a methodical manner. The morning sun was warm and gentle, and the breeze blew across the golden waves of the valley, making a rustling sound, as if accompanying him. An hour later, a set of radio gymnastics was completed. Lin Xie felt relaxed all over and in much better spirits. He glanced at the system panel. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1410. Yes, another step forward. At noon, I had a simple nutritious meal provided by the farm and rested for a while. In the afternoon, Lin Xie found some free time and devoted himself to practicing radio gymnastics again. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, but he enjoyed it. Every effective practice means one step closer to the goal. When the afternoon practice ended, the progress bar on the system panel updated again. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1510. Very good. It's halfway done. Lin Xie was excited. Finally, it was time to get off work, and Lin Xie could hardly wait to get on the express train back to the community. When he thought of his gentle wife and hot meals waiting for him at home, his steps became especially brisk. When I got home, Mai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. "Wife, I'm back." Lin Xie gently hugged her from behind. Mai Mushi was startled by his sudden action, then patted his hand in a scolding tone. "You're back, go wash your hands quickly, you can eat soon." Her voice was as gentle as water. Lin Xie grinned and began to feel at home. After dinner, Mai Mushi continued to patiently teach Lin Xie the moves and power techniques of 8 Treasures Kung Fu. However, considering her pregnancy, starting from today, the guidance time was shortened to 1 hour, and her own practice time was also reduced to 1 hour accordingly. "Your movements today are more coordinated than yesterday. Keep it up." Mai Mushi encouraged, but she knew in her heart that Lin Xie still had a long way to go before he could master the 8 treasures skill. Lin Xie nodded and practiced seriously. After an hour of instruction in the 8 treasures exercise, Mai Mushi went to sit aside and meditate to regulate her breathing, consolidating her cultivation, which was also a form of prenatal education during pregnancy. Lin Xie, on the other hand, did not hesitate to once again devote himself to the practice of the 128th set of radio gymnastics. For him, he still doesn't know when to start learning the 8 treasures Kung Fu. The upgrade of radio gymnastics can clearly show the progress. Moreover, according to the system, after opening the cultivation authority, you can directly cultivate to the maximum level. Under the light, his figure repeated the movements that he had already memorized again and again. His clothes were soaked with sweat and his muscles were trembling slightly due to exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1610. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1710. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1810. That night, he practiced radio gymnastics for 3 hours and completed 3 rounds. When the last round ended, Lin Xie stopped almost exhausted, gasping for breath. Although he was extremely tired, he was full of anticipation as he looked at the pleasing progress bar on the system panel. Only 2 more times. Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to level up tomorrow. This thought sustained him and made him feel extremely excited. After washing up, Lin Xie fell asleep almost as soon as he got into bed. He didn't even have the energy to say a few more words to Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie's sleeping profile and shook her head helplessly. She sighed softly and thought to herself, ordinary people are like this. Once they encounter difficulties, they tend to choose the path they are familiar with and comfortable with, and find it difficult to persist in overcoming new difficulties. In her opinion, Lin Xie's abandonment of the more promising 8 treasures exercises and his obsession with inefficient radio gymnastics is a typical example of path dependence. Although she could understand this choice, she still felt a little regretful. After all, the ceiling of radio gymnastics is too low. However, thinking about how he worked hard during the day and practiced at night for the sake of this family and their unborn child, the slight dissatisfaction in Bai Mushi's heart gradually dissipated. Forget it, as long as he feels happy. Bai Mushi also lay down and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 017 Breakthrough Level 2. The next morning, Lin Xie went to work on the farm as usual. As soon as we arrived at Area C7, before we could activate the Cultivator 3, Director Zhang, the head of logistics, drove over in a small patrol car. Shaolin, how are you? Are you used to the job? Are you familiar with the mechanical operations? Manager Zhang stopped the car, stuck his head out and asked with a smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. Lin Xie responded quickly, I'm basically familiar with it. I've also read the operating manual. There's no everything works fine. After completing these necessary tasks, Lin Xie parked the work platform at the edge of the field and then began today's radio gymnastics practice. The warm sunshine shines on my body, the vast farmland stretches as far as the eye can see, and the air is filled with the fragrance of soil and crops. Practicing in such an environment is quite a unique experience. He was fully focused, and time passed quickly as he practiced seriously. Sweat quickly soaked his work clothes, but he showed no intention of stopping. An hour later, Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 1910. It's just the last time. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Xie once again devoted himself to practicing radio gymnastics. When the last movement was completed, sweat fell like rain, he held his knees and gasped. At this moment, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded in my mind. The 128th set of Radio Gymnastics Level 1110. Ding! The level of the 128th Radio Gymnastics set has been upgraded to Level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of comfort surged from every limb and quickly spread to every cell in the body. The muscles that were originally sore due to fatigue seemed to be injected with new vitality and filled with explosive power. What surprised Lin Xie even more was that the more standard and refined movements of the 128th set of radio gymnastics suddenly emerged in his mind. Every detail and every point of force were so clear, as if he had practiced this level 2 radio gymnastics thousands of times. At the same time, his body movements also changed naturally, becoming smoother, more coordinated, and more rhythmic. Every stretch, every jump, every bend seems to have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, and contains an indescribable strength and beauty. This is... Lin Xie widened his eyes, an expression of disbelief on his face. He could clearly feel that his control over his body had greatly improved. Every movement becomes spontaneous, as if instinctive. To upgrade this technique, there's no need to understand or break through bottlenecks. Lin Xie was ecstatic. As long as I continue to practice, I'll automatically break through and master higher levels. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.35% plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 58 plus. Spirit 64 plus. Psycho 11 plus. Exercises, Level 2 Radio Gymnastics Set 128020, 8 Treasures Exercises Not Yet Mastered. Partner, by Mushi Favorability 60. Offspring, 1 Incubation. The 128th set of radio gymnastics has indeed been upgraded to Level 2. Moreover, to upgrade to Level 3 again, you need to practice 20 times. Although the frequency has increased, according to his current training speed, it will only take 2 or 3 days. More importantly, genetic potential has actually increased by 0.2%. From the initial 5% to the 6.15% for newbie benefits to the current 6.35%. The genetic potential, which had remained unchanged for the past year, increased by 1.2% in less than a week. If I keep going like this, it won't be long before I can break through the 7% barrier and become a true quasi warrior. Lin Chiye's heart was filled with unprecedented confidence and expectations. Chapter 018 Radio Gymnastics Level 3. Return home in the evening. After dinner, Bai Mushi still taught Lin Chiye the 8 treasures Kung Fu for an hour. Lin Chiye still studied very hard, but the system still showed that he had not yet started. An hour later, Bai Mushi went to sit aside and practice in silence. Lin Chiye started practicing radio gymnastics again. However, when Lin Chiye started doing radio gymnastics, Bai Mushi, who was closing her eyes and regulating her breathing, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes. What's going on? Why does she feel that the radio gymnastics that Lin Chiye practiced today are different from before? His movements seem to become smoother and more standard. That feeling, like a breakthrough? Bai Mushi suppressed her surprise and observed carefully. As time went on, the shock in her eyes grew more and more intense. That's right. Her feeling is not wrong. The radio gymnastics that Lin Chiye practices is indeed different from before. Every movement is more precise and the force is more coordinated. This is definitely a sign that radio gymnastics has broken through to Level 2. 2 hours later, Lin Chiye finished his training. Although still tired, his spirit was extremely high. Bai Mushi could no longer contain her doubts, so she stepped forward and asked directly, Lin Chiye, have you made a breakthrough in your radio gymnastics? Lin Chiye chuckled and scratched his head. It seems so, it feels much smoother than before. What is your current genetic potential? Bai Mushi asked immediately, with a hint of urgency in her tone. Lin Chiye did not hide anything and said directly, just tested it this morning, 6.35%. 6.35%? Bai Mushi took a breath, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that he was really born to practice this most basic radio gymnastics? This seemingly least efficient martial art can produce unexpected effects on him? Time flies. In the next 5 days, Lin Chiye persisted in practicing radio gymnastics. Whether it's in between work on the farm or when I get home in the evening. Whenever he has free time, he will immediately devote himself to cultivation. On average, he can complete 4 to 5 training sessions every day. Hard work pays off. Soon, his level of the 128th set of radio gymnastics was successfully upgraded from Level 2 to Level 3. When the warmth of the Level 3 breakthrough surged through his body again, Lin Chiye felt that his physical fitness had reached a new level. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Chiye. Genetic potential 6.55%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 60 plus. Spirit 65 plus. Psycho 11 plus. Exercises, Level 3 Radio Gymnastics Set 128-130, 8 Treasures Exercises Not Yet Started. Partner, Bai Mushi Favorability 65, plus 5. Offspring, 1 Incubation. Genetic potential increased again by 0.2%, reaching 6.55%. One step closer to the 7% threshold for quasi warriors. His physical fitness also successfully broke through the 60-point mark, which means that his strength, speed and endurance have been significantly enhanced. The spirit has also been increased to 65 points, the perception is sharper and the attention is more focused. The only thing that hasn't changed is psychic power, which remains at 11 points. However, the 8 treasures exercise is still in the unlearned state. Although Bai Mushi still patiently guided him every night, he seemed to have no talent in this area and made slow progress. However, Lin Chiye was not discouraged, as he had radio gymnastics as a safe way to improve himself. What surprised him was that Bai Mushi's favorability had increased by 5 points without him noticing, reaching 65 points. Although it is not much, it is also a positive sign. During this week, the two of them got along better and better. Mushi also gradually adapted to her new identity as wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort gradually faded away as we spent time together day after day. She saw Lin Xia's thoughtfulness and hard work. Although he had average talent and was only practicing the most basic radio gymnastics, his perseverance moved her. Moreover, Lin Xia treated her very well, always rushing to do housework and letting her eat first if there was anything delicious. This kind of long-lasting care gradually warmed her heart, which had become hardened by martial arts and debts. The 0755 Galaxy has a week of 9 days, 7 working days and 2 rest days. Lin Xia had just broken through to level 3 in the 128th set of radio gymnastics and had his first full day off since coming to this community. It just so happened that Lin Xia also wanted to test the progress of his strength during this period of time. After all, the number on the system panel is just a number, and he wants to know more about the specific level of his punching power. On the dining table, Mushi still prepared a loving breakfast. A bowl of steaming exotic animal bone and meat porridge, served with a few light side dishes. After she became pregnant, her taste became much lighter. Wife, I want to go to the public testing point in the community gym today to test my strength. Lin Xia expressed his plan while drinking porridge. Mushi was a little surprised when she heard this, but she quickly nodded. Okay, I also want to move around, let's go and take a look together. Although she was pregnant, as a prospective warrior, proper activity was good for both her body and the fetus, and she was also curious about Lin Xia's progress. After breakfast, the two of them packed up quickly, changed into sportswear, and went to the community gym together. It was still early, but there were already quite a few people in the gym. People were sweating profusely in front of various training equipment, and the air was filled with a passionate atmosphere of training. This is also a typical feature of the era when martial arts flourished. Even though most people are eliminated from the college entrance examination, there are still many people who maintain the habit of practicing, eager for even the slightest progress. As soon as he entered the strength testing area, Lin Xia heard a somewhat familiar voice. Hey, Lin Xia? Lin Xia looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man of medium build and ordinary appearance looking at him in surprise. Zhang Wei? Lin Xia also recognized the other person. He was his high school classmate. Zhang Wei was also very surprised. Lin Xia. He felt embarrassed when he glanced at Mushi. Because she is so beautiful and has such a great figure. He secretly grumbled in his heart, Lin Xia, this kid, is so lucky. He actually matched with such a beautiful partner. Lin Xia smiled and introduced, this is my partner, Mushi. Oh, hello. Zhang Wei nodded, thinking to himself, what a shitty luck Lin Xia has. Why are all the tanks matched with me? Lin Xia didn't know what Zhang Wei was thinking at the moment, and said, let's come over and test our strength. It's just right. I just finished warming up. Let's go and take a look together. Zhang Wei said with a barely perceptible sense of superiority in his tone. After all, he was much better than Lin Xia in high school. Chapter 19 by Mushi's suggestions. Zhang Wei's genetic potential in school was 6.5%, much higher than Lin Xia's initial 5%. He was in the top 10 in the class and was just a little short of the admission score for the public martial arts university. Lin Xia remembered that his martial arts teacher once commented on Zhang Wei, saying that although his 128th set of radio gymnastics had also broken through to level 3, it was still some distance away from truly unleashing the power of his genetic potential. The teacher's words at the time were that radio gymnastics needed to be broken through to at least level 5 before the genetic potential could reach the passing level of 7%. Of course, although Zhang Wei is better than Lin Xia, he also failed the martial arts college entrance examination. And now, Lin Xia's radio gymnastics has reached level 3. With a genetic potential of 6.55%, he is beginning to surpass Zhang Wei. The three of them walked over to a public strength tester. This tester is a standard punching force target that can accurately display the impact force. You go first? Zhang Wei asked politely. Okay. Lin Xia did not refuse. He took a deep breath, pushed the ground with his right foot, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and the force was transmitted along the spine to his arms, and finally gathered in his right fist, and slammed it on the boxing target. Bang! A muffled sound. The numbers on the display screen above the boxing target jumped rapidly and finally froze. 602 kilograms. 602 kilograms. Zhang Wei was immediately surprised. He remembered Lin Xia's punching strength test before the college entrance examination, and it seemed that he could barely hit 500 kilograms. It had only been a short time, and he could actually hit 602 kilograms? You know, his current punching strength is only about 650 kilograms. Even Bai Mushi, who was standing beside him, had a hint of surprise in her cold eyes. She knew that Lin Xia had been working hard on radio gymnastics recently, but she didn't expect it to be like this. With a punching force of 600 kilograms, the genetic potential is at least 5.9%. However, when Lin Xia saw this number, he frowned. He knew that with his current genetic potential of 6.55%, if he could control his strength well, his maximum punching power should be close to 700 kilograms. If not 700 kilograms, it should be at least 650 kilograms or more. Now I only weigh 600 kilograms, which means that I am still a long way from mastering the use and burst of strength, and my body's potential is far from being fully realized. It seems that although the level of radio gymnastics has been improved, the fine control of strength still requires more practice and understanding. Lin Xia said in his heart. Zhang Wei didn't notice Lin Xia frowning, but instead asked in surprise, Xia, what is your current genetic potential? 600 kilograms, such a big improvement. Lin Xia did not hide it, 6.5%. Zhang Wei showed a surprised look. What? He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Lin Xia is just average in the class, probably around 5%, right? How did it suddenly soar to 6.5%? Bai Mushi was also very surprised. 6.5%, which is higher than when I graduated from high school. Although Lin Xia's current genetic potential of 6.55% still does not meet the minimum admission standard of 7% for public martial arts universities, this rate of improvement is already astonishing enough. If he chooses to go to a private martial arts university, with his current potential and fighting spirit, perhaps his future achievements will really be higher than mine. In fact, at the same age, he might have entered the ranks of true warriors faster than himself. However, he chose to support himself to continue practicing martial arts without hesitation, and was even willing to bear the burden of the family for this. Thinking of this, Bai Mushi felt an indescribable feeling of being touched and sweet in her heart. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Xia also became more gentle. After Lin Xia finished the test, he made way and motioned Zhang Wei and Bai Mushi to try it as well. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said with a complicated expression, I'd better go over there and practice with the equipment first. Lin Xia turned to look at Bai Mushi and said with a smile, Wife, why don't you try it too? Let me see the true strength of a quasi warrior and give me some motivation to move forward. Hearing this, Bai Mushi shook her head slightly and said, My current genetic potential is already 9.5%, which is incomparable to your current situation. There is no point in testing it. Her tone was calm, but Lin Xia could hear a hint of pride in it. With 9.5% genetic potential, he was only one step away from the 10% warrior threshold. Lin Xia insisted, Wife, come on. Bai Mushi was amused by his appearance, her cheeks slightly reddened, but she couldn't resist him in the end and nodded, okay, just for a moment. She walked over to the strength tester and took a deep breath. Unlike Lin Xia's slightly awkward outburst, Bai Mushi's movements seemed extremely smooth and coordinated. She seemed to be standing there casually, but her right fist turned into a shadow in an instant, and with a fierce gust of wind, it slammed heavily on the boxing target. Bang! A loud noise that was even duller and more penetrating than Lin Xia's previous one echoed in the strength testing area. The numbers on the display screen above the boxing target soared wildly, and finally stopped at a jaw-dropping number. 972 kilograms. In an instant, the entire strength testing area fell silent. The people who were exercising around, whether they were doing strength training or practicing fighting skills, all stopped what they were doing and cast their eyes on Bai Mushi, who had put up amazing numbers. His 972 kilograms. Oh my god. Is this a quasi warrior? Too strong. This force is almost close to 1 ton. Who is she? I don't think I've seen her before. Various exclamations and discussions arose one after another. Some people who originally looked at Lin Xia with a hint of contempt now looked at him with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Lin Xia was also shocked by the power of Bai Mushi's punch. Although he knew that Bai Mushi was very strong, seeing her punch with a force of nearly 1 ton still made him feel excited. Wife, you are so awesome. Lin Xia praised sincerely. Bai Mushi was the center of everyone's attention, her pretty face flushed slightly, but her eyes were shining with confidence. She pulled Lin Xia's sleeve and whispered, Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Lin Xie nodded and left the gym with Bai Mushi. As the level of radio gymnastics gets higher and higher, at level 5, you can step into the ranks of 7% genetic potential, and at the maximum level 10, I heard that you can step into 9%, or even 10%, and directly become a warrior. He can also possess such power. After Lin Xie and Bai Mushi left, Zhang Wei, who was quietly exercising in the strength area, heard several young men who were resting nearby whispering. That woman just now was too powerful. One punch weighed over 900 kilograms. She's definitely a quasi martial artist. Yeah, I don't know which faction he belongs to. There aren't many quasi warriors in our grain producing area. Is the man next to her partner? He doesn't look very strong. Hey, these days, it's normal for women to be stronger than men. Maybe they have other advantages. Hearing these discussions, Zhang Wei was stunned. He subconsciously thought of Lin Xie's handsome face and Bai Mushi's beautiful face. Could it be that he is really Lin Xie's partner? He shook his head violently, thinking to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi returned home. Close the door and block out the noise from the outside world. Bai Mushi poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Lin Xie. She was silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her words, then she raised her head, looked at Lin Xie seriously and said, Xie, your current genetic potential is already stronger than mine at the same age. She still remembers that when she graduated from high school at the age of 18, her genetic potential was only 6%. But Lin Xie's is 6.55%. If I can successfully break through to the warrior realm, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, his eyes full of determination and a hint of guilt. By then, our family's financial situation will be much better. Then, why don't you also go to Martial Arts University? Chapter 020 Martial Arts University. When Lin Xie heard Bai Mushi's words, his heart was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Bai Mushi would take the initiative to offer to support him to study at a martial arts university after she became a warrior. The sincerity and expectation in these words made him feel warm. He didn't agree immediately, nor did he refuse outright. Because he knew that Bai Mushi said these words now with a beautiful vision of the future and deep affection for him. If I refuse directly, it will hurt her feelings. Even if he agreed, he didn't know whether the martial arts university would be of any use to him. Lin Xie's current situation is that as long as the skills can open up the restrictions of practice, like radio gymnastics, as long as there is a progress bar during practice, you can break through directly without any understanding at all. In this situation, is the martial arts university still useful to him? Lin Xie was skeptical about this. So, Lin Xie pondered for a moment, raised his head, looked at Bai Mushi gently, and asked with a smile, Wife, I've always been curious. I haven't been to a martial arts university. Can you tell me what life is like there? Bai Mushi was slightly stunned when he heard this. She put down the water cup in her hand, thought for a moment and said, Martial arts university. Actually, it's very different from high school. I can't quite remember what percentage of my high school classes were theoretical, Bai Mushi recalled, slowly saying, but the biggest difference between a martial arts university and high school is that cultivation takes up the vast majority of my time. Theoretical classes that aren't related to martial arts training, like martial arts history, galactic flora and fauna, and mechanical principles, account for a very small percentage, probably less than 10%. She paused and continued, the remaining 90% or more of your time is basically spent practicing, and practicing again. The school will provide a dedicated training venue, with a gravity room, a simulated combat room, a meditation room, and so on. It's fully equipped with various auxiliary facilities. Every week, the school arranges a mentor QA session, Bai Mushi added. You can ask the martial arts teacher in charge of your major any questions you encounter in your training. The teacher will provide targeted guidance based on your specific situation. For example, the 8 treasures skill I practiced before, Bai Mushi explained. According to our school teacher, as long as you can practice the 8 treasures skill to level 8 and lay a solid foundation for each level, your genetic potential will definitely break through the 10% limit and reach the standard of a true warrior. Hearing this, Lin Xie couldn't help but ask curiously, if that's the case, then why do we have to practice in school? Can't we practice at home? Hearing this, Bai Mushi shook her head slightly and explained, there are many reasons for this. First, the cultivation atmosphere is different, she said. At school, you're surrounded by classmates who are practicing diligently just like you. Everyone is striving for the same goal. That positive atmosphere is very motivating for you. Secondly, the school will provide specially formulated nutritious meals based on the student's training intensity and physical condition, Mushi continued. These nutritious meals can maximize the replenishment of training energy, repair physical damage, and promote the development of genetic potential. These precise nutritional ratios and ingredient selections are difficult for individuals to achieve at home. Third, weekly QA sessions with your instructor are incredibly important, Mushi emphasized. You might go a month without any specific questions, feeling like your training is going smoothly. But sometimes, you'll suddenly hit a bottleneck or become confused about a detail. At these times, receiving immediate answers tailored to your individual needs from an experienced martial arts instructor is vastly different in efficiency and effectiveness than relying entirely on your own efforts. Often, a single word from your instructor can open your mind and save you from many detours. Oh right, Mushi recalled, in the martial arts university, whether it's at the school level, within each department, or even within each class, there are all sorts of rankings and competitions. There are monthly evaluations and annual competitions, and students who excel can receive generous rewards, such as rare training resources, partial authorization for high-level techniques, and even the opportunity to receive individual instruction from renowned teachers. At this point, Mushi's tone was filled with a hint of regret. Of course, my talent is average, and I've always been at the middle to lower level, so I haven't received any rewards. After listening to Mushi's description, Lin Qiye had a general understanding of life at the martial arts university. It sounds like the martial arts university does provide a very superior training environment and resource platform. Especially the instructor's answers to questions and nutritious meals are indeed very important aids for martial arts practice. It's just his current situation doesn't seem to be entirely applicable. Cultivation under the support of the system does not seem to require too much understanding and guidance. You only need to practice step by step to steadily improve. As for nutritious meals, they may help with physical recovery and the improvement of genetic potential, but is it necessary for him? However, Mushi mentioned the various rankings and competitions at the martial arts university, as well as the generous rewards. Rankings, competitions, rewards. These words instantly touched upon a sense of competitiveness and anticipation deep within him. After all, his current situation, although he seems to have average talent on the surface, is that he is only practicing the most basic radio gymnastics. But in fact, with the support of the system, his cultivation speed and potential have far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. As long as he is given enough time, whether it is radio gymnastics or other skills that may be unlocked in the future, he can quickly improve in a way that is almost cheating. A genius with incredible comprehension? Lin Qiye chewed over the words silently in his heart. Judging from the results of his cultivation alone, he truly deserves this evaluation. There is no need to understand bottlenecks, and no need for guidance from famous teachers. As long as you practice, you can break through and become stronger. Isn't this a true genius in cultivation? If I really entered the martial arts university and participated in those so-called rankings and competitions, judging from his current situation, can't he be easily crushed? When he thought of that scene, Lin Qiye's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? Who doesn't want to obtain those precious cultivation resources? If there are additional resources available to speed up the process, why not? He also wanted to know how far he could go in front of a true martial arts genius. Moreover, Mushi didn't say one thing, which was also known to everyone in the Galactic Empire. The martial arts licenses that ordinary people can access basically come from martial arts universities. In other words, if you don't enter a martial arts university, then the only famous martial arts you can access in your life is basically radio gymnastics. Therefore, if Lin Qiye wants to rely on the system to steadily improve, he also needs to constantly have new skills. The only way to do this is to enter a martial arts university. Chapter 021 Practicing Mind. What are the rewards for those rankings and competitions? Lin Qiye suppressed his excitement and asked casually. Mushi thought for a moment and said, there are many types of rewards. The most common is credit points, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, as long as you're in the top 10 in your class all year, the reward credit points can cover your tuition. There are also training resources, such as high-quality gene-enhancing potions and so on. Even more precious are the authorizations for martial arts techniques, and sometimes there are even partial training rights for special martial arts techniques or secret skills that are not disclosed to the public. Of course, the ultimate reward might be the opportunity to enter some secret realm for training, or receive personal guidance from a renowned martial arts master. Lin Qiye's eyes widened when he heard this. credit points, genetic medicine, technique authorization, secret realm cultivation, guidance from powerful masters. Each of these things has a huge appeal to him. If I can get these rewards, whether I use them to improve myself, improve my family life, or support Baimushi's cultivation, it will be great. It sounds quite interesting. Lin Xie touched his chin and said thoughtfully. The balance in his heart seemed to begin to tilt slightly towards going to martial arts university. After all, if you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a fool. Moreover, although being an administrator on a farm is stable, the speed of advancement is ultimately limited. Martial arts university might really be a platform that can help him take off faster. Baimushi looked at the glint in Lin Xie's eyes, smiled gently, and said, well, after I break through, we'll plan it out. When Lin Xie heard Baimushi's plans for the future, his heart moved and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He grinned and said with a hint of sarcasm, wife, is there a possibility that I can break through to the warrior realm faster than you? Upon hearing this, Baimushi was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Of course, she didn't believe that Lin Xie could become a warrior faster than her. After all, she is now standing at the threshold of 9.5% genetic potential, only one step away from becoming a warrior. The more you practice genetic potential, the harder it becomes. It took Baimushi 8 years to go from 6.5% to 9.5%, and that was at a private martial arts university. Lin Xie currently only has 6.55% of his genetic potential, and he is still practicing basic radio gymnastics. If Lin Xie continued to practice like this, Baimushi felt that it would be amazing for him to become a warrior within 20 years. In her opinion, catching up with her or even surpassing her was completely impossible. However, in order to maintain her man's face and to express her encouragement and love for him, Baimushi hugged Lin Xie's arm and said, yes, yes, yes. My husband is the best. I believe you can do it. I just wait for you to become a great warrior. After saying that, she winked at Lin Xie playfully, her eyes moving around and her charm evident. Lin Xie laughed out loud at her cute look, but he secretly made up his mind. Provide for you? Of course. Besides, I will definitely become a warrior faster than you. Looking at Baimushi's gentle smile, Lin Xie reached out, held her in his arms, and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Don't worry, honey, we will all become warriors, and we will be very powerful ones. Baimushi snuggled in Lin Xie's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and the warm breath coming from his body, her heart filled with peace and happiness. Although she didn't think Lin Xie could break through faster than her, she liked his confidence and his enthusiasm for working hard for her. With a husband like this, what more could I ask for? Perhaps, this was the most correct decision she made in choosing Lin Xie. As for who becomes a warrior first and who supports whom, it is actually not that important to her. What's important is that they now rely on each other and work together for a better future. That's enough. The 2 days of rest passed quickly. In the early morning of weekdays, the express train platform at the entrance of Shenyang Huayuan community is becoming more and more lively. Lin Xie found that he was getting to know more and more high school classmates. Obviously, as the graduation placement process progresses, more and more students have completed partner matching and are assigned to nearby communities and jobs. When people meet, they inevitably ask each other about their recent situation, talk about work, and talk about their newly formed families. Some are happy, some are sad. Some students have matched with partners who are of good condition and have relatively easy jobs, and their faces are filled with anticipation for a new life. Some students also seem to be dissatisfied with the current situation. They sigh and complain about the boring resettlement work and the unsatisfactory partners. Lin Xie just listened silently, occasionally agreeing with a few words, and did not participate too much in their discussion. To him, none of this matters. What is important is that he is steadily getting stronger every day. Moreover, he found a bug. That is, no matter whether his radio gymnastics movements are standard or not, or whether he uses all his strength. As long as he completes a complete cycle of a set of radio gymnastics, the progress bar on the system panel will actually increase. In addition, with the steady improvement of genetic potential, Lin Xie's physical and mental strength also increased. The most intuitive manifestation is that now when he works on the farm during the day, he can easily take a break and practice radio gymnastics twice, which basically does not consume any physical energy. After returning home and having dinner, he temporarily stopped teaching the 8 treasures exercise, which was progressing slowly, and devoted all his energy to practicing radio gymnastics. If he performs level 3 radio gymnastics with all his strength according to the standard requirements, he will probably feel exhausted and his body will reach its limit after practicing it for the 4th time in a row. But if you just go through the motions, with your movements sloppy and not striving for ultimate power, and just demonstrating the moves completely, then he can persist in practicing 8, 10, or even 20 times. So, at night, a strange scene took place in the house. Lin Xie's radio gymnastics movements are becoming more and more freehand. Sometimes he staggered from side to side, sometimes he looked weak and powerless. It was not at all obvious that he was practicing seriously, but rather just casually stretching his muscles. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She couldn't help herself and asked doubtfully, "Shi Yi, is it really useful for you to practice like this? Your movements are all deformed." Lin Xie was gesturing with his hands and feet. He smiled and said mysteriously, "Wife, you don't understand this, do you? I call this training the mind, not the form. The focus is on the mind, not the moves. The key is to understand the essence of gymnastics." Practicing mind? Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie as pretending to be profound but actually a little funny look, and shook her head helplessly. She felt that her husband was sometimes like a child who never grew up and liked to do all kinds of weird things. "Okay, take your time to practice your mind. I'm going to bed first. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest early." Bai Mushi yawned, gave some instructions, and then ignored her funny husband and went to bed. Seeing that Bai Mushi stopped asking questions, Lin Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued his slacking off practice. In this way, he was able to practice radio gymnastics several times more than before. Although his body still felt tired, the pleasure of seeing the progress bar rise rapidly made him enjoy it. When they woke up the next morning, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, who was still in good spirits, and asked curiously, "What time did you go to bed last night?" Lin Xie laughed and said, "I fell asleep not long after you fell asleep." Of course, he would not tell Bai Mushi that he had been practicing until midnight. Chapter 022, Moderation. Lin Xie quietly glanced at his attribute panel. Exercise method, Level 3 Radio Gymnastics set 128-1130. He was delighted. Yesterday alone, he completed 10 rounds of radio gymnastics exercises. He slacked off on the farm twice during the day, and then went home at night. After Bai Mushi fell asleep, he secretly practiced 8 more times. According to this progress, you only need to practice 19 more times, which is less than 2 days. Very good. If I keep going like this, I will definitely be able to break through to level 4 tomorrow night. Lin Xie thought to himself. He thought about it and decided to work harder today. Maybe he could reach level 4 tonight. By then, genetic potential will be further improved. That day in the farmland, Lin Xie fully exerted his subjective initiative, took advantage of various fragmented gaps, squeezed out time, and completed 4 rounds of radio gymnastics training. The progress bar on the system panel is moving forward steadily. Exercise method, Level 3 Radio Gymnastics set 128-1530. 15 more times to go. Lin Xie muttered to himself. According to his current slacking method, one session of radio gymnastics takes about 45 minutes. 15 times, which is about a little more than 11 hours, less than 12 hours. If I get home at 6 p.m. and practice till the early hours. If I stay up all night tonight, I can indeed reach level 4. As soon as this thought came up, Lin Xie felt a little excited. But, isn't this a bit too much? Lin Xie hesitated. But soon, he became resolute again. Let's fight. What kind of fight is this? Now I have such a heaven-defying system and the opportunity to change my fate. If I don't give it a try, wouldn't I be so sorry for myself? Besides, many people want to try, but they don't have the opportunity one have now. If you try, your bicycle can become a motorcycle. After making up his mind, Lin Xie was full of energy. The next morning, when the clock struck 6 o'clock, Lin Xie breathed a long sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face. After a night of hard work, he finally succeeded. Ding! The level of the 128th Radio Gymnastics has been upgraded to level 4. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. In my mind, the system prompt sound came as expected. A warm current, stronger and more comfortable than before, surged from the body and quickly flowed through every part of the body. The intense sleepiness and physical fatigue caused by practicing all night were miraculously dissipated by this warm current. My spirit is lifted and my body seems to be injected with new energy. He immediately checked his property panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential 6.75%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness 63 plus. Spirit 67 plus. Psychic 12 plus. Exercises 128th set of radio gymnastics, level 4 140, 8 treasures exercise not yet started. Partner, by Mushi favorability 65. Offspring, 1 incubation. Success. Radio gymnastics level 4. Lin Xie was ecstatic. Genetic potential increased again by 0.2%, reaching 6.75%. There is only a 0.25% gap left to the 7% threshold for quasi warriors. According to his current training speed, it will probably take only a few days for the radio gymnastics to reach level 5. At this moment, Baimushi beside him seemed to be awakened by his movement and opened his eyes in a daze. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the energetic Lin Xie, and asked in surprise, Xie, why did you wake up so early? In her impression, Lin Xie usually stays in bed for a while in the morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately suppressed the excitement on his face, turned his head, showed Baimushi a bright smile, and nodded vigorously, yeah. The air is good in the morning, I feel energetic. Of course he wouldn't tell Baimushi that he hadn't slept all night. Express train station in the early morning. Lin Xie stood in the crowd. Although he tried hard to cheer himself up, he still felt sleepy and couldn't help yawning. Even after practicing all night, the body's instinctive reaction still exists, even with the recovery brought by the system upgrade. Hey, Lin Xie, what a coincidence! A familiar voice came. Lin Xie turned around and saw Wang Hao and Zhang Wei. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei saw Lin Xie looking a little tired and yawning, and they both smiled knowingly. Young man, please exercise moderation and take care of your health. The body is the capital of revolution. Chapter 023 Improve Again. Lin Xie was teased by the two and felt a bit helpless, but he had no way to explain it. After all, you can't say that you stayed up all night just to practice radio gymnastics, right? That's too unbelievable. He could only respond vaguely, yeah, I see. I've been a bit busy with work lately and haven't had enough rest. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei looked at each other, both showing an I understand expression, chuckled, and said no more. The suspended express train arrived at the station soon and the three of them got on the train together. Along the way, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei were still chatting enthusiastically about some trivial matters about work and family, and from time to time they wanted to pull Lin Xie to discuss together. Lin Xie was a little absent-minded, and most of his attention was focused on the changes in his body. After his radio gymnastics skills were upgraded to level 4, he could clearly feel another leap in his physical fitness. Strength, speed, and endurance have all been significantly improved, and the mind is more focused and the perception is sharper. Most importantly, he felt that he had greater control over his body. In the past, it was a bit difficult to do some difficult radio gymnastics movements. But now, I feel at ease, as if those movements have been engraved in my bones. If I test my punching strength again now, I should be able to break through 650 kilograms, right? Lin Xie was secretly looking forward to it. He currently has 6.75% of his genetic potential, and theoretically his maximum punching power should be around 700 kilograms. Although it cannot be fully utilized yet, it will definitely be a significant improvement compared to the previous 602 kilograms. After the radio gymnastics reaches level 5 and my genetic potential exceeds 7%, and I become a quasi warrior, I must go for another thorough test. Just as Lin Xie was secretly planning, the express line had already arrived at station 950. Lin Xie said goodbye to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei and went to their own farms. Farm 939, Section C7. As usual, Lin Xie first conducted a round of inspections on the crops and equipment in the area he was responsible for. Everything works fine. Then, he couldn't wait to start today's radio gymnastics practice. Although he stayed up all night last night, the recovery brought by the upgrade made him still energetic at the moment. Moreover, he found that after the radio gymnastics was upgraded to level 4, he seemed to be able to practice it more easily and the energy consumption was less than before. In the morning, he seized every opportunity and completed 2 more sessions of radio gymnastics. Exercise method, 128th radio gymnastics level 4 340. The progress bar moves forward steadily. After lunch, just as I was about to take a nap, the logistics manager drove over in a patrol car. Shaolin, are you busy? Manager Zhang greeted with a smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. Lin Xie responded quickly, I just finished my meal and am ready to take a break. Look, Supervisor Zhang took a data tablet from the car and handed it to Lin Xie. The farm is going to conduct a comprehensive survey of crop growth data soon. Every manager's area must be recorded in detail. Here are the specific requirements and forms. You can start this afternoon and complete it within 3 days. Lin Xie took the data tablet and took a quick look at it. The content of the census is much more detailed than routine inspections. It not only records the plant height, leaf color, and pest and disease conditions of crops, but also samples and analyzes soil moisture, nutrient content, etc. The workload is indeed not small. Okay, Manager Zhang, I understand. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Well, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After giving his instructions, Manager Zhang left. Lin Xie looked at the data tablet in his hand and sighed helplessly. It seems that my plan to slack off and practice in the afternoon will be ruined. However, the work still needs to be done seriously. In the afternoon, Lin Xie started working on the crop growth data census. He drove the cultivator 3 back and forth in area C7, carefully observing, recording, and taking samples. Although this work was tedious, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the land and the crops grown there. Lin Xie was busy until the end of the day and had barely completed 1/5 of the workload. It seems that it will really take 3 days to complete. Lin Xie rubbed his sore shoulders and said to himself. When I got home, Bai Mushi had already prepared dinner. Seeing Lin Xie's slightly tired look, she asked with concern, "Are you tired from work today?" Well, the farm needs to conduct a data census, so there's a lot to do. Lin Xie explained. Then you should eat quickly and have a good rest after eating. Bai Mushi said with concern. Lin Xie smiled and said, "How is your work?" Because Bai Mushi is already pregnant and has registered her pregnancy information in the citizen database. Soon, the relevant departments of the Galaxy government contacted her and arranged a mother position for her. The so-called mom post is a special post set up by the empire to take care of pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers. The working hours are relatively flexible and not very intensive, mainly to allow them to have a stable income during pregnancy and postpartum while also taking care of their families. The most important thing is that the workload is less, but the salary is not less than that of Lin Xie. This is an encouragement to have children. It is also the need for the banking empire to expand its territory. Bai Mushi was assigned to the second public elementary school in the nearby community as a first-grade martial arts teacher. This position is absolutely perfect for her. She is a quasi martial artist herself and has experience in tutoring children in the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. She is more than qualified to teach first graders the most basic martial arts moves and radio gymnastics. Moreover, the working hours of the elementary school are relatively fixed, and school ends early in the afternoon, which gives her more time to rest and cultivate herself. Bai Mushi and Lin Xie were both very satisfied with this arrangement. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie with a sincere smile on her face. Lin Xie, thank you. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for choosing me," Bai Mushi said in a low voice, with a hint of complicated emotions in her eyes. Lin Xie held her hand and said seriously, "Mushi, we are partners. It would be too awkward to say these things. Also, I want to thank you for being willing to bear children for me and run this family with me." The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. After dinner, Lin Xie did not start practicing immediately as usual, but instead accompanied Bai Mushi in the living room to watch the Star Network video for a while. Lin Xie looked at her gentle profile, his heart filled with warmth. It was almost 9 o'clock and Bai Mushi felt a little sleepy, so she went back to her room to rest. Lin Xie started his overtime training tonight. He wants to make up for the training progress he lost during the day. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, only Lin Xie was sweating in the training room, and the progress bar on the system panel was constantly jumping, bearing witness to his efforts and persistence. In the blink of an eye, another week of hard work has passed. On the last working day of the week, which was the 7th day of the week in the zodiac calendar, Lin Xie once again chose to practice all night long. Although the farm data census work took up a lot of his daytime time, he relied on overtime at night and the hard work all night on Zhou Qi to successfully upgrade the level of the 128th set of radio gymnastics again. When the first ray of virtual sunlight in the morning shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, the system prompt toned that he had been looking forward to so much rang in Lin Xie's mind. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics has been upgraded to level 5. Chapter 020 for the first maximum level. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics has been upgraded to level 5. Host gene potential plus 0.25%. In an instant, a warm current, more powerful and pure than any previous one, surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell is cheering, as if it has experienced a thorough baptism and transformation. His body, his spirit, his perception, at this moment, all reached a new height. Drowsiness and fatigue were instantly swept away. Instead, I was filled with unprecedented energy and a sense of control. Lin Chia suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly. He could clearly feel that something inside his body seemed to be broken, and an invisible shackle was broken open. He immediately couldn't wait to check his properties panel. Host, Lin Chia. Genetic potential 7.00%, plus 0.25%. Physical fitness 68 plus. Spirit 70 plus. Psycho 13 plus. Exercises, 128th set of radio gymnastics, level 5 150, 8 treasures exercises not yet mastered. Partner, by Mushi favorability 70. Offspring, 1 incubation. 7%. Finally reached. Lin Chia looked at the 7% clearly displayed in the genetic potential column and was so excited that he almost jumped out of the bed. Quasi warrior. From today on, he, Lin Chia, is also a true quasi warrior. Moreover, after the radio gymnastics was upgraded to level 5, the progress bar reached 50 times. Although the number of times has increased, he believes that with his current training speed and perseverance, this is not a problem. What surprised him even more was that Bai Mushi's favorability had unknowingly increased to 70 points. This shows that the relationship between them is developing in a better and better direction. Great joy and a sense of accomplishment filled Lin Chia's heart, but along with it came an intense feeling of fatigue from practicing all night. Although the recovery brought by the upgrade is significant, the body's instinct is to rest. He forced himself to glance at Bai Mushi, who was sleeping beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and then he could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chia slept particularly soundly this time. He had a dream in which he became a powerful warrior and set foot on a new journey with Bai Mushi, becoming pioneers. In the blink of an eye, 45 days passed. Lin Chia's life is regular and fulfilling. He practices fishing on the farm during the day and goes home to enjoy Bai Mushi's tenderness at night. During these 45 days, Bai Mushi has completely adapted to the role of an elementary school martial arts teacher. Her belly also began to bulge slightly, adding a soft maternal glow to her heroic temperament. And today, Lin Chia also ushered in his first full-level martial arts. Level 10 Radio Gymnastics. Ding! The level of the 128th radio gymnastics set has been upgraded to level 10 maximum level. Congratulations to the host, you've reached the maximum level. Host's genetic potential plus 1%. Host, Lin Chia. Genetic potential, 9.5%. Physical fitness, 90 plus. Spirit, 90 plus. Psychic power, 19 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 1. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 80. Offspring, 1 incubation. 9.5%. He only needs the last 0.5% to truly enter the realm of warrior. Lin Chia felt the surging power in his body, and every cell was filled with explosive energy. This feeling is far beyond any previous upgrade. He even had the illusion that he could beat up his current self from 2 months ago with one punch. He didn't plan to test his strength for the time being because there was no need. In this stage of rapid growth and strength, any test data will quickly become outdated, and exposing one's strength will instead cause unnecessary trouble. Low-key development is the right way. What surprised Lin Chia was that when the radio gymnastics reached the maximum level 10, all the difficult and confusing obstacles in his mind about the 8 treasures exercise suddenly became clear as if ice and snow had melted. Every force-generating technique and every breath flow became extremely clear and came naturally. On the system panel, 8 treasures skill not beginner quietly changed to 8 treasures skill level 1. He got started. However, when he tried to use his mind to check the progress of his practice of 8 treasures exercise, he found that there was nothing behind it, and there was no progress bar 0xx like the one for radio gymnastics. Sure enough, Lin Chia understood. The progress bar of the radio gymnastics represents the authority to practice the exercises, and was a system reward given to Bai Mushi when she was pregnant. However, the system did not reward the right to practice 8 treasures skill. This means that although he relied on his full understanding of radio gymnastics to get started with the 8 treasures exercises, But for subsequent improvements, one must rely on one's own talent and hard work, just like Baimushi, to polish and break through bit by bit. The highway of radio gymnastics has come to an end. Next, it is the slow ordinary person cultivation mode again. The morning sun shines through the window and gently falls on the bed. Lin Qiye turned his head and looked at Baimushi, who was still sleeping beside him. 3 months pregnant, her sleeping face became more and more peaceful, and her slightly bulging belly covered by the thin blanket outlined a curve of life. Although she knew that Lin Qiye had been making progress, she could never have imagined that the man beside her had the same genetic potential as hers. She just thought that it was a remarkable achievement for Lin Qiye to reach the 7% threshold within a few years with this basic skill. Lin Qiye's gaze fell on her slightly bulging belly, and his expression became complicated. Baimushi seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Qiye's focused gaze. What are you looking at? She subconsciously pulled the quilt with a hint of laziness as if she had just woken up. Her pretty face flushed slightly and she felt a little shy. Lin Qiye did not answer, he was thinking about something else. The 8 treasures skill could not be upgraded quickly, which meant that if he wanted to rely on his own hard work to break through to 10% and become a warrior, he didn't know how long it would take. Just like Baimushi said, you can become a warrior in 3-5 years. This is too slow. How can I get system rewards faster? The core of the system is more children, more blessings. Giving birth to children one by one is too inefficient. It is impossible to maximize the advantages of the system. We must find a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility that was almost crazy, but extremely reasonable. A way that would allow him to truly break free from his restraints and soar into the sky. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Chapter 025, An Alternative Way. The next day after get off work, Lin Qiye looked at Baimushi, who was watering several pots of exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile looked particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, walked forward, and gently put his arms around her waist from behind. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. What's the matter? Baimushi put down the kettle, leaned in his arms, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. I want to go to the fertility management center. Lin Qiye said in a relaxed tone. Baimushi was stunned for a moment, turned around, and looked at him puzzledly. What are you going there for? I saw a promotion on Star Network, saying that they are now encouraging the dissemination of high-quality genes. If you go to the center to register and sell your fertility information, you can get a lot of credit points at a time. Lin Qiye said seriously, I want to give it a try and earn some money for milk powder. Hearing this, Baimushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out and tapped his forehead with her finger, saying jokingly, What are you thinking about? A prospective warrior is rewarded with 5,000 credit points for registering once. An ordinary person like you would only get 500 credit points at most, and that's only if all your physical indicators are in excellent health. It's not worth it to go through so much trouble for a few $100s. What if I can also get 5,000? Lin Qiye had a mysterious smile on his face. The smile on Baimushi's face froze instantly. She stared into Lin Qiye's eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. Your genetic potential has reached 7%? Lin Qiye smiled, but did not answer directly. He just said ambiguously, yes. Baimushi obviously didn't believe it, but after looking at Lin Qiye, she didn't try to stop him again. In her opinion, men are definitely looking for information about where there are collection robots, out of curiosity. Just go there and have fun. You can't be jealous of the collection robot. Just like that, an hour later, Lin Qiye arrived at the Fertility Management Center in the city. This is a white building full of technology. The interior environment is bright and clean, and the air is filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. As soon as he walked into the hall, a female staff member wearing a fitted professional suit and black stockings on her legs, with a capable temperament, came up to him with a smile. Hello sir, how can I help you? Lin Qiye originally felt a little embarrassed and planned to look for the office by himself according to the signs, but since the staff came over on their own initiative, he simply explained his purpose. As if they had seen this happen many times, the staff member showed no sign of strangeness, maintaining a professional smile and making a very natural please gesture. Yes, sir, please follow me. The information registration is on the second floor. There are special instructions and a separate reception room. 2 hours later, Lin Qiye came out of the Fertility Management Center feeling refreshed. On the personal terminal, a transfer record of 5,000 credit points is clearly visible. Hey, this is a really good way to make money. Most importantly, fertility information from would-be warriors is extremely sought after. Maybe I'll be able to conceive soon. I just don't know if this method of pregnancy meets the system's standards. Lin Xie touched his chin and thought happily in his heart. At this moment, the grand mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Xie's mind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. Taurus Official Revised Edition 8 Treasures Exercise Cultivation permissions are now open. In an instant, Lin Qiyu felt his mind become clear. My original understanding of the 8 treasures skill was a bit awkward, but now it was like an epiphany, and every detail and every key point became extremely clear. He immediately checked the system panel. Exercises, set 128 of Radio Gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 1020. Done. My own method really works. And I didn't expect it to be so fast. He certainly knew that in this era, there were a large number of single women. They may have missed out on finding a partner for various reasons, and as they grow older, they accept being single, but still desire to have their own offspring. After all, the galactic government's rewards for childbirth are extremely generous, whether it is birth allowances or welfare benefits and housing, education, medical care, etc., which are enough for a single mother to live a pretty good life with her children. The only legal way for these women to have children is to apply to a fertility management center and match the appropriate genetic information. In the center's gene bank, the genetic data of prospective warriors and warriors are extremely rare, and most of them belong to ordinary people. Therefore, Lin Xie was very clear that his genetic information of a quasi warrior with a potential of up to 9.5% was definitely a hot commodity in the market. It is the top resource coveted by countless single women who desire to have an outstanding offspring. However, he hadn't expected it to be so popular. Not long after it was entered into the gene bank, it was immediately matched successfully and conception was completed. That's great. Lin Xie was ecstatic. This means that he can quickly obtain system rewards in this way. Looking at the words, 8 treasure skill level 1020, on the system panel, Lin Xie thought. You can reach level 2 after 20 times of practice. It can be seen that the 8 treasures exercise is indeed better than the popular radio gymnastics. At the same time, this is countless times faster than if he practiced hard on his own. When Bai Mushi returned home and saw Lin Xie coming back, she immediately asked, "How is it?" Lin Xie smiled and shook the personal terminal on his wrist. "Look." Bai Mushi leaned over to take a look, and when she saw the payment record of 5,000 credit points, she still couldn't believe it. But when Lin Xie handed her the genetic potential assessment certificate with the official seal of the Fertility Management Center, her eyes instantly widened like copper bells. At the bottom of the evaluation certificate, the string of bold and enlarged numbers struck her mind like thunder. 9.5%. How is this possible? Bai Mushi's voice was trembling. She looked at the certificate again and again to make sure she was not dazzled. Lin Xie looked at her shocked expression, chuckling inwardly. He walked forward, pulled her into his arms, and explained with the words he had prepared long ago, "I don't know why, honey. Maybe you are my lucky star. After being with you, I feel like I've suddenly become enlightened. My cultivation is much more efficient, and I'm making progress every day." This half-true, half-false explanation is the only reason Lin Xie can give now. Although rare, similar examples do exist. Bai Mushi bit her lips tightly, her chest heaving violently. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, leaving her mind blank. She raised her head and looked at her man's face. This partner whom she once thought was of average talent, actually suddenly became smart? After a long silence, the confusion and shock in her eyes were gradually replaced by an unprecedented firmness and decisiveness. She suddenly grabbed Lin Xie's hand and said in an unquestionable tone. "You should have said it earlier. With 9.5% potential, you're still farming on the farm. Isn't that a waste of resources? Tomorrow. We'll sign up tomorrow. Tuition is not a problem. I can lend you the money. Chapter 026 Sign Up." Lin Xie looked at the unquestionable fire in Bai Mushi's eyes, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. In fact, the emotional foundation between the two parties is not that deep. It is just a match that is mutually agreed upon. 2 months ago, Bai Mushi agreed to become his partner, mainly because he was willing to support her in continuing her studies at the private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, when this woman learned that he possessed top-notch talent, her first reaction was not jealousy or uneasiness, but to give her all to pave the way for him. Even though she herself was still burdened with nearly $1 million in debt, she did not hesitate to borrow more money for him. He reached out his hand and hugged Baimushi, whose body was trembling slightly with excitement, tightly into his arms. His chin rested lightly on the top of her head, and his voice was gentle but firm. "Wife, your words are more important than anything else." Baimushi lay in his arms, her emotions still struggling to calm down. You idiot. You have such a great talent, why didn't you tell me earlier? The tuition at the private martial arts university is expensive, but after you get in, there are plenty of opportunities to earn it back. Lin Xie smiled and said, "It's okay. If it doesn't work, I will continue to sell my fertility information." Baimushi blushed immediately and punched Lin Xie with her fist. She broke free from Lin Xie's arms, the blush on her face not yet completely faded. She picked up her personal terminal and tapped the light screen with her fingers quickly. "There's no time to hesitate." Baimushi's tone was filled with an undeniable sense of urgency. The deadline for registration for this year's private martial arts university is the day after tomorrow at 5 p.m. We must decide now. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment and asked, "How much is the registration fee?" "The registration fee is a uniform 100,000 credit points," Baimushi said without looking up. "After successful registration, there will be a screening exam. The Examination Management Center will determine whether your overall score meets the admission requirements of certain private martial arts universities based on your overall scores. These universities will then offer corresponding rewards, such as waived registration and tuition fees." She paused, then looked up, her eyes brightening dramatically. "With your 9.5% potential, as long as you perform normally on the screening exam, getting into a mid-level private university and getting a half scholarship shouldn't be a problem. The teaching level at the lower level is too poor. Although the registration fee and tuition fee can be waived, it is not worth it." "And there's a full scholarship?" Lin Xie asked in surprise. "What about a top private university?" Baimushi looked at Lin Xie and said, "If it's one of the top 10 private universities, you can definitely get in, but forget about the registration fee and scholarship. Those places are basically reserved for those martial arts geniuses who have successfully advanced to martial arts before the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately asked curiously, "Martial arts geniuses? Weren't they already selected by public martial arts universities during the martial arts college entrance examination? Why are they still coming to private universities?" Upon hearing this, Baimushi shook his head, with a hint of insight in his eyes that only experienced people could have. "You're oversimplifying things. Do you think only public universities compete for talent?" she explained. "For those truly top-tier talents, both private and public universities have already been frantically competing for them long before the college entrance exam, or even during their freshman and sophomore years of high school. You don't know that truly top-tier private martial arts universities are no less capable than public universities in terms of faculty and training resources, and in some specific areas, they even surpass them. As for those true geniuses," Baimushi said with a hint of emotion, "tuition isn't even a consideration. Think about it, to achieve a breakthrough and become a warrior in high school, one must have strong family financial support. When they choose a school, they prioritize whether it can provide the most suitable development path for them, the best instructors, and the broadest network of connections." Lin Xie was stunned when he heard this. What Baimushi said was completely a world he had never encountered before. But if you think about it carefully, this is indeed the truth. The high school he attended was just an ordinary public high school. Its best class, the so-called key class, was said to have produced several would-be warriors, which was enough for the school to publicize. As for the martial arts genius that Baimushi mentioned, I'm afraid those people are in the key classes of the top key high schools in the entire galaxy? That was a circle that he couldn't even see when he looked up before. Seeing Lin Xie's thoughtful expression, Baimushi took a deep breath and said firmly, "Don't think too much. It has nothing to do with us. Our current goal is to seize this opportunity. The 100,000 registration fee, let's work together to find a solution." Lin Xie came back to his senses and quickly pulled her back. "Wife, you still owe 900,000. Baimushi saw a hint of guilt and hesitation in Lin Xie's eyes, but she smiled instead, with a smile that was open-minded and confident. "Those are interest-free loans, and I've now saved up another 50,000 credit points." Lin Xie's heart was shocked again. These 50,000 credit points are what Baimushi prepared for her own tuition. And now, she seemed to be determined to place this hope on herself without hesitation. "But the registration fee is 100,000, which is still half of the total. Even if you sign up, there is still a tuition fee of 100,000 yuan per year. Do I really have to take a gamble on that scholarship? Lin Qiye looked at Bai Mushi's determined eyes, and the blood in his heart was ignited. Bet. Why not bet? He now has 9.5% of his potential, coupled with an incredible system. If you don't even have this little bit of confidence, how can you become a strong person? Lin Qiye nodded heavily. Okay. I've been working here for 2 months, and with my previous savings, I have about 10,000. For the remaining 40,000, I'll take out a consumer loan. Bai Mushi nodded and started operating on her personal terminal quickly. Soon, a crisp prompt sound came from the personal terminal on Lin Qiye's wrist. Ding! You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Bai Mushi didn't give Lin Qiye a chance to refuse and urged him, hurry. Sign up now. Don't miss the time. Looking at the number 50,000 on the screen, Lin Qiye felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions and determination in his heart, and nodded heavily. Chapter 027 I Can't Stop Practicing. Lin Qiye first found the consumer loan of the payment system in the terminal. Because of my current job, I can get a consumer loan limit of up to 50,000 yuan. Take them all out. Then, the unified registration portal for private universities of the Galaxy Ministry of Education was opened. Identity verification, uploading of genetic potential assessment certificate. Finally, on the payment page, he entered the amount of 100,000 credit points. The balance is still over 10,000. I owe the bank 50,000. Ding! Registration fee has been paid. Citizen Lin Qiye ID, you have successfully registered for the joint screening exam for the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 Galaxy. The exam time, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please check it carefully. Registration successful. Looking at these 4 words, Lin Qiye breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time ignited a burning fighting spirit. He turned to look at Bai Mushi and asked curiously, wife, what exactly is this screening exam about? What does it test? Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Bai Mushi quickly checked the relevant information on her personal terminal and said, let me see what has happened in the past 2 years. It was already 8 years ago when I was there, so the process must have changed. Her fingers slid quickly across the light curtain, and her brows gradually furrowed. Back then, it was very simple. It was just basic physical fitness tests, such as punching power, speed, nerve reaction, and mental strength. I put the data out there, and the major universities looked at the data and selected the players. But Bai Mushi's expression suddenly became a little strange. She enlarged a piece of information and read it carefully several times. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and confusion. What's wrong? Lin Qiye's heart skipped a beat when he saw that her expression was not right. Bai Mushi raised her head and said in an almost absurd tone, last year and the year before last, the screening exam turned into a practical exam? She pointed at the information on the terminal and showed it to Lin Qiye. The first stage of the dungeon practical exam is for all candidates to enter the first floor of the dungeon. Monsters will appear in the dungeon, and candidates will be ranked based on their time to clear the dungeon. Is this just the first stage? The subsequent stages are likely kept secret, so ordinary people won't be able to see the relevant information. Bai Mushi couldn't help but complain, is it so curvy now? Lin Qiye looked at the shocked and worried expression on Bai Mushi's face, but suddenly he felt heroic. He put his arm around her shoulders and said confidently, go ahead and roll up, who's afraid of who? Bai Mushi was infected by his soaring passion, and the worry in her heart was instantly replaced by an inexplicable trust and pride. She raised her head and looked at the fighting spirit flashing in Lin Qiye's eyes. I just think that he is so handsome at this moment. Yes. Bai Mushi nodded heavily, a fire in her eyes. That's right. Now that you've signed up, you should give it your all. The stronger you are, the higher your exam ranking will be, the better school you can go to, and the more rewards you'll get. The goal is clear, all that remains is to give it your all. Lin Qiye knew that the most important thing for him now was to race against time and improve his strength and genetic potential as quickly as possible. Lin Qiye immediately called the logistics manager, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, I signed up for the screening exam for a private martial arts university and would like to apply for unpaid leave. On the other end of the phone, Manager Zhang was silent for a moment, and then a sigh was heard. Shaolin, have you thought it through? I've made up my mind, Manager Zhang, I want to try again. Lin Qia's tone was extremely firm. Okay. Supervisor Zhang's voice was tinged with regret. I respect your choice. According to regulations, citizens who accept resettlement and then choose to continue their studies can apply for unpaid leave, retaining their original position for up to 2 years. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Manager Zhang. After hanging up the phone, Manager Zhang shook his head and complained to the others in the office. Another impulsive young person. Xiao Lin from Farm 939 has only been working there for 2 months, and he suddenly wants to apply to a private university. There was an immediate echo of agreement in the office. Every year there are always 1 or 2 who won't turn back until they hit a wall. That's right. You could live a peaceful life but insist on making trouble. In the end, you still come back in disgrace. Young people always think they can achieve a different life. I understand. Lin Xia naturally knew nothing about these discussions and didn't care much about them. After quitting his job, he devoted all his time and energy to the practice of 8 treasures Kung Fu. Seeing how dedicated he was, Bai Mushi offered to continue coaching him, helping him polish the details and improve efficiency. However, Lin Xia waved his hand and rejected her kindness. Wife, no need, I can do it myself. Just kidding, if I follow Bai Mushi's standard and methodical training method, not only will it be slow, it will also be very tiring. How could it be as refreshing as his own slacking off method? As long as you practice the moves, the progress bar will increase, the physical energy consumption will be small, and the speed will be more than twice as fast. So, that eye-catching scene was staged again in the practice room at home. Lin Qia's 8 treasures Kung Fu was performed in a free and unrestrained and unconstrained manner, without any rules or rules at all, and was just a complete mess. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her eyebrows tightly twisted into a knot. This is simply challenging the martial arts training concepts she has established over the years. She really wanted to rush up, grab Lin Qia's arm, and tell him loudly, it's wrong for you to practice like this. It's totally wrong. However, when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She recalled that for the past 2 months, Lin Xia had been practicing in this blind practice method. Isn't it just increasing the genetic potential to 9.5%? Could it be that the cultivation method of geniuses is really different from that of ordinary people like us? This absurd thought popped up in Bai Mushi's mind involuntarily. Perhaps he really does have his own unique cultivation habits and insights? Thinking of this, Bai Mushi's frown gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of helplessness and a bit of curiosity. She no longer tried to correct Lin Xia, but just sat quietly by the side, watching him dancing with joy, thinking to herself, okay, I don't understand the world of geniuses. As long as he feels that it works, that's enough. 8 treasures exercise is indeed an advanced exercise. Even if Lin Xia uses the fishing slacking method, the consumption of physical and mental energy is far from comparable to the 128th set of radio gymnastics. The night gradually faded away, and the sky outside the window turned pale. After practicing for 15 consecutive times, Lin Xia already felt that his limbs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. But he glanced at the clear progress bar in his mind, 15-20. Only 5 times. As long as he persists for 5 more times, he will be able to break through again. Let's fight. Lin Xia gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words. He once again forced himself to support his exhausted body and plunged into a new round of training. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Bai Mushi rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out in a daze. When she saw the figure still sweating profusely in the practice room, she instantly woke up, froze for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Husband, you didn't sleep?" Lin Xia had entered a semi-trance state at this moment. All his mind was immersed in cultivation and fighting fatigue. He didn't hear Bai Mushi's words at all. He just relied on his strong willpower to repeat the actions mechanically. Nearly another hour passed, and when he finally finished a round of practice and reluctantly stopped, he noticed Bai Mushi standing at the door. He gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "I practiced so much. I just couldn't stop." At this moment, Lin Xia was in an extremely miserable state. He was drenched in sweat, looking like he had just been pulled out of the water. There was a pool of sweat on the floor beneath my feet, and I could even see some white salt particles that had precipitated from the dried sweat. But his bloodshot eyes were burning with raging fire as he stared at the invisible progress bar, frantically squeezing out the last bit of potential in his body. Chapter 028 Critical Period. Bai Mushi felt a little distressed when she saw him like this. She quickly washed up and quickly prepared a nutritious breakfast. She walked to the door of the practice room, waved her snow-white little fist, and cheered him up. "Hubby, come on." But she couldn't help but remind him, "Hubby, you also need to rest. I'm going to work first." Mushi's job as a mom is very easy now. She usually only has to attend classes for half a day and can go home in the afternoon. Lin Xie squeezed out a word from his throat. Mushi looked at him deeply before turning around and leaving reluctantly. After hearing the door closing, Lin Xie forced himself to complete another round of training. Then, he dragged his heavy steps to the dining table and looked at the loving breakfast that Mushi prepared for him, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He devoured the food ravenously and felt a little strength returning to his body. After a brief rest, he stood up again. 3 more times. 3 hours later, when he was about to faint, the long-awaited voice finally rang out in his mind like the sound of nature. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 2. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 9.7%. Physical fitness, 93 plus. Spirit, 93 plus. Psychic power, 20 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 2040. Partner, Mushi favorability 75. Offspring, 2 in development. In an instant, a warm current of energy, purer and more powerful than any previous one, exploded in his body like a volcanic eruption. Lin Xie suddenly felt that his hand, which was so sore that he could hardly lift it, was suddenly filled with explosive power. Every cell in the body is greedily absorbing this energy and undergoing a radical transformation. The body, which was originally exhausted to the extreme due to practicing all night, was instantly restored to its peak state under the impact of this energy. It was even stronger and more energetic than before. He could even hear the crackling sound of his bones, and his muscles and fascia became tougher and stronger. 9.7%. There is only a 0.3% gap to the realm of warrior. Lin Xie clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, with a gleam in his eyes. I'm so hungry. At this moment, the door was opened with a click. Mushi came back carrying bags of vegetables. Seeing Lin Xie standing in the living room in high spirits, emitting an indescribable powerful aura, she was stunned for a moment. Wife, I'm so hungry. Lin Xie's eyes lit up when he saw her and he immediately shouted. Ah? Oh, okay. Mushi was startled back to her senses by his powerful voice and quickly responded, okay, I'll do it right now. She put all the dishes into the kitchen and started working quickly. 20 minutes later, when Mushi brought out the first plate of fragrant fried meat, Lin Xie, who had just come out of the bathroom, sat down without saying a word and devoured the food like a whirlwind, finishing the whole plate of food and a large bowl of rice in no time. When Mushi brought out the second dish, she was stunned when she saw the empty plates and bowls on the table. Lin Xie unceremoniously picked up the second dish and praised vaguely, Wife, your cooking is so delicious. Mushi immediately realized that this was a sign of excessive consumption during practice and the body urgently needed to replenish energy. She quickly turned around and rushed into the kitchen again, and cooked all the ingredients originally prepared for lunch and afternoon meals. I thought to myself, I'll go out and buy some in the afternoon. I can't let my husband go hungry. So, after the meal, Lin Xie ate 3 or 4 times the usual amount, finished all the rice in the rice cooker, and swept through 4 plates of dishes. Only then did he burp contentedly, feeling that he was finally full. Mushi looked at the clean dishes on the table. Instead of feeling distressed, she smiled and said gently, Go to bed when you're full. You haven't slept all night. Yeah. Lin Xie nodded. He did feel a little sleepy, so he walked into the bedroom obediently and fell asleep. He slept soundly that night. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside the window and it was time for dinner. At the dinner table, Lin Xie continued to eat voraciously. Although his appetite was not as exaggerated as at noon, it was more than double that of usual. Mushi sat opposite, watching Lin Xie eat quietly, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings and thoughts. She remembered something her martial arts teacher had said when she was in martial arts university. When your cultivation reaches a bottleneck, or is about to break through, your body will instinctively send out signals. One of the most common manifestations is a sudden increase in appetite. This means your body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seize this critical period, intensify your cultivation, and replenish your nutrition. It's very likely that you will break through to the next level in a short period of time. Bai Mushi remembered that the teacher said at that time that if one seizes this critical period, a prospective warrior will most likely be able to reach the warrior level within 1-2 years. She looked at Lin Xie, who was eating voraciously, and an idea that even she herself found a little unbelievable was growing wildly in her mind. Lin Xie, could it be that he has reached this critical period? Could he really become a warrior within 2 years? Bai Mushi's heart was pounding. Chapter 29: Lin's Mother's Call. 3 days later, in the training room, Lin Xie was immersed in the practice of 8 treasures Kung Fu. The personal terminal on my wrist suddenly vibrated and issued a message alert tone. However, Lin Xie was now at a critical moment in his cultivation. He could feel the energy in his body gathering and impacting an invisible barrier. He ignored the prompts on the terminal and continued to persevere. Another 2 hours passed, and when he finally completed the last round of training, the familiar system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 3. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 9.9%. Physical fitness, 95 plus. Spirit, 95 plus. Psychic power, 21 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 3060. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 75. Offspring, 2 in development. 9.9%. Lin Xie's breathing suddenly became heavy, and an incredible light flashed in his eyes. Only the last 0.1% left. He only has this last and most difficult step left to reach the realm of a true warrior. The huge consumption brought by the breakthrough made him feel a strong sense of hunger again. Ha! Lin Xie? I haven't seen you for several days. Following the sound, they saw Wang Hao and his friend Zhang Xian. Wang Hao looked at Lin Xie curiously. He hadn't seen Lin Xie at the express station for several days. Lin Xie smiled and didn't intend to hide it, so he said directly, "Well, I stopped working on the farm and planned to apply to a private martial arts university." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Hao's expression changed instantly and his smile froze on his face. Zhang Xian, who was standing beside him, immediately revealed an expression of surprise and envy, and quickly congratulated him. "Wow! That's amazing! Congratulations!" Wang Hao also reacted and quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, congratulations! Xie, you are really good. You are a hidden talent." After a few simple greetings, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi continued their walk and passed them by. When Lin Xie and Bai Mushi walked away, Zhang Xian was still immersed in shock. She couldn't help but pull Wang Hao's arm and sighed, "Your classmate is so rich. He can actually go to a private martial arts university. The tuition and application fees are not cheap." "Yeah." Wang Hao nodded and looked in the direction where Lin Xie left with complicated eyes. But what he was thinking in his heart was something completely different. Lin Xie is rich? How is that possible? He knows exactly what's going on in his family. With 7 children and his parents being ordinary workers, they were lucky enough to be able to support him finish high school. The only explanation is, he got hold of a rich woman. Wang Hao's gaze once again fell on Bai Mushi's graceful back in the distance. TSK, I really don't know how this guy convinced that beautiful woman to willingly pay for him to go to a private university. Wang Hao simply didn't believe that Lin Xiyu had the money to go to a private school. Let's take a step back and say that even if he is lucky enough to win the lottery, will his partner definitely agree? For example, myself. Thinking of this, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at Zhang Xian beside him. Zhang Xian seemed to notice his gaze, tilted her head to look at him, and asked, "So? Do you want to go to a private school too?" Wang Hao's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "You support me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Go home and dream. The money I worked so hard to earn from giving birth to a child isn't for you to dream about." Wang Hao smiled awkwardly, but a sense of bitterness inexplicably welled up in his heart. Yes. This is the reality. What people fear most is comparison. There is no comparison. Being a stable farm manager, marrying a down-to-earth wife, having a few children and receiving subsidies, life is pretty comfortable. But once there is a comparison, and I see other people's different choices in lives, the resentment and envy in my heart will grow wildly like weeds. Wang Hao put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and said with a smile, "Let's go home. 2 days later, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were packing their luggage, preparing to set off for the provincial capital, Tiantai City. The personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist suddenly rang. It was a video call request from Lin's mother. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. On the screen, Lin's mother's face, with a somewhat sad look, appeared. "Xie, how have you been recently? I heard that you enrolled in a private university?" Mother Lin's tone was questioning. Chapter 031st Visit. "Xie, how are you doing recently? I heard that you enrolled in a private university?" Lin Xie nodded, but before he could say anything, his mother's voice rose 8 degrees. "Xie, you are confused." On the other side of the screen, Lin's father also squeezed over, his face full of anger. "If you do this, don't ask us for tuition in the future. We don't have a penny." Lin Xie was also speechless. He had no intention of asking his family for money, and didn't want to listen to all that nonsense, so he didn't tell them about this decision. Unexpectedly, the news still got through. Lin's mother continued to nag, "Your genetic potential is only 5%. Why are you going to a private university? Isn't that a waste of money? Listen to me, withdraw your application immediately, and work peacefully on the farm. That's the right path. My genetic potential is now 9.9%. Lin Xie finally couldn't help but interrupt her. "I'm preparing to become a warrior, so why can't I go to a private school? I made this decision after careful consideration. My partner also agrees. We don't plan to ask you for money, so you don't have to worry about us asking you for money in the future." As soon as he said this, Lin's father and mother on the other end of the video were stunned, as if the pause button was pressed. 9.9% genetic potential? How is this possible? Their first reaction was that Lin Xie was lying to them and talking nonsense. "You, stop lying to us." Mother Lin came to her senses, her tone even more urgent. "How did you learn to lie, kid? You better obey me and don't waste your money on the registration fee." Lin Xie was upset after hearing this and was too lazy to explain any further. He said directly, "I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with you. Okay, let's stop talking. We are going to Tiantai City." After saying that, he hung up the video call without waiting for the other party to respond. Silence returned to the room. Bai Mushi watched the whole process clearly from the side and did not expect the situation to be like this. Lin Xie's parents actually don't believe in their son at all? In comparison, my parents supported me for 4 years before giving up on me. So, it seems that my parents are already good? Bai Mushi hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "Xie, should we go visit my parents?" Hearing this, Lin Xie raised his head in surprise. "Is it convenient?" He remembered clearly that when the two were matched, Bai Mushi said that her parents were disappointed in her and they would no longer care who she married. Bai Mushi's family, unlike Lin Xie's parents, is not a lower-class working-class family, but a typical martial arts family. In this era that values strength, all emotions and resources seem to be linked to martial arts talent. Bai Mushi was unable to advance as a warrior for many years, which gradually exhausted his parents' patience and expectations. What's even more cruel is that Bai Mushi has a sister who is more talented than her. The limited family resources naturally tilted towards the more promising sister. Therefore, Bai Mushi gradually became an unnecessary existence at home. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie with a complicated smile on her face. "They said they would leave me alone before. But, this is a different time. Before you go to Tiantai City this time, I suddenly felt that it would be a good idea to pay them a visit. Maybe I can get some gold coins." She paused, a shrewd glint in her eyes. "After all, you are different now. A quasi warrior with 9.9% genetic potential, a future warrior. No martial arts family can ignore such a son-in-law as they did before. This is not only about face, but also about the family's future interests and connections." Lin Xie immediately understood what Bai Mushi meant. "I just didn't expect Bai Mushi to say that gold coins would explode. This is not a simple family visit, but more like a show of force. Go tell her parents, the daughter you once looked down upon has now found a partner who is better than you could have imagined." "Okay." Lin Xie nodded without any hesitation. He held Bai Mushi's hand and said seriously, "Then go." On the other side of the terminal, the Lin family. Father Lin looked at the hung-up call, his face livid with anger, and slammed the table. "What a rebellion! What a rebellion! This old seven actually dared to hang up on me." He angrily said, "Just wait and see. If Lao Chi comes back and asks us to borrow money, I won't give him a penny. Lin's mother sat aside, sighing, her eyes a little red. She said quietly, Shi is a good kid by nature, but he was led astray by his partner. I told you at the beginning that the woman was arrogant and wouldn't live a peaceful life, but you didn't believe me. Behind them, the 13 younger children, the 8th, 9th and 11th, were standing there quietly, looking at their parents, not knowing what to say. Bai Mushi's parents' home is not in an ordinary resettlement community like Xiangyang Garden, but in a villa area called Jingoa Garden on the edge of the city. The environment here is quiet, there is security at the door, and each townhouse stands tall. It is a villa community for middle-class martial arts families in the city, much better than Lin Chie's parents' home. When the hovercraft that Lin Chie and Bai Mushi were riding and slowly drove into the Jingting Garden, Lin Chie truly and intuitively felt the huge gap between the two families. The Bai family's villa is a 3-story townhouse with a modern and simple style and covers a large area. As soon as the two of them reached the door, the gate of the villa opened automatically. A well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man was standing at the door. When he saw Bai Mushi, a slightly distant smile appeared on his face. Mushi, I'm back. He is Bai Mushi's father, Bai Xinfeng. Bai Xinfeng's gaze stayed on Bai Mushi for a moment, then turned to Lin Xie beside her, with a barely perceptible scrutiny in his eyes. Dad. Bai Mushi addressed him calmly, without much emotion in his voice. She turned sideways and introduced, This is my partner, Lin Xie. Hello, Dad. Lin Xie greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly. Well, come in. Your uncle and brother are here just in time. Bai Xinfeng nodded as a response, then turned and walked into the house. Uncle and younger brother? Lin Xie looked at Bai Mushi, and Bai Mushi shook her head and said, I don't know either. Chapter 031 It's simply a monster. In the living room, a well-maintained and elegant middle-aged beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Bai Mushi, she just glanced at her lightly. This person is Bai Mushi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mom. Bai Mushi's voice remained calm. Bai's mother nodded and looked at the two guests in the living room. One is a middle-aged man who is somewhat similar to Bai Xinfeng, but has a more shrewd temperament. Sitting next to him was a young man who was about the same age as Lin Xie and had a slightly arrogant look on his face. These two people are Bai Xinfeng's younger brother, Bai Xinyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Seeing Bai Mushi bringing Lin Xie in, Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie both showed surprised expressions. Mushi, you're back? Bai Xinyun spoke first, with a hint of polite surprise in his tone. Uncle, Mujie. Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Xie also greeted politely, Hello uncle, hello Mujie. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin just nodded lightly as a response. Although there were outsiders present, they did not act too indifferent, but the sense of alienation in their bones was still clearly visible. Sister, why did you come back suddenly? Bai Mujie asked, his eyes sweeping over Lin Xie with a hint of undisguised scrutiny. Bai Xinfeng picked up the teacup, blew on it gently, and said, Jinyun and the others came here today to discuss Mujie's exam in Tiantai City. Bai Jinyun smiled and continued, Yes, Mujie has signed up for this year's private university screening exam. We plan to send him there the day after tomorrow. Bai Mushi's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light when she heard this. She glanced at Lin Xie beside her and said calmly, What a coincidence. My partner Lin Xie has also signed up. We are also planning to go there in the next 2 days. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly stagnated. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Xie. Bai's mother, Lu Yuqin, was the first to be unable to resist. She frowned and asked, Private martial arts university? Where did you get the money? Although Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie, father and son, did not say anything, they looked at Lin Xie with surprise. In their opinion, what kind of capable person could Bai Mushi, the abandoned daughter, find as her partner? I'm afraid he is just another unrealistic poor guy who wants to take a gamble by taking out a loan. Feeling the cold gazes around him, Bai Mushi's face darkened. However, Lin Xie still had a smile on his face and remained calm. He took out the genetic potential assessment certificate with the official seal from his bag, gently placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of everyone. Dad, Mom, Uncle. This is the assessment I just made. Please take a look. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, with an unquestionable confidence. Bai Xinfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Jinyun, Bai Mujie. Everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on the certificate. When they saw the bold and enlarged number at the bottom, the whole living room instantly fell into deathly silence. Genetic potential 9.9%. Moreover, the information clearly states age, 19 years old. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. 9.9% genetic potential. What is the concept? This is already the pinnacle of a quasi-warrior, and is only one step away from being a real warrior. What is even more terrifying is that he is only 19 years old. The most outstanding person in there by family's generation is only the 8th sister, Bai Mulan, who has seized most of Bai Mushi's resources. When she took the college entrance examination at the age of 19, her genetic potential was only 8.5%. Now, after 3 years of hard training in a private university, she has just entered the realm of warrior. And this little-known Lin Xie, who was despised by them, actually possessed 9.9% potential. This is simply a genius among geniuses. The first one to react was Bai Jinyun. The coldness and scrutiny on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an almost flattering enthusiasm. He stood up suddenly, took 2 steps at a time and walked to Lin Xie's side, and said excitedly, "My dear nephew. Your talent is simply a dragon among men." Then, he enthusiastically invited Lin Xie, "My dear nephew, when are you going to Tiantai City? Why don't you go with our Mu Jie? We can take care of you on the way." Bai Mushi shook her head and said calmly, "Don't bother your uncle, we can go by ourselves." "Hey! What's the trouble?" Bai Jinyun said immediately, his tone unquestionable, "We're all family, so why bother talking about trouble or not? It's settled. When are you planning to leave? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?" At this moment, a clear, pleasant, and somewhat charming voice came from the stairs. "Sister? You're back." I saw a girl who looked a bit like Bai Mushi, but younger and more lively, running down from upstairs. She was wearing a branded sportswear and a high ponytail, full of youthful vitality. She is Bai Mushi's 12th sister, Bai Mushue. Bai Mushue ran to Bai Mushi and took her arm affectionately, then looked at Lin Xie curiously and blinked. "Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Bai Mushue." "Hello, Mu Shui." Lin Xie responded with a smile. Compared to the initial indifference of her parents, this younger sister seemed much more enthusiastic. And Bai Mujie, the young man who had been a bit arrogant just now had an extremely wonderful expression on his face. His expression didn't change as quickly as his father's, but his eyes, which were as big as copper bells, were filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of jealousy that was hard to conceal. He stared blankly at Lin Xie, then looked at the glaring evaluation certificate on the coffee table, his head buzzing. Is it really 9.9% genetic potential? What a joke! He is a key student in the key high school in the district. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in his class, who is known as a martial arts genius, has a genetic potential of only 9%. At that time, this achievement had caused a sensation in the entire school, and he was regarded as an idol by countless teachers and classmates. But now, the seemingly ordinary brother-in-law brought by his sister actually scored almost 1% higher than the top student in their class? This is no longer excellent, this is simply evil. Chapter 032: A Change of Attitude. Bai Mujie felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. He was originally quite proud of his 6.8% genetic potential, thinking that although he could not compare with those top geniuses, he was still a leader among his peers. But now compared with Lin Xie, it is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, not worth mentioning at all. He looked at Lin Xie's calm and confident face, feeling mixed emotions. At this time, Bai Mushue, the 12th sister who had just run down from upstairs, still had no idea what was going on. She just felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a little weird, and the adults' expressions were also very strange. She curiously approached the coffee table and stretched her neck to take a look at the evaluation certificate. Wow! 9.9%. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Bai Mushue exclaimed sincerely, and little stars instantly appeared in her eyes, shining with admiration. She didn't have as many complicated thoughts as others, she just thought that this number was very, very impressive. Lu Yuqin, Bai Mushi's mother, had a completely different expression at this moment. She looked at the certificate, then looked at her daughter whom she had never looked down upon, and her son-in-law whom she met for the first time, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. She couldn't understand how her daughter, who was not very talented, could find such a charming partner. This is unscientific. Bai Xinfeng, as the head of the family, was as shocked as anyone else, but on the surface he regained his composure the fastest. He looked at Lin Xie deeply, then picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said in a tone as calm as possible, "Jinyin is right. We are all family, so let's go together. It will be good for us to take care of each other on the way." His words set the tone for this matter. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, who smiled and nodded, saying, "Since dad and uncle have said so, then we'll obey. We can set off tomorrow." He knew that the Bai family wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to him. And he does not reject this kind of closeness. After all, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. What's more, this is my wife's hometown. If the relationship can be improved, it will be a good thing for Bai Mushi. And wouldn't he that save on transportation and accommodation costs? I heard that Tiantai City, as the provincial capital, has very high consumption. At night, in the basement floor of the Bai family villa, in a specially designed training room. The lighting is bright and all kinds of professional training equipment are available. It is many times better than the public gym in the community. Lin Xie was just about to start his slacking off method when he noticed two little heads at the door. 12th sister Bai Mushue, with a little kid who looked only 7 or 8 years old, was clinging to the doorframe, looking at him with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, this is the 13th brother, Bai Mowa." Bai Mushue introduced. "Call me brother-in-law." Brother-in-law. Bai Mowa hid timidly behind his sister, his big black eyes full of admiration and curiosity towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie looked at the pure and admiring eyes of the two little guys and smiled bitterly in his heart. Well, the plan of slacking off is ruined. You can't just make random gestures in front of children, it would be bad to teach them bad habits. The reason why he was practicing here was because Bai's father and mother strongly requested that they stay in the villa tonight. The 9.9% evaluation certificate was like a stepping stone, instantly knocking open the tightly closed door of family affection of the Bai family. Lin Xie was also happy to give Bai Mushi the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with her parents. As for myself, I am not good at speaking, so I simply suggested using this training room to practice properly. So, he put away his playful smile, became serious, and began to practice the 8 treasures kung fu in a serious manner. Although it is more tiring to practice this way, and the efficiency is no different in the eyes of the system, the posture is standard and does look like a master. The two little guys, Bai Mushue and Bai Mowa, were so fascinated by the sight that they didn't even blink. The next morning, when Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were about to say goodbye, the attitude of Bai's father and mother was completely different from yesterday. The enthusiasm was so great that Lin Xie could hardly resist. "Xie, if you need anything in Tiantai City, feel free to tell your family. Don't hesitate." "Yes, Mushi, take good care of Xie and yourself." Lu Yuqin held Bai Mushi's hand, asking about her well-being and showing great concern, as if the indifferent lady yesterday was just Lin Xie's illusion. "Get on the hover car returning to Xiangyang Garden." Inside the car, Bai Mushi turned her head, leaned close to Lin Xie's ear, and whispered with a sly smile, "My dad said that he will cover your 100,000 registration fee. And your tuition fees in the future, too." Lin Xie's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. Bai Mushi looked at his surprised expression, and the smile on her face became even brighter. "Look, did the gold coins explode?" It broke. Lin Xie nodded heavily, and his heart had a deeper understanding of the word reality. After returning to their home in Xiangyang Garden, before the two of them had time to sit down and drink a sip of water, Bai Xinyan called. Half an hour later, a spacious and luxurious 7-seater floating commercial vehicle stopped steadily at the gate of Xiangyang Garden community. The car door slid open, Bai Xinyan stuck his head out, and waved at them with a smile on his face. "Xie, Mushi, get in the car quickly, we're going straight to Tiantai City." In the car, the spacious and comfortable 7-seater suspended commercial vehicle was driving smoothly. The atmosphere is also very harmonious. When Bai Xinyan asked about Lin Xie's family background seemingly casually and learned that he came from an ordinary working-class family, the surprise on the faces of the father and son was beyond words. Bai Mujie couldn't help but sigh sincerely, "Brother-in-law, you're so much better than those so-called second-generation kids in our class. Which of them didn't rely on their family's resources to get to where they are today? I've never seen someone like you who relies entirely on your own talent." Lin Xie laughed heartily and nodded calmly, but secretly complained in his heart, "Aren't you also a second generation?" As they chatted, Bai Mujie came over curiously and asked, "Brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution do you usually use for your cultivation? Is it Titan's Power or Galaxy Source?" "My dad bought me the enhanced version of Titan's Power, and it's quite effective." Lin Xie was stunned by the question. When had he ever used any proper nutrient solution? The energy consumed in daily practice is huge, and he relies entirely on the meals prepared by Bai Mushi to replenish his energy. His mind raced, and he spoke in a serious tone, "I used the Love brand nutrient solution." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi beside him blushed with shame. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Xia's waist hard, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Heart card? Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie, father and son, were both stunned and looked at each other. Is this some new high? This is Tiantai City, the provincial capital. Chapter 033, Why practice martial arts if you have no money? The hover car shuttled through the complex aerial lanes and finally landed slowly in front of a skyscraper called Tianyue International Hotel in the 4th and 5th ring roads. Okay, we're here. Bai Xinyan parked the car and said to Lin Xia and Bai Mushi with a smile, I've already booked a room in advance. Let's go upstairs and get settled in, and then report to the examination center this afternoon. Lin Xia looked up at the luxurious hotel that was at least 200 stories high, and sighed in his heart again, it's great to be rich. The four of them walked into the magnificent hotel lobby. Bai Xinyan skillfully completed the check-in procedures and booked 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling the luggage, Bai Xinyan suggested, it's still early, let's go to the hotel restaurant for lunch first, and then go to the examination center in the afternoon. Lin Xia and Bai Mushi naturally had no objection. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, you can overlook the bustling scene of the surrounding area through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Xia suddenly thought that the restaurants in the 2nd and 3rd ring roads, which are more centrally located, were probably looking down upon these buildings from above. A sumptuous lunch was served on the table, with a variety of rare and high-quality ingredients, carefully cooked by the chef, and it was delicious and fragrant. At the dinner table, Bai Xinyun was still as enthusiastic as ever. He kept picking up food for Lin Xia and asking him about his impression of Tiantai City. His words and actions showed his investment in an attempt to win over a future strong man. Bai Mujie was also very humble and would ask Lin Xia some questions about cultivation from time to time. Although Lin Xia was just responding casually, he listened with great interest, as if he had obtained some true secret. After lunch, the four of them took the hotel's special car to the Provincial Admissions Examination Center on the other side of the city. The examination center is a spacious modern building complex with a solemn and dignified style. At this moment, the entrance of the center was already crowded with people. Candidates and parents from all over the galaxy had packed the entire square. There was a tense and exciting atmosphere in the air. Lin Xia looked at the scene in front of him, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. This is the first hurdle on the road to becoming a strong person. The four of them finally squeezed into the registration hall and found the corresponding window according to the signs. Show your ID, verify your registration information, and receive your electronic admission ticket. The process went very quickly. Lin Xia looked at the electronic admission ticket displayed on the terminal, which had his photo, name, test number, test time, and QR code printed on it. Exam time, 9 a.m., September 1st, 40918 Imperial Calendar. September 1st, there are still 5 days left. Lin Xia put away the admission ticket and said to himself. Just as they were about to leave, a slightly surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Mu Jie? Is it really you? Are you here to take the exam too? Lin Xia looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man in branded casual clothes walking towards them with a smile. The young man was accompanied by several other young men of equally extraordinary bearing, who were obviously from wealthy families. Bai Mujie smiled when he saw the person coming. Hey, Li Mingao. What a coincidence, you are here too. Hey, Li Mingao. What a coincidence, you're here too. The two sides greeted each other warmly, exchanged a few words, and then left. A few second-generation students from the class next door. Bai Mujie explained to Lin Xia, and then enthusiastically suggested, they said they want to go to the Shinnong pharmacy store in front to take a look. Brother-in-law, should we go too? Medicine? Lin Xia was immediately confused when he heard that, and he looked at Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi nodded and explained, well, some wealthy second generations, in order to go further in the practical exam and enter the 3rd level or even higher, will prepare various auxiliary potions in advance. For example, those that instantly restore physical strength, those that increase explosive power for a short period of time, and those that heal injuries. She looked at Lin Xia, her eyes becoming serious. However, with your current strength, of course you must try your best to make it to the end. These potions are also necessary for you. Let's go and pick some. Before Lin Xia could say anything, Bai Mujie smiled and shook his head, saying, Sister, those are all old stories from 10 or 8 years ago. The situation now is much more complicated than it was back then. With a look that said, "You're already behind the times," he continued, "Now, unless you've made up your mind from the beginning to just get by and attend the lowest tier private universities, you'll need potions just to get past the first level and onto the second. The most basic energy drinks and nutrient solution are standard equipment for everyone," Baimujie counted on his fingers. "There are also things to deal with various emergencies, such as antidote and fast-acting hemostatic spray. These are all indispensable. Otherwise, in the dungeon, if you get bit by a poisonous monster or get injured, you might be eliminated immediately." Lin Xie was stunned and couldn't help but say, "This exam, can it be conducted like this? Then whoever has the most money will get first place, right?" Upon hearing this, Baimujie looked at Lin Xie as if he were an alien, and then said as a matter of course, "Why practice martial arts if you don't have money?" Chapter 034 Shinong Potion. Coming out of the examination center, the afternoon sun in Tiantai City was a bit dazzling. Baimujie suggested enthusiastically and directly led the group into a busy commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a huge three-dimensional signboard with the words Shinong Pharmacy hangs on a high-tech building. The store is well cooled, and the air is filled with a unique scent of a faint mixture of herbs and exotic minerals. In the crystal-clear glass counter, rows of medicines gleaming with various colors are displayed, and holographic projections in the air display their tempting efficacy descriptions. Explosive Blood Number 1 slightly increases explosive power for 3 minutes, price 1,000 credit points. Swift 1 slightly increases speed within 5 minutes, price 1,000 credits. Lin Xie looked at those staggering prices and frowned subconsciously. This is a bit expensive. Just the lowest level 1 costs 1,000. The number 2 is 2,000, and so on. The highest level number 9 is 9,999. Wife, we don't need to buy these, right? Lin Xie whispered to Bai Mushi. Lin Xie was looking at the staggering prices, and before he could say too expensive, he saw Bai Mujie's eyes light up and walk towards the cashier. Li Mingao. Bai Mujie walked over quickly and greeted them enthusiastically. Mingao. What good things did you buy? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Mingao and his second-generation friends standing in the checkout line with high spirits. Each of them was holding a gift box with the Shinong Pharmacy logo printed on it. Bai Mujie came back quickly and said, "They bought." Before Bai Mujie could finish, Bai Xinyun immediately revealed a bright smile and said, "I saw it too. Let's buy this exclusive gift pack. 1 set for you and 1 set for Chie." Perfect. He glanced at Lin Xie sharply and made a decision in his heart instantly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, for just 50,000 credit points. If I can win the favor of a future warrior, it would be a huge profit. Dad. Bai Mujie wanted to say that it was not the 50,000 yuan gift package, but was stopped by Bai Xinyun's eyes, and he forced himself to swallow the rest of the words. Bai Mushi also hurried forward and said politely and distantly, "Uncle, this is too valuable, we can't." Hey! Bai Xinyun interrupted her with a wave of his hand. With an unyielding smile on his face, he looked at Lin Xie and Bai Mushi. "You young people don't have to be so polite." He looked at the two of them, his tone becoming earnest. "This isn't valuable, it's an investment. An investment in your future. You don't have to worry about anything else right now. Just focus on the exam. A good grade will be the best reward for your uncle." Having said that, it would be ungrateful to refuse. Lin Xie looked at the smart and well-behaved middle-aged man in front of him and understood. Back in the hotel suite, Lin Xie put down the exclusive package gift box worth 50,000 credit points. He probably also knew the value of a warrior, and this was the good intention that Bai Xinyun expressed. "I feel like I'm surrounded by good people now." Lin Xie calculated that with his current speed of cultivation, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be able to break through the 8 treasures skill to the next level within these 5 days. At that time, the genetic potential will definitely break through the shackles of 10% and become a true warrior before the exam. Once this idea is ignited, it will be like a prairie fire that can never be extinguished. The night is as deep as water. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite was temporarily used by Lin Xie as a place for cultivation. The never-ending neon lights of Tiantai City outside the window cast mottled light and shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining his silhouette as he sweated profusely and repeated the training movements again and again. Even when he was slacking off in his training, his clothes had already been soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body, and his muscles were trembling constantly due to extreme fatigue. The bedroom door was gently pushed open and Bai Mushi walked out. Looking at the man practicing in the living room, she wanted to speak and say, "Shi Yi, take a rest." But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She saw his determined eyes, and more importantly, she saw the fire of determination burning in those eyes. She knew he was making a breakthrough. At this moment, any word of concern could become a stumbling block that interrupts his momentum. Her support cannot become a burden to him. Mushi took a deep breath and suppressed the heartache and worry in her heart. She didn't go over to disturb him, nor did she go back to her room to sleep. She just walked silently to the sofa in the living room, curled up and sat down, turned the light screen of her personal terminal to the darkest, then lowered her head and gently slid her fingers across it. Key points for replenishing physical energy during the breakthrough phase for prospective warriors. A recipe for quickly recovering your energy after intense training. A gentle medicinal diet that helps stabilize the mind. She accompanied him in this silent way. So, over the next few days, a crazy scene took place in the hotel suite. Lin Qiye almost treated himself as a perpetual motion machine. Except for eating and a short sleep, all his time was spent practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. Although his fishing method is ugly, it is durable. Mushi turned into an all-round nanny, preparing high-energy nutritious meals for him in different ways every day, calculating his energy consumption after each practice, and even spending a lot of money to order some mild nourishing soups and medicines. On the first day, Lin Qiye completed 15 training sessions. The next day, 15 times. On the third day, still 15 times. Lin Qiye knew very well that the key to cultivation was to strike a balance between relaxation and tension. In addition to his hard practice every day, he would set aside time to fully rest and recover his body and mind. Because he understood that there was more than enough time for a breakthrough and there was no need to rush. The exam is just around the corner, and overexerting your potential may backfire. By the evening of the 4th day, there was only 1 day left before the exam began. On the system panel, the progress bar clearly shows 8 treasures skill level 35960. Just one last time. Mushi sat on the sofa and could clearly feel that the aura around Lin Qiye's body was undergoing drastic changes. A vague sense of oppression made even this would-be warrior feel palpitations. Mushi couldn't believe it. Is this a breakthrough? Impossible? I watched this crooked practice for 4 days. Is this a breakthrough to 10% of genetic potential and becoming a warrior? Mushi felt that it was too sci-fi. Absolutely impossible. She worked hard for 8 years. It took almost 3 years to increase the final 8.5% to 9.5%. No matter how talented Lin Qiye is, there's no way he could break through so quickly, right? Chapter 035 Warrior. This is the last time. Lin Qiye growled, clenched his teeth, and began the final round of practice. Finally, when the last movement was completed, Lin Qiye's figure suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped. The next second, a torrent of energy, far more powerful and pure than any previous one, erupted in his body like a dormant volcano. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to ring out in Lin Qiye's mind. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 4080. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Genetic potential 10.1%. Crack! A crisp cracking sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul was heard, and Lin Qiye felt that an invisible and solid barrier in his body was shattered. At that moment, the world is no longer the same. If the previous warm current of energy was a gentle stream, then at this moment, what erupted from the depths of his life source was volcanic lava that was powerful enough to tear apart the heavens and the earth. A torrent of energy, far more powerful and pure than any previous one, no longer emerged but swept through every corner of his body in an explosive manner. The aches and fatigue in my limbs receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. He could clearly hear his bones making a series of fine crackling sounds like frying beans, and becoming harder and denser under the impact of energy. Every muscle fiber seemed to be reforged, filled with explosive power. The boiling blood rushed like a river, transporting powerful vitality to every extremity of the body. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt his whole body lighten, as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles. Every cell in the body is cheering and transforming wildly. The body, which was originally exhausted to the extreme, was instantly restored to its peak under the impact of this energy. Its strength, speed, and mental strength also skyrocketed at an incredible speed. The whole world, in his perception, became clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. This is the realm of a warrior? Lin Qiye's whole world has become different. In his vision, the dust particles floating in the air were no longer fuzzy particles, but independent individuals with clear outlines and movement trajectories. He could see the subtle dispersion of light reflected in the air as it passed through the floor to ceiling windows. Is this a 10% difference in genetic potential? In his hearing, Baimushi's heartbeat, which was accelerated due to nervousness and excitement, sounded clearly in his ears like a war drum. His skin could keenly sense every movement of the airflow and distinguish the subtle temperature difference between the night breeze coming through the window gaps and the cold air from the air conditioner indoors. The whole world seemed to be stripped of its fuzzy shell and presented itself to his perception in an unprecedented and extremely delicate manner. Host, Lin Chie. Genetic potential, 10.1%. Physical fitness, 100 plus. Spirit, 100 plus. Psychic power, 50 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 4080. Partner, Baimushi favorability 80. Offspring, 2 in development. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Chie's heart was beating wildly. His physical strength soared to 100 points. His mental strength also exceeded 100. Not to mention doubled psychic power. 7. Chie. A trembling, shocked voice brought Lin Chie back to reality from his ecstasy. He raised his head and met Baimushi's beautiful eyes that were filled with disbelief. As a quasi-warrior with 9.5% genetic potential, she could feel the drastic change in Lin Chie's aura more clearly than anyone else. That is no longer the power of a quasi-warrior, but a true crushing at the level of life. The energy fluctuations that were emitted inadvertently made her instinctively feel awe and palpitations. I have made a breakthrough. Lin Chie looked at her with a bright smile on his face. He took a step forward, and his figure seemed to teleport, appearing in front of Baimushi in an instant. Baimushi was startled by his ghostly speed and subconsciously took half a step back. Lin Chie stretched out his hand, gently took her into his arms, and said softly, "Wife, I succeeded." The warm chest, the strong heartbeat, and the familiar yet extremely powerful breath finally brought Baimushi back to his senses. You really? She worked hard for 8 years, exhausted her youth and her family's expectations, but she was never able to reach the state she had always dreamed of. The man in front of me just stepped over it so easily. It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. But she is also proud and happy for her man. Lin Chie patted her back gently, feeling her excitement, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. Baimushi looked at the man in front of her, the gentle smile in his eyes and the strong self-confidence. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss him. The kiss was hot and passionate, filled with all her pride, joy, and love. The next morning, the sky was bright. Lin Chie opened his eyes and felt refreshed. The fatigue brought by all-night practice and breakthrough had disappeared without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control. Baimushi was sleeping soundly beside him, with a sweet smile of satisfaction on her lips. Lin Chie leaned over and kissed her lightly on the forehead, and Baimushi slowly opened her eyes. When Lin Chie and Baimushi walked out of the room, the door of Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujie's suite also opened. "Good morning, Chie." Bai Xinyan greeted warmly. However, when his eyes met Lin Chie's, the smile on his face froze slightly, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. Bai Mujie beside him was even more stunned and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. The Lin Chie in front of me seemed different from yesterday. Although he still has that handsome face, his whole temperament has changed drastically. His eyes became deeper and sharper. His stance was casual, yet as straight as a javelin and steady as a mountain. A powerful aura, almost imperceptible, emanated naturally from him. Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujie did not think about a breakthrough. I just felt that Lin Chie was full of momentum before the exam. 8:30 a.m., Provincial Admissions Examination Center. In the huge square, tens of thousands of candidates have gathered according to their test number areas. It is a sea of black and the scene is spectacular. The loud broadcast voice echoed over the square, announcing the examination room rules and precautions. Lin Chie and Bai Mujie stood in the line of candidates and waved goodbye to Bai Mushi and Bai Xinyan who came to see them off. "Hubby, come on." Bai Mushi mouthed something to Lin Chie vigorously. Lin Chie smiled and nodded to her, his eyes full of confidence. At 8:50, with a long whistle, the huge alloy gates slowly opened. "All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner, dungeon number 1. Millions of candidates began to pour into the deep underground city in trance like a tide. Lin Chie took a deep breath, followed the crowd, and stepped into this unknown battlefield. His eyes were calm and sharp, with only one thought in his mind. Then the exam begins. Chapter 036 Genius Class. When I stepped into the entrance of the dungeon, the scene before me was not the dark and narrow passage I had imagined. This is an extremely huge underground platform, more than enough to accommodate 1,000,000 people. The cold alloy floor shone with a cold metallic luster. Above was a dome structure, and the dazzling industrial lighting made the entire space as bright as day. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the front of the platform, a giant alloy gate, 100 meters high, was tightly closed, like an ancient beast choosing its prey, silently announcing the danger and unknown of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, and the noisy discussions, nervous breathing, and excited conversations merged into a buzzing sound, echoing in the huge space. "Hey, Xie, this way." Bai Mujia pulled Lin Xie's sleeve and led him through the crowd as if he knew the way to a relatively open area. When several young men and women saw them, they immediately waved and greeted them enthusiastically. "Mujia, you're here. How are the preparations going? I heard it's going to be difficult again this year." After a brief greeting, Bai Mujia's attention was attracted by a scene not far away. It's Li Minggao and his guys again. However, at this moment, these second-generation students who were so high-spirited in front of ordinary students were standing respectfully beside another group of men and women. They bent slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces, looking as if they wanted to get closer but didn't dare to get too close, and they kept a very low profile. The group of people surrounded by them included both men and women, all of whom had indifferent expressions and outstanding temperaments. They just stood there casually, forming a circle of their own, exuding a strong aura that kept strangers away, which was out of tune with the noisy environment around them. "That is?" Lin Xie looked at Bai Mujia in confusion. Bai Mujia followed his gaze, his expression instantly becoming somewhat complicated. He lowered his voice, his tone filled with a hint of awe and envy that was difficult to conceal. "That's someone from the genius class of number 1 middle school." "Number 1 middle school's gifted class?" Lin Xie repeated. "Yes," Bai Mujia nodded heavily and began to introduce them like a treasure. "The tallest and coolest one in the white training suit is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl next to him, who looks very cool, is Su Qingying. And the one sitting on the ground is Yan Feilong. They are all students from the top high schools and the top classes in our galaxy. They are geniuses among geniuses." He paused and added, "During the 10 Schools League, I saw them from afar. They were incredibly strong." 10 School League? Lin Xie searched his mind and found that he had no impression of this term. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that the ordinary high school he attended before was not even qualified to participate in this kind of league. Bai Mujia had no intention of going over to say hello. He obviously thought he was not qualified and was not in the same circle. Lin Xie looked at the group of geniuses with powerful auras and asked, "So, are they all warriors?" "Yes." Bai Mujia answered crisply. The students in the genius class were all warriors before the martial arts college entrance examination. Lin Xie was shocked. "So, this is the real top student in this world? Is this the truth of the world?" While he was still struggling with the 100,000 yuan registration fee, these true geniuses of his age had already left him behind and entered another realm that he could only look up to. Just then, boom! A loud bang came from the center of the platform without warning, as if a bomb exploded in the crowd. The sturdy alloy platform shook violently. The buzzing sounds of tens of thousands of examinees were instantly suppressed by this huge sound wave, and the entire platform fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in horror. I saw a giant man who was over 3 meters tall and had muscles as hard as cast iron. He had appeared on the platform in the center of the platform at some point. His bronze skin reflected a metallic luster under the light, and blue veins coiled on it like steel cables, full of explosive power. And on his huge shoulders, as broad as mountains, was sitting leisurely a slim woman wearing a fiery red tight combat uniform. She had long fiery red hair of the same color, a beautiful face, and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, which formed a sharp contrast with the wildness of the giant under her. "Quiet." The giant opened his mouth, his voice like a huge bell, dull and majestic, clearly transmitted to every corner of the platform. "We are the examiners for your first round. My name is Changshi, Li Sr." The red-haired woman on his shoulder also laughed. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of lazy danger. "My name is Deng Hong." She looked around at the crowd of candidates below, opened her red lips, and briefly introduced the rules of the first exam. "The rules are simple. Just follow us. There are countless forked paths in the first level of the dungeon. If you get lost, don't blame us. She paused, her smile becoming more playful. If you sustain any injuries during the exam, please treat them yourself. If the injury is serious and you feel you can't hold on any longer, you can immediately call for help on your personal terminal. Of course, calling for help means you have taken the initiative to complete the exam. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-meter-long alloy gate in front of him, which had been closed for a long time, made a teeth-grinding creaking sound of metal friction and began to rise slowly. A cold, damp air with the smell of earth and an unknown decay blew in from behind the door. Then, the exam begins. Before Deng Hong finished her words, the giant manly son under her suddenly bent his legs and soared into the sky like a cannonball, passing over the heads of tens of thousands of candidates, and rushed directly into the gate that had just been opened with a whistling evil wind. Deng Hong sat on his shoulders and even waved to the candidates below with ease. Hundreds of thousands of candidates were stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. Follow me. Quick! I don't know who shouted first, but the entire platform exploded in an instant. Hundreds of thousands of candidates rushed towards the huge gate like a flood. Chapter 037 So fierce? The moment the gate opened, the entire platform was like a violently shaking beehive, and instantly fell into a chaotic frenzy. Follow me. Get out of the way. Charge. Tens of thousands of candidates rushed towards the only exit like a frightened herd of animals. People are crowded together, shoulder to shoulder. The classmate you were talking to 1 second ago may become a stumbling block on your way forward the next second. Lin Qia's pupils suddenly shrank. There was a sudden commotion ahead. It's exactly the direction of the group of people in the gifted class. The commotion of the crowd seemed to them like a breeze blowing across the lake, unable to shake them at all. The short-haired girl named Su Qingying had a confident smile on her lips. She lightly tapped the shoulder of a candidate in front of her with her toes, and her whole body floated up like a weightless feather. After a few ups and downs, she stepped on the heads of the crowded people below, her posture light and graceful, as if she was performing the legendary light skills. In a blink of an eye, she crossed the crowded crowd and came to the front of the team, following closely behind the examiner. The young man named Yin Filong was even more direct. He spread his arms like a rock spreading its wings, and actually squeezed out a path from the gaps between the people at an astonishing speed. At the same time, in the genius class area centered on Lake Qianjun, strange changes suddenly occurred. Get out of here! A cold low roar rang out. An invisible, violent airwave exploded with them as the center. Bang! 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 Those ordinary candidates who were originally standing close to them and trying to rush forward with the flow of people were hit hard as if by an invisible giant hammer. They spurted blood from their mouths and flew backwards screaming. In an instant, a vacuum zone with a diameter of more than 10 meters was forcibly cleared out with the genius class as the center. Countless candidates fell down like cut wheat, some were injured, some screamed, and the sound of broken bones could be heard one after another. Lin Qia saw clearly that Li Minggao and his second-generation friends were among the crowd who were flung away. Although they were also shaken by the airwave and their blood was surging, and blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, their reactions were astonishingly fast. Almost at the moment of being bounced back, they took out the medicine they had prepared long ago from their pockets and drank it without even looking. After the medicine entered their stomachs, their pale faces visibly regained a hint of redness. Then, a fierce look flashed in their eyes, and they stretched out their hands without hesitation, pushing away the candidates in front of them who were weaker and more panicked than them, stepping on other people's bodies, forcing themselves out of a path, and closely caught up with the team in the front. This series of events happened in a flash. The law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest are vividly demonstrated at this moment. Is this possible? Lin Qia's eyes widened, and a huge wave rose in his heart. This is not an exam anymore. This is simply a cruel elimination match without rules. Rules? Discipline? In the face of absolute strength and cruel reality, it is so fragile that it can withstand no blow. Before he could recover from his shock, a surging crowd of people was already pressing towards him. Bai Mujia next to him turned pale, obviously not expecting such a tragic start. He subconsciously wanted to take out the medicine from his pocket and prepare to fight it out. However, at this moment, a steady and strong hand pressed on his shoulder. Follow me closely. Lin Qia's calm voice sounded in his ears. The next second, Bai Mujia felt a gentle but irresistible force pulling him gently. His body seemed to have lost weight and was protected by Lin Qia behind him. Lin Qia, facing the surging crowd, did not dodge or evade. In a flash, Lin Qia instantly analyzed the optimal solution to the current situation in his mind. Back off? You'll be drowned by the crowd. Defend? You will be squeezed by the forces from front, back, left, and right, and unable to move forward. In that case, there is only one choice left. Forward. With pure brute force, push to the front. As long as you rush to the front of the team, all resistance will only come from the front, and you no longer have to worry about being constrained by forces from all directions. He, Lin Xie, had not learned any exquisite light footwork, nor did he know any techniques to release force. All he had was a body full of explosive power after becoming a warrior. Then use the simplest and most violent way and charge forward. Sorry, everyone. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. He could see clearly that in this chaotic forward torrent, struggle was everywhere. Not only in the area of the gifted class, but in every corner, there were scenes of pushing, shoving, and even stabbing. Since no one stopped it, that meant. This is the rule that the examiner tacitly agrees to. After figuring this out, Lin Xie no longer hesitated. He took a step forward. Buzz. A powerful energy that is invisible to the naked eye suddenly burst forward with his body as the center. The crowded crowd in front was like being hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Bang! A muffled sound. The candidates within 3 meters in front of Lin Xie instantly fell to the sides like dominoes. A straight, blank road leading to the gate was opened up by him using brute force. Who the hell? Which bastard? There were bursts of angry curses from the crowd that was pushed away. Among them, the young man with a burly build and a face full of flesh reacted the fastest. He staggered after being pushed, and after he steadied himself, a fierce light immediately flashed in his eyes. He roared, exerted force on his feet, and actually rushed towards Lin Xie. His fist as big as a casserole made a whistling sound and went straight to Lin Xie's face. Court death. Lin Xie's eyes turned cold. He wasn't sure whether the exam rules allowed injuring others. However, since no one stopped the genius class from taking action, and since this strong man dared to attack, it means it's possible. He also swung his fist to meet the attack. Fist to fist. The sturdy man saw that Lin Xie's punch was completely random, with neither sophisticated power circulation nor tricky angles, but just a straight punch. A ferocious and victorious smile suddenly appeared on his face. What he practiced was the rock-crushing fist, which was famous for its ferocity. When it comes to competing in strength, he has absolute confidence. However, at the moment the two fists touched, the smile on the sturdy man's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of extreme horror and disbelief. Crack! A bone-breaking sound was heard, so crisp and teeth-grinding. Lin Xie doesn't know how to box, but his fists contain a true warrior's full-strength blow of over 1,000 kilograms. In the face of absolute power, all skills seem pale and powerless. Use force to defeat cleverness. The sturdy man's seemingly powerful fist was like paper under Lin Xie's fist, and was instantly crushed. An unmatched force flowed along his arm and madly surged into his body. Puff! The burly man spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. His swung arm was twisted at a strange angle, and the white bone stump even pierced his skin, exposing it to the air. Seriously injured. Fracture. Bang! The burly man slammed heavily into the crowd more than 10 meters away, causing another round of commotion and screams. And Lin Xie didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He simply retracted his fist and continued walking forward with a calm expression. It was as if he had just swatted an annoying fly. Behind him, Bai Mujie, who was following closely, saw everything clearly. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped and he swallowed subconsciously. Sister brother-in-law, is he so fierce? He knew that Lin Xie was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. One punch. With just one punch, he beat a candidate who seemed to be as strong as him to the point where he was in a life-or-death situation. The decisiveness and domineering attitude frightened him, but at the same time, he felt an inexplicable excitement and sense of security. With a brother-in-law like this, what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 038, The First Echelon. It's not just Bai Mujie. Countless candidates around who were shocked by the scene just now also reacted. They looked at Lin Xie's figure, who was like a bulldozer, moving forward unstoppably, with awe and a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. Follow him. Follow the person in front. Someone immediately made the wisest choice. For a moment, countless candidates spontaneously followed the blood road opened up by Lin Xie, forming a new and more unstoppable torrent, rushing towards the gate frantically. Lin Xie pushed forward all the way, domineering and unmatched. Any candidate who dared to stand in his way would be knocked away by him with the most direct and purest force. Gradually, he rushed out of the most crowded and chaotic middle area. The closer you get to the front, the more space there is. Those truly capable candidates had already distanced themselves from ordinary people. At this moment, they were following the examiner's steps at an astonishing speed, moving quickly through the wide underground passage. They keep a certain safe distance from each other, which is both a warning and a tacit understanding. While everyone was moving at full speed, they were vigilantly observing their competitors out of the corner of their eyes. The situation on Lin Xie's side is the same. As the examiner in front of him was running faster and faster, Lin Xie had no choice but to speed up if he wanted to keep up. The other candidates who were originally following behind him were gradually left behind by Lin Xie. Lin Xie greeted Bai Mujie behind him, and Bai Mujie saw Lin Xie slowly walking away. There was nothing he could do. If you don't have enough strength, you can only follow from a distance and pray that you don't take the wrong fork in the road. At the front, with the appearance of Lin Xie like a stone thrown into a calm lake, he immediately attracted the attention of the first group of candidates in front. These people are all the chosen ones from various cities. The people closest to Lin Xie are naturally those from the gifted class of number 1 middle school in the same city. The stern young man named Lei Qianjun glanced at Lin Xie with a gaze as sharp as lightning, and raised his eyebrows slightly. A new face, quite interesting. Su Qingying beside him also noticed Lin Xie, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her sharp phoenix eyes. Looking at the attack he just made, his strength was quite strong, but his movements were very crude. It doesn't look like he has been taught by a famous teacher. She commented softly. No matter who he is, just don't block our way. Yan Feilong snorted coldly and quickened his pace. Although these gifted people noticed Lin Xie, the dark horse, they did not really take him seriously. In their opinion, perhaps this was just a matter of luck or some kind of wild path of adventure. No matter how strong one's strength is, without systematic training and combat skills, one will never be able to perform well. And Lin Xie was also observing them. He could clearly feel that the powerful aura emanating from those people in the genius class was no weaker than his own. In some aspects, such as the concentration and control of breath, he is even more refined than him, a quickly learned warrior. These guys are not easy to deal with. Lin Xie was secretly alert in his heart. He is very clear about his current strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is that he possesses genuine warrior-level strength and physical fitness. The disadvantage is that there is no combat skill at all. He has great power, but he doesn't know how to use it most effectively. There are no boxing techniques, no footwork, and no body movements. If he were to really go up against these true geniuses who have received the best education since childhood and have mastered various advanced skills to perfection, he would probably find it difficult to gain the upper hand at the same level. This is just the first level, there's no need to compete with them. So, Lin Xie deliberately controlled his speed, keeping a distance from those people in the genius class and several other strong people whom he secretly observed. He neither fell behind nor rashly rushed to the front to steal the limelight. His goal is to pass the exam successfully and get good grades. Instead of confronting these top monsters head-on from the very beginning. At this time, Bai Mujie could no longer see the first group and the examiners. He was so tired that he was panting and his face was pale. Although he is competitive, he also knows his own limitations. Being able to follow Lin Xie to the front of the second echelon was already his limit. Bai Mujie gritted his teeth, took out the bottle of the most basic energy drink from his pocket, and drank it in one gulp. A warm current rushed into his abdomen, restoring some of his exhausted strength. He roared, took another step, and followed closely. At this time, the examiners Li Xin and Deng Hong in front had already led the first echelon of the team into a fork in the road. The entire underground city is like a huge ant nest maze, with countless passages crisscrossing and leading to the unknown darkness. An hour later, Lin Xie was still following steadily at the tail end of the first echelon. The wide underground passage seemed to have no end, with cold alloy walls on both sides. There was a dim industrial light at intervals, stretching the shadows of the people at times. Lin Xie was filled with surprise. How big was this underground city? At their current speed, they could cover hundreds of kilometers in an hour, but there was still deep, endless darkness ahead. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the burly figure in the front. Examiner Li Sen, the giant who was like a moving hill, was still carrying the leisurely red-haired female examiner Deng Hong on his shoulders. The 1-hour high-speed rush seemed like just a walk after dinner to him. His breathing was still steady and long, his steps were steady and powerful, and he didn't show any signs of fatigue. What kind of strength does this guy have? Lin Xiye was secretly shocked. At this moment, changes finally began to appear within the first echelon. Running at full speed for a long time consumes a huge amount of physical energy and endurance. The breathing of some weaker candidates began to become heavy, and their speed slowed down visibly. Some people began to secretly take out potions and pour them into their mouths while running. And the more insidious ones set their sights on the people around them. Suddenly, a candidate not far in front of Lin Xiye slowed down suddenly. He did not choose to drink the potion, but suddenly turned around, with a fierce look in his eyes, and a heavy punch that had been accumulating power for a long time, with the sound of breaking wind, hit Lin Xiye, who was following closely behind without any warning. He has made a very careful calculation. I'm about to fall behind. Before I slow down completely, I have to drag the people behind me down with me. As long as the speed of the people behind him is affected, he can buy precious time to catch his breath and drink potion. However, he chose the wrong target. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xiye's eyes instantly turned cold. During this hour, he was not only running mechanically, but also constantly thinking and observing. He had already seen the conditions of everyone around him and had anticipated this situation. When running at high speed, whether you take the attack head-on or stop to counterattack, it will disrupt your rhythm and is not the optimal solution. The only choice is to avoid it and surpass it. Just as the opponent turned around, Lin Xiye had anticipated it and tilted his body to the right, just narrowly avoiding the punch. At the same time, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Swish! His speed increased instead of decreasing. He turned into a shadow and instantly passed by the attacker and surpassed him directly. The candidate's punch missed, and his body staggered due to excessive force. His speed dropped again. He watched Lin Xiye's back getting farther and farther away from him. He was so angry that he roared repeatedly, but he could do nothing. Lin Xiye's action was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, immediately causing a chain reaction. The candidates in the second half of the first group, seeing that they were running out of energy, followed suit. For a time, all kinds of sneak attacks and plots emerged one after another. Fists, footsteps, and even people secretly throwing out small hidden weapons. However, Lin Xiye's perception at this moment is so sharp. After becoming a warrior, his mental power was highly concentrated, and every move within a radius of dozens of meters was clearly reflected in his mind. In the next few minutes, he moved calmly between various attacks like a butterfly flying through flowers. Turn left, dodge right, duck, accelerate. He can always avoid all attacks with the smallest movement and the fastest speed. He was like a slippery loach, leaving all those who tried to drag him into the water in vain. These guys are probably just quasi-warriors, with genetic potential around 8% or 9%. Lin Xiye understood clearly, although their strength is not weak, their endurance is still a bit lacking compared to a real warrior like me. He even has enough energy to accelerate now. After dodging 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Xiye no longer held back. He took a deep breath, the warrior power in his body surged, and his legs burst out with powerful strength. His speed increased again, and he completely left behind those guys with bad intentions, caught up with the core team of the first echelon, and followed steadily behind those in the genius class. The explosive power that Lin Xiye suddenly displayed naturally caught the attention of the people in the genius class in front. Su Qingying, with her neat short purple hair, glanced back calmly while running. When she saw Lin Xiye following closely behind her, breathing steadily, her sharp phoenix eyes revealed a look of genuine surprise for the first time. It turned out to be him. Chapter 039 The Strength of the Genius Class. Su Qingying was a little surprised. She originally thought that this dark horse that suddenly emerged would at most struggle at the end of the first tier. Unexpectedly, after a brutal round of internal elimination, he not only did not fall behind, but instead easily rushed up and followed them closely. This endurance and strength cannot be underestimated. Su Qingying subconsciously glanced further back, but soon she lost interest and an imperceptible, mocking sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the second group that was left far behind, she saw several familiar figures. Those old classmates who were once in the gifted class with her, but were later kicked out of the class because of their lack of ability and inability to keep up with the progress. Really? It still doesn't work. The distance between a quasi-warrior and a real warrior seems to be only one step, but in fact it is an insurmountable chasm. Especially in this kind of long-distance running that tests comprehensive quality and endurance, the gap is infinitely magnified. In the end, they were ruthlessly kicked out by the first tier. Just like when they were ruthlessly kicked out of the gifted class. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to the losers, and turned her attention back to the exam at hand. She glanced at Lin Xie, this wild guy who suddenly appeared in their sight, and for the first time, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. Who is this guy? At this moment, the female examiner Deng Hong, who had been sitting leisurely on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly let out a crisp laugh. The sound echoed in the deep passage and was clearly heard by every candidate. Hold on tight, little ones. The warm-up exercises are over. Next up is the final sprint. Her voice was tinged with a hint of playful excitement. The scoring criteria for the first stage is simple. The first 100 people to reach the finish line will receive a 100-point bonus. For every 100th place after that, 1 point will be deducted, and so on. After 10,000th place, there will be no bonus points. Before he finished speaking, Deng Hong jumped down from the giant Li Sen's shoulder like a civet cat. The moment her feet touched the ground, without any pause, her fiery red figure suddenly turned into a red lightning, and her speed suddenly increased several times, shooting towards the depths of darkness ahead. The giant examiner, Li Sen, slowed down in response. He grinned, revealing a simple smile, and shouted to the candidates who were chasing him closely, "Come on, little ones." Although his speed slowed down, it was still astonishingly fast, and he maintained a steady pace at the limit that the first-tier candidates could keep up with. Deng Hong's speed is really too fast. Her figure left a long afterimage in the dim passage, and she was about to rush into a fork in the road ahead. Left. Lin Xie's eyelids twitched suddenly. He saw clearly that Deng Hong entered the fork in the road on the left, and then his figure disappeared behind the corner. A strong sense of crisis came over me. This underground city is full of forks in the road. Once you lose the way, finding the right path is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He immediately realized that this was not just a competition of speed, but also a brutal screening. Only if you can keep up with Deng Hong are you qualified to talk about scores. If you can't keep up, you'll be eliminated. There are probably over 10,000 people in the first echelon now. Lin Xie calculated rapidly in his mind, I'm afraid that there are only 1,000 people at most who can really keep up with Deng Hong's speed. And among these 1,000 people, only the fastest 100 can get full marks. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer had any reservations. Boom! The warrior power in his body burst out without reservation. A powerful airwave exploded from under his feet, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. Lin Xie's sudden outburst immediately attracted the attention of several people in the genius class in front. A hint of surprise flashed across Lei Qianjuan's cold eyes. Su Qingying looked back in surprise. She didn't expect that this wild boy could actually hide such powerful explosive power. However, they had no time to think at this moment. Because they are also accelerating at full speed. Rush! Follow me! The core team of the entire first echelon was completely excited at this moment. Everyone increased their speed to the limit, transformed into streaks of light, and rushed madly towards the fork in the road where Deng Hong disappeared. Everyone knows that this is the moment that determines fate. Lin Xie's full-strength burst was like a torpedo thrown into the battlefield, instantly tearing a hole in the first echelon. He overtook one candidate after another who had slowed down due to exhaustion, and chased straight ahead. The underground passage suddenly narrowed in front, from a width that could accommodate thousands of people walking side by side to a narrow section that could only accommodate 300 or 400 people. This sudden change made everyone's nerves tense to the extreme. The narrower the road, the more intense the competition will be. Lin Xie was just about to pass through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, but a figure moved sideways like a ghost, instantly blocking his way. It's Yan Filong. There was a hint of disdainful sneer on his face, and his eyes were full of undisguised provocation. Yaluzi, this is not the place for you. Before he finished speaking, Yan Feilong's right fist had already burst out with a dull sound of breaking through the air. This punch seemed to be as straightforward as the one thrown by the strong man before, but Lin Xie's pupils suddenly shrank. Danger! Extremely dangerous. His warrior instinct was frantically warning him. Attached to this punch was an invisible, extremely condensed force, as if compressing the surrounding air into substance. This is not pure strength, this is a skill and a technique. Lin Xie reacted almost instinctively, turning his body to the extreme left, trying to dodge like before. However, a mocking arc appeared at the corner of Yan Feilong's mouth. Just as the fist was about to brush past Lin Qia's body, the condensed force exploded. Shake the sky fist. Bang! A visible airwave spread out violently in a fan shape with Yin Feilong's fist as the center. Although Lin Qia avoided the direct attack of the fist, he was hit hard by the aftermath of this violent force. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to avoid it. This is a range attack technique. Lin Qia only felt an unmatched force hitting his chest and arms, as if he was hit head-on by a high-speed armored vehicle. He groaned and flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the ground hard with a deafening bang. Clang! Severe pain. A tearing pain came from both arms, and they instantly became numb and weak, as if even the bones were groaning. The blood in his chest was surging, his throat felt sweet, and he almost vomited blood. Is this the strength of the genius class? Chapter 040 Top 500. Lin Qia rolled and crawled, unable to stay in the same place at all. He forced himself to steady his body, kicked his feet hard, and continued to run forward quickly. And the place where he had fallen was suddenly hit hard by another person. If Lin Qia had stayed where he was just now, he would have been injured and would have probably called for help. For the first time, Lin Qia realized so clearly the gap between himself and a true genius. That is not a gap in strength, but a gap in skills and experience in using strength. He only has 10% of his genetic potential and 100 points of physical fitness, but the power he exerts is scattered. However, the opponent can condense the power into a rope and even detonate it, which more than doubles the power. At this time, Yin Feilong's figure had already disappeared into the distance. In his opinion, this unconventional approach has been solved and is not worth paying attention to. Not far from Yin Feilong, Su Qingying, who was also far ahead, shook her head. It's not over yet. Lin Qia gritted his teeth and swallowed back the fishy and sweet taste that was rising in his throat. He kicked his legs hard and accelerated again. In a flash, a thought flashed through my mind: the medicine sent by Bai Jinyun. I didn't expect that I would actually use it so soon. Without the slightest hesitation, he used his other hand, which was still able to move, to quickly pull out an injection from the tactical bag at his waist. Without even looking, he stabbed hard into his right arm, which was in severe pain. Blood activating number 5. As the cold liquid was injected, a strange warm current instantly spread out, just like a sweet rain welcoming the long dry land. The tearing pain was suppressed and weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pain in my arms suddenly subsided. Although I still feel sore and numb, at least I have regained my mobility. At this moment, a female candidate with fierce eyes rushed up to him. Seeing that he was injured, a trace of greed flashed in her eyes. It is obvious that they want to take advantage of his illness to kill him and eliminate him completely. If there is one less person, then her ranking can be moved up one position. A cold light flashed in Lin Qia's eyes, and he showed no sign of weakness. He quickly unscrewed another bottle of nutrient solution and poured it into his mouth. Then he shook his wrist and smashed the empty bottle towards the female candidate's face like a hidden weapon. The female candidate subconsciously thought it was some poisonous potion or hidden weapon. Her face changed and she suddenly stopped and dodged to the side. It's this moment. Lin Qia didn't even look at the result. He exerted force on his feet and his body turned into a sharp arrow again, instantly widening the distance again. He ignored the angry curses coming from behind him and continued to rush forward madly. That move just now had created a gap of several hundred meters between him and the top group of people, including Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. He looked at the figures moving further and further away in front of him, and the resentment and anger in his heart turned into the most primitive motivation. He no longer tried to catch up with Yin Feilong, who was in the front, but instead set his sights on other candidates in front who were also trying their best. He was like a wounded lone wolf, full of anger, and began his final crazy chase and dodging. He is indeed a lone wolf. Because he found that these first-tier candidates, whether it is the real warriors like Lei Qianjun, or the quasi-warriors around Lin Qia whose genetic potential is 8% or 9%, they are almost all moving in small groups of 3 or 5. They come from the same school, even the same class, and have a natural understanding with each other. They will subconsciously cover for each other and advance and retreat together. Only Lin Qia was there, all alone, looking so out of place. He is very clear about his current strengths and weaknesses. The advantage is the body of a genuine warrior. It is far beyond the strength, physical fitness, and recovery ability of these quasi-warriors around him. The disadvantage is that I have no fighting skills at all. Apart from practicing the popular radio gymnastics, ordinary high schools have no chance to learn real martial arts. He can only rely on his most primitive instincts in fighting. Dodge. A thin candidate suddenly attacked from the side. Lin Shiye used his legs to raise his body and narrowly avoided it. Beyond. He passed over the candidate's head without stopping and continued to rush forward. Dodge. Another gust of wind came at him, and he twisted his body with all his strength, letting the wind from the fist brush against his back, causing a burning pain. After being hit, drink medicine, use the medicine bottle as a hidden weapon to scare the opponent and create space. He was once again swept by the aftermath of the force, and staggered. Without hesitation, he injected another injection and threw another empty bottle of energy drink at the pursuer. Beyond. Dodge. Surpass again. Every time he moved forward, he was accompanied by thrilling dodges and intense physical exertion. But he was like a tireless beast, his eyes became brighter and his will became more determined. Every time he surpassed someone, the pain in his arms seemed to ease a little, and the fire in his heart grew brighter. Despite this, in the endless dark passage, the fiery red figure female examiner Deng Hong was always the only light source and direction in his vision. Finally, after walking through the tunnel for an unknown amount of time, perhaps several hours, a dazzling light appeared in front of us. End. Lin Chiye's eyes lit up instantly. He could see that Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yan Feilong, and the others had easily crossed the finish line and were standing there with calm expressions, as if the extreme sprint just now was just a warm-up for them. After them, more and more candidates crossed the finish line. Lin Shiye took a deep breath and squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body. The severe pain in his arms seemed to have numb. He roared angrily and gave up all unnecessary dodging. His whole body turned into a blurry afterimage like a cannonball. At the last moment, facing the siege formed by 7 or 8 candidates in front of him, he charged forward like a bull. Bang! 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 He withstood several attacks head-on, and fought his way out in the most brutal and tragic way. Despite being injured again, he rushed through the light curtain. The moment my feet stepped onto the finishing platform, a huge feeling of fatigue came over me like a tide. He was breathing heavily, sweat was pouring down his face, and his arms were still shaking. Candidate Lin Shiye, ranked 498th. Congratulations on completing the first level and getting 95 extra points. A cold electronic prompt sound rang in my ears. 498th, 95 points. Lin Shiye's tense nerves finally relaxed. He sat down on the ground, but couldn't help but grin. Although the process was awkward, the result was pretty good. The people who had just been overtaken by him in a suicide charge were now standing behind the finish line, looking at Lin Shiye with grim faces. If this madman hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they would probably have made it into the top 500. In such an important exam, a difference of 1 point may determine whether they will be admitted to a university in the future. You idiot! One of them gave Lin Shiye the middle finger, his eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Chapter 041 The Second Stage. Lin Shiye just glanced at them and then looked away. Now, he just wants to have a good rest. At this moment, the female examiner Deng Hong casually swept her eyes across the room, finally stopping for a moment on Lin Shiye, who was sitting alone on the ground. Then she announced loudly, "Congratulations, everyone, you have completed the first stage of screening. Rest here for 24 hours, and then prepare for the second stage of the exam." Lin Shiye was stunned for a moment. Rest here? This means that they cannot return to the hotel for deeper rest and replenishment. He glanced around and saw that the geniuses from various prestigious schools had already begun to methodically take out various recovery items from their backpacks, and some even took out portable energy recovery capsules. Gaps are everywhere. Since he couldn't go back to replenish his energy, Lin Shiye could only take out the nutrient solution from his tactical bag and continue drinking it to replenish his energy. The effect of the blood-activating number 5 was about to wear off, and the pain in his arms became more pronounced again. He took out another one and injected himself with it without hesitation. It is also unknown how many students will be eliminated in the first phase. Lin Shiye secretly estimated in his heart that he felt that he could make it into the top 500 among tens of thousands of candidates as a wild student. This result should be enough for him to enter most of the excellent private martial arts universities, right? Thinking of this, he slowly raised his head, his gaze passed over the crowd and fell on the arrogant Yan Feilong in the distance. The other party seemed to have noticed his gaze and gave him a cold look. Lin Shiye slowly withdrew his gaze. There was no anger in his heart, only a cold calmness. He knew that he was not as strong as others now, but that didn't mean it would be the same in the future. He raised his arms, which were still sore, painful, and covered with bruises, and slowly clenched his fists. Pain is the best teacher. This collision made him admit defeat sincerely, and also made him clear about his direction for the first time. Martial arts. Lin Xie whispered to himself, with an unprecedented fire burning in his eyes, I need real martial arts. Only by mastering real martial arts can he unleash his powerful strength to 100%, or even 200%. As time passed, more and more candidates appeared on the finishing platform, but more people were left forever in the dark passage behind. When the number on the electronic timer jumped to the 10,000th candidate crossing the finish line, the huge alloy gate in the distance that represented the starting point made a heavy roar and slammed shut. Lin Xie looked around but did not see Bai Mujie. But it's normal when you think about it. There are nearly 1 million candidates, and only the top 10,000 will enter the second stage. Bai Mujie's genetic potential is not even enough to be considered a quasi-warrior, so it is highly likely that he will be eliminated in such a cruel screening. However, among millions of candidates, only the top 10,000 enter the second stage. Isn't this elimination rate too high? Lin Xie shook his head and turned his attention back to preparing for the second stage of the exam. For these chosen ones, the 24-hour rest period is both a time for rest and recuperation and a new round of arms race. On the finishing platform, the 10,000 passers were clearly divided into several areas. The most important group, of course, were Lei Qianjun, Su Jingying, and other gifted students from top high schools. They sat cross-legged, some meditating with their eyes closed, while others swallowed high-level elixirs that emitted a faint glow. Faint energy fluctuations lingered around their bodies, clearly trying to recover and adjust their condition in the most efficient way possible. Those on the periphery are small groups that are equally strong and come from major key high schools. They gathered together, whispering about their experiences in the first stage, sharing potions and food, and the atmosphere was tense and united. Lin Xie, on the other hand, sat alone in the farthest corner, like an isolated island that was out of tune with the hustle and bustle. There are not many people like Lin Xie. Apart from Lin Xie, there are only 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Since there was nothing to do, Lin Xie simply started practicing the 8 treasures skill silently. He was pleasantly surprised to find that as the exercises were practiced, a gentle warm current emerged from his body and slowly flowed through his injured arms. Wherever the warm current passed, the numbness and tingling sensations were actually relieved and dissolved little by little. That's right. Lin Xie's heart moved and he understood instantly. Whether it is 8 treasures exercise or radio gymnastics, their essence is the most basic exercise method to strengthen the body and enhance genetic potential. Although they do not have fancy moves or powerful attack power, they have the most fundamental and direct effect on nourishing and restoring the body. After figuring this out, Lin Xie no longer hesitated. He calmed his mind and devoted himself to the practice of 8 treasures kung fu. Time flies, and 24 hours pass in a flash. When Lin Xie opened his eyes again, the injuries on his arms had almost recovered. Although there was still some pain, it no longer affected his movements. And his physical and mental strength returned to their peak state under the nourishment of the exercises. At this moment, when the timer in the center of the platform returned to 0, the examiner Qiangshi, who was as giant as an iron tower, took a step forward. The heavy footsteps made the entire alloy platform shake. Break time, over. His booming voice resounded throughout the venue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The second stage of the exam begins now. Chapter 042 Hunting. Team up. Qiangshi Lisan's cold eyes swept across the 10,000 candidates present, and everyone who was swept by his gaze felt a heavy pressure. The content of the second phase of the exam is very simple, but also very cruel. He stretched out a finger thicker than an ordinary person's arm and pointed to the back of the platform, where another huge alloy gate was slowly opening. Behind the door, there was no longer a monotonous passage, but a simulated, vast abandoned urban scene. The broken walls and collapsed high-rise buildings, the jungle made of steel and concrete, exudes an atmosphere of death and danger under the dim light. In this examination room known as Ruin City No. 3, there are scattered 1,000 of our prey mechanical guards. Changshi's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Your goal is to hunt down these mechanical guards and obtain the point badges from their bodies. The closer you are to the center, the higher the level of the mechanical guards, and the more point badges they contain. Each badge represents 10 points. The exam will take 48 hours. Your final score will be determined by your score in the first level plus the total points earned in the second level. 1,000 praise, 10,000 candidates. A candidate muttered to himself, his face instantly becoming ugly. 10 people, fighting for one target. This means that at least 90% of people may not get a single badge. Xianxue seemed very satisfied with the shock on everyone's faces. He grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, and his smile looked particularly ferocious. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you the most important rule. He paused, then spoke word by word. No one is allowed to snatch anything within the examination room. If you have the ability, even a badge snatched from someone else will be valid. Of course, if you are seriously injured, you must call for help immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Boom! This sentence, like a blockbuster bomb, exploded in the hearts of all the candidates. Don't grab it. You will take the consequences at your own risk. This is no longer an exam, it is clearly a bloody game that encourages killing each other. The law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak is laid bare. Now, I'll give you 5 minutes to form teams freely. In 5 minutes, the exam will officially begin. As soon as Xianxue finished speaking, the entire platform exploded. Brother, shall we team up? We are all from Tiannan No. 2 Middle School. Let's do it together. We'll split the badges equally. Is there anyone good at reconnaissance? You can be the scout. Those candidates who came from the same school or formed a revolutionary friendship in the first round quickly gathered together in groups of 3 or 5, or even dozens of people, and looked at others around them vigilantly. Top talents like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying naturally formed their own school and simply disdained to associate with ordinary candidates. Lin Qiye and the other 5 lone wolves who were also alone became the most conspicuous and embarrassing people in the whole audience. From time to time, I swept over them, with scrutiny, pity, and even malicious greed. Under such rules, loners are often the easiest prey to bully. Lin Qiye ignored the gazes around him, his brain was working fast. Team up? Who should he team up with? He didn't know anyone here. To rashly join an unfamiliar team would be like courting disaster. If danger arose or the badge was discovered, he, the outsider, would be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless. He glanced at the few people who were also isolated in the distance, and there was also a glint of vigilance in their eyes. Just as Lin Qiye was weighing the pros and cons, a cold voice sounded beside him. A person cannot live long. Lin Qiye turned around and saw that the lone female candidate who was also isolated had walked to his side without him noticing. She is tall, with a pretty face, short and neat hair, and eyes as sharp as an eagle, giving people a cold feeling that keeps strangers away. How about forming a temporary team? She got straight to the point, her tone straightforward and straightforward. The 6 of us are the ones left behind. Rather than being hunted down one by those larger groups, it's better to stick together and at least increase our chances of survival. Lin Qiye looked at her, then glanced at the 4 male candidates not far away who were also paying attention to him. He could see that these people had all ranked highly in the first stage. The fact that they could break into the top 10,000 as lone wolves in the brutal sprint itself proved their strength and character, and that they were definitely not mediocre. How do we cooperate? How do we distribute? Lin Qiye asked concisely. This was the core issue. It's very simple. The short-haired girl held up 3 fingers. First, don't attack each other. If anyone stabs you in the back, we will attack them together. Second, whoever catches the prey gets it, and no one else can take it. Third, if you encounter danger, you can ask for help, but whether or not to help depends on your personal wishes and the situation at the time. We won't force you. This rule is cruel and realistic, but it also eliminates the possibility of internal strife to the greatest extent. There are no false promises, no forced obligations, everything is based on voluntary and self-interest. This actually made Lin Qiye feel a little more reliable. I agree. Lin Qiye nodded. I agree too. A burly man as strong as an iron tower said in a muffled voice. He was one of the other 4. Count me in. A thin young man with flickering eyes, who looked like a scout, also expressed his opinion. The remaining 2 were twins. They looked at each other and nodded in unison. We brothers will join too. Very good. The short-haired girl nodded with satisfaction and glanced at everyone. My name is Hanyu. Since this is a temporary team, everyone should give us a name so that it is convenient for us to address each other. Iron Meng, said the strong man with an iron tower. Zhao Shu, said the thin young man. Chan Feng. Shen Yun, said the twin brothers. Just call me Xiaolin. Since it was a temporary team, Lin Qiye didn't plan to reveal his full name. 6 people, a makeshift team of lone wolves, were hastily formed in the last few minutes. 5 minutes to go. The examiner Chang Shi's voice sounded again. Exam, begin. Boom. The alloy gate at the rear was completely opened, revealing the vast and silent abandoned city. Rush. Seize the advantageous terrain. Almost at the moment the gates opened, those large teams that had been organized long ago rushed in like tigers out of their cages. Chapter 043 Being Besieged? Lei Chenjun, Su Qingying, and other top talents formed a team that turned into several streams of light and rushed towards the ruins of the most conspicuous skyscrapers in the city center without hesitation. Obviously, the closer to the central area, the more high-level mechanical guards will appear. Moreover, the terrain there is high, so what is happening in other places can be seen clearly, making it the best ambush location. A large army of thousands of people followed closely behind, and the whole scene was in chaos. As soon as they entered the city of ruins, small-scale conflicts broke out on the edge. What should we do? Tai Meng looked at everyone, obviously undecided. Everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Lin Xie and Han Yu. It's not just because Han Yu initiated it first, but also because the two of them were the first to achieve it. The one who reaches it first shows the strongest strength. Han Yu looked at Lin Xie, as if wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Xie calmly scanned the chaotic situation before him and said in a deep voice, "Don't go into the city center." Why? Zhao Shu was puzzled. Aren't all the good things in the center? The center is a meat grinder right now. Lin Xie shook his head and analyzed, the top teams are going to grab territory, and the big teams are going to grab heads. If the 6 of us go in, we won't even be able to make a wave. We will be devoured to the bone. He pointed to the edge of the city, at the inconspicuous, low-rise ruins of residential buildings. Our goal is the badge, not to fight anyone. Let's go to the edge of the country first. There might be less prey there, but there's also less competition. We need to survive first, get familiar with the environment, and then we can move on to other things. Survival always comes first. This proposal was immediately recognized by everyone. That makes sense. That's it. The 6 people reached a consensus and without any hesitation, they immediately broke away from the large group rushing towards the center. They turned around and sneaked silently into the shadows on the edge of the city like a few inconspicuous shadows. The abandoned city is more dilapidated than imagined. The collapsed walls were covered with moss and vines, and the streets were littered with the rusted remains of scrapped hovercraft. The wind blew through the empty windows, making ghostly howls and adding a touch of eeriness to this dead city. Lin Xie's 6-member team formed a battle formation and moved carefully through the ruins. I'll go explore the way first. The thin young man Zhao Shu said in a low voice. His body seemed to have no bones. He nimbly jumped onto a broken wall and disappeared into the shadow in front after a few jumps. His movements were swift and silent. Tai Meng, you and brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun, pay attention to the sides. Han Yu, you and I, pay attention to what's behind and in front of us. Lin Xie made arrangements quickly. Everyone nodded and became alert. Not long after, Zhao Shu emerged from an abandoned shopping mall ahead. He gestured to everyone to indicate safety and said in a low voice, "It's safe ahead." No one or mechanical guards have been spotted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued on their way. Just as they walked through the mall lobby and were about to leave through the back door, Lin Xie suddenly stopped. Etc. His eyes were fixed on a pile of collapsed shelves not far ahead. After becoming a warrior, his perception, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, caught an extremely weak energy fluctuation that did not belong to this environment. Something. He whispered. Everyone immediately stopped, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked in the direction of his gaze, but found nothing. Lin Xie did not explain, but slowly picked up a cement block half the size of his head from the ground, exerted force with his arm muscles, and threw it hard towards the pile of shelves. Bang! The cement blocks hit the shelves with a loud noise. Next second. Buzz. A red light suddenly lit up. The collapsed shelves suddenly exploded, and a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine made entirely of dark silver metal, resembling a spider but with 6 sharp limbs, suddenly stood up from the ruins. On its chest, a single red eye shone, coldly locking its gaze on Lin Xie and the other 6. Intruder detected, clearance mode activated. A cold electronic synthesized sound rang out, and 6 metal limbs flashing with cold light suddenly kicked the ground. The entire mechanical spider shot towards everyone like a cannonball. Mechanical guard. Tai Mang let out a low roar, with a hint of excitement and solemnity in his eyes. Unexpectedly, I encountered my first prey so soon. At the moment the mechanical spider appeared, a sense of crisis that was colder and more deadly than the murderous intent of the mechanical guards erupted from behind and on both sides of Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's warrior instinct was sounding the alarm, and he roared almost instinctively. Die! There was no trace of innocence on the faces of the two brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun. Instead, there was a ferocious murderous intent. Their fists, one on the left and one on the right, were like hammers, with whistling sounds, going straight to Lin Qiye's back and temples. On the other side, Han Yu, who had always appeared calm and rational, came close like a ghost, and with a tricky and ruthless whip kick, swept towards Lin Qiye's lower body like a steel whip, blocking all his escape routes. The three of them took action, and their timing was perfect. It was the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the mechanical guard and their focus was most distracted. The cooperation is tacit and the killing moves are fierce. They calculated correctly that under the pincer attack from the mechanical guard and the three of them, this guy named Shaolin would be seriously injured if not killed. In this way, the strongest guy was dealt with. However, they underestimated Lin Qiye. Faced with this fatal situation, there was no panic in Lin Qiye's eyes, but instead a hint of cold ridicule flashed across his eyes. From the very beginning, he never fully trusted these so-called teammates. The warrior's perception, which was far beyond that of ordinary people, made him prepared. Innocent. Lin Qiye sneered in his heart. He did not choose to resist the attacks from any side head-on, as that would only put him in a dead end where he would be attacked from both sides. In a flash, he made a move that no one expected. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his whole body like a cheetah rushing straight towards the mechanical spider that was rushing towards him. Court death? There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Is this guy scared silly? He actually took the initiative to crash into the blade of the mechanical guard? However, the next second, the expressions on their faces completely froze. Just when Lin Qiye was about to collide with the mechanical spider, his body suddenly sank downwards. With an extreme low slide, his entire body pressed against the ground, he passed through the narrow gap under the 6 sharp metal limbs like lightning. It all happens as fast as lightning. When Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu's attacks failed. When their bodies became stiff due to excessive force, Lin Qiye's figure had already appeared behind the mechanical spider like a ghost. The mechanical spider that had just started up obviously did not anticipate this drilling under the crotch operation in its attack program. Its single eye flashed red, and it lost its original target, immediately locking its hatred on the 3 people closest to it who had just attacked its teammates. New threat target detected. Clearing mode activated. Swish. 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 The 6 sharp metal limbs are like 6 unsheathed blades. Chapter 044 Hunting Game. 6 sharp metal limbs were like 6 unsheathed blades, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, and instantly enveloped Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's face changed drastically. She reacted the fastest, stomping her toes on the ground and retreating quickly like a fallen leaf, narrowly avoiding the 2 oncoming cold lights. Brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun were not so lucky. Their offensive was old, and their old strength had just gone before new strength was generated. Faced with this sudden backlash, they could only cross their arms in embarrassment and endure it. Ding! Ding! 2 sharp sounds of metal clashing were heard. The 2 brothers were shocked by the huge force and retreated repeatedly. 2 deep scratches that could be seen to the bone appeared on their arms in an instant, and blood was dripping. The backstab alliance that seemed unbreakable just now collapsed instantly under the violent attack of the mechanical guards. On the other side, Tai Mang and Zhao Shu just came back to their senses from their shock and quickly retreated to avoid it. They don't want to be the next target. If they were the target chosen by the 3 people just now, there is no doubt that they would have called for help, or even become a corpse. Lin Qiye had already disappeared behind the broken wall on the other side. He did not stop for a moment, nor did he look back to watch the drama of the internal strife. Like a civet cat, he kept jumping and climbing in the ruins, his movements swift and silent. His goal was clear: to find a suitable vantage point. He needed a position where he could overlook the entire situation and see everyone's movements. His heart was cold. Han Yu and the brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun, these 3 people have completely torn their faces apart. There is no possibility of any cooperation anymore. It is a fight to the death. As for Tai Mang and Zhao Shu, perhaps there is still a possibility of winning them over. But now, what he wanted to do most was to take advantage of the current chaos and see if there was any chance to get rid of these three traitors first. Since these three guys dared to kill him, they should be prepared to be killed by him. If it really doesn't work, just give up on the second stage. A trace of determination flashed through Lin Qia's mind. He is well aware of his situation. Compared with those geniuses who have received systematic training since childhood and have various resources, he, a wild man who started late, is inherently deficient. Being able to get here in this exam is already a pleasant surprise. He could lose the exam, but it would be best if he didn't get hurt too badly. Rescue costs are very expensive. Just when brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun were repelled and Han Yu was dodging in a panic, the red light of the mechanical spider's single eye flashed a few times, as if it was re-evaluating the threat level. It lost its original target, Lin Xia, and the three people in front of it quickly retreated, out of its attack range. Threat eliminated, returning to standby mode. The cold electronic sound rang out again. The violent mechanical spider slowly retracted its 6 limbs and lay down again with its huge body. The metallic luster on its body quickly dimmed and merged with the surrounding rust and dust, as if it had turned back into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. The battlefield, which was tense and life and death situation just now, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The wind once again blew through the empty shopping mall, making a whistling sound. The heartbeats of the people hiding behind different shelters seemed to be infinitely amplified at this moment. Han Yu hid behind a broken load-bearing pillar, her chest heaving slightly as she scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. She hadn't expected that the guy named Shaolin to react so quickly and use such strange tactics, not only escaping a fatal blow but also turning the tables on them. Brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun leaned against a broken wall, giving themselves injections to stop the bleeding and bandaging their wounds while searching for Lin Xia with resentful eyes. Their failed sneak attack had backfired, leaving them completely humiliated, and their murderous intent had intensified. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, on the other side, hid even further away. They exchanged glances, each seeing a mixture of fear and relief. They trusted no one now, seeking only self-preservation. Everyone knew it tacitly. Whoever moves first may become the next target. For a moment, a deadlock was formed. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Wait. Wait until others lose their patience first. Wait for others to make mistakes. Or, wait for new prey to enter this area and break this damn balance. Time passes by every second. The abandoned shopping mall was eerily quiet. Above this tomb, in a dilapidated office on the 3rd floor, Lin Xia was staring coldly at everything below through a broken window. He restrained his aura to the extreme, as if he had merged with the shadows around him. He is very patient. Because he knew that in this hunting game, the first one to lose patience is often the first to die. Chapter 045 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu are the two weakest among the 6. They were concentrating on guarding against Lin Xia, Han Yu, and the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun who were hiding in front. However, they had no idea that the most deadly danger came from behind where they had been momentarily negligent. In this dead silence, 2 dark shadows suddenly emerged from the shadows behind them like ghosts. The speed is extremely fast. Zhao Shu felt a chill on the back of his shoulder, and an overwhelming pain instantly spread throughout his body. A blood-stained, rusty steel pipe pierced his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. You are not allowed to bring weapons to the exam, but they are available on site. Ah! A shrill scream broke the dead silence of the shopping mall. He didn't even have time to see who the attacker was. In the severe pain and fear, he subconsciously pressed the distress button on his personal terminal. Rescue! I need rescue! As soon as he was attacked, Tai Meng next to him was startled. He roared, his muscles tensed instantly, and he turned around and tried to escape. But he is fast, and the other party is even faster. The moment he turned around, the steel pipe in the hand of another black shadow pierced his back accurately and viciously like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. Puff! Tai Meng's tall body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the blood-stained tip of the steel pipe protruding from his chest. His 2 eyes as big as copper bells widened, filled with unwillingness and horror. The next second, a white light flashed. A medical worker in a white first aid suit appeared out of nowhere in front of Tai Meng. He said expressionlessly, "Your condition is critical. The survival rate is 80% if you go directly for treatment. Do you need a stimulant? The cost is 100,000 credits, and the survival rate is increased to 99%. I have it." Tai Meng used up his last bit of strength, took out a potion that also emitted a bright green light from the tactical bag on his waist, and tremblingly injected it into his thigh. As the medicine was injected, an abnormal blush appeared on his pale face. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Let's go." The medical staff took out a small bag from his hand, and after opening it, it instantly turned into a simple medical bed. After putting Tai Meng on the medical bed, the medical staff dragged the medical bed away in front of everyone. On Zhao Shu's side, the battle stopped instantly because of his cry for help. Another medical staff also appeared and dragged him away. This thrilling scene lasted only a dozen seconds from the beginning to the end. All of this was seen clearly by Lin Xie, who was in the office on the third floor. He felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his heart instantly turned cold. I won die, but the medical expenses cost 100,000 yuan. That's 100,000 credit points. He couldn't even come up with the 100,000 registration fee back then. And Tai Meng actually prepared this expensive life-saving medicine himself. Damn it! Only then did Lin Xie truly realize that he had no idea about the hidden rules of this exam. He doesn't understand anything. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie didn't tell him either. This thought flashed through Lin Xie's mind, but he immediately denied it. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie didn't tell him either, and it was more likely that they actually didn't know either. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie are just ordinary key high school students from decent families, and have been marginalized for many years. To use a popular phrase, it is the falling middle-class martial arts family. After all, in the eyes of those true chosen ones, I am afraid that both I and they are just ants. This kind of life-saving trump card is probably only needed by the top 5% of geniuses among millions of candidates, and they will be told by their teachers and schools that they need to prepare it. There are probably no more than 2 or 3 people like Lin Xie who accidentally broke in among 10,000 people. Such distracting thoughts only last for a moment. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and refocused all his attention on the battlefield below. There were at least 5 attackers. Lin Xie had already seen the 5 sudden movements. Although they quickly found new cover the moment they attacked to avoid being exposed to everyone's sight. But with his keen perception as a warrior, the positions and general movements of these 5 people were still visible. This is a well-organized and coordinated hunting team. The timing, attack angle, and retreat route they chose were all filled with textbook precision. At the same time that Tai Meng and Zhao Shu were attacked, Han Yu and the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun reacted extremely quickly. They almost instinctively retreated in the opposite direction to keep their distance. Lin Xie did not move, nor did he chase after them. Because of the actions of Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun, they naturally attracted the attention of the hunting team. Several dark shadows, like leeches, immediately surrounded the 3 of them from different directions and chased them. Han Yu and the other 2 instantly turned from hunters into prey. Lin Xie, on the other hand, went from being a prey to a condescending bystander. He now has 2 advantages. One is the perception, physical fitness, strength and recovery speed of the warrior level. The second is the most crucial: the enemy is in the open, and he is in the dark. He didn't want to be the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole was waiting behind. Although the mantis can eat cicadas, it will eventually be targeted by the oriole. What he wants to do is to be like the vulture that waits patiently for the yellow bird and the poisonous snake to be both injured in the fight, and then slowly flies down to catch all the spoils in one fell swoop. Several dark shadows chased in the direction of Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun, and the abandoned shopping mall soon returned to silence. After a few minutes, there was no sound of fighting, and the figures who had chased out did not return. Lin Xie understood that Han Yu, Chen Feng, and Shen Yun were not easy to deal with. If they tried to escape, it would be difficult to catch them in the complex terrain. But then, Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. Within the range of his warrior perception, 3 new auras approached from a distance and quickly merged into the hunting team, filling the gaps left by the people who had just chased out. This team has at least 8 people, or even more. Moreover, they did not abandon this area because of the escape of Han Yu and others. Lin Xie saw that these 8 people, like well-trained soldiers, began to spread out in a fan shape with the mechanical guard disguised as scrap metal as the center, moving alternately behind various bunkers and slowly advancing to the periphery. Their actions were cautious and professional, and they were obviously conducting a carpet-style survey and clearance. This is to thoroughly comb this area and not miss any potential threats or prey. Lin Xie's heart sank. One of them was moving straight towards the abandoned office building where he was. Getting closer. Lin Xie immediately withdrew his gaze from the window, and his body retreated silently like a feather, hiding in the deepest shadows of the office. He held his breath and restrained his aura to the extreme, as if his whole body had merged into one with the darkness. Relying on the warrior's extraordinary perception, he could clearly hear the footsteps. Rustle. Neither hurried nor slow, with a unique sense of rhythm, he approached step by step. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. The man has arrived downstairs of the office building. Lin Qia's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, and all the muscles in his body were tensed, ready for a thundering blow at any time. However, just when Lin Qia thought that the other party was about to enter the building, the footsteps stopped abruptly not far from the building. Quiet. Deathly silence. After the footsteps downstairs stopped, there was no more movement, as if the person had disappeared out of thin air. But in Lin Qia's perception, the aura not only did not disappear, but became more condensed, like a cheetah lurking in the grass, restraining all unnecessary movements, just waiting to deliver a fatal blow. What is he waiting for? Lin Qia's mind was racing with thoughts, but he remained absolutely still, even deliberately slowing down his heartbeat. Sudden. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Chapter 046 You Fry Fish. A cement block the size of half a brick was thrown up from downstairs with great force, accurately smashing a glass window in the corridor on the second floor. Crash. The crisp sound of breaking glass was particularly harsh in the silent abandoned building, and the echo continued to stir in the empty corridor. This is a temptation. Lin Qia instantly understood the other party's intention. The other party was using noise to create chaos, trying to lure out any prey that might be hiding in the building. Any abnormal noise, such as rapid breathing after being frightened, or the sound of subconscious footsteps, will immediately expose one's position. What a cautious guy. Instead of moving, Lin Qia blended his body deeper into the shadows, like a lifeless sculpture. His warrior perception allowed him to clearly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person downstairs. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long period of silence, the people downstairs still did not move. He's not coming in? Or, have I been exposed? A trace of doubt arose in Lin Qia's heart, but he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and did not make any move. In this suffocating confrontation, a new sound suddenly came from the direction of the mall in the distance. Buzz. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again, and the mechanical guard was activated. Immediately afterwards, there was a dense sound of metal collisions, the explosion of energy impacts, and the roar of humans, all intertwined together. Obviously, a fierce battle broke out. However, even though the battle in the distance was so fierce, the man guarding downstairs remained like a rock, motionless, and his breathing was not disordered at all. It was as if a flash of lightning flashed through Lin Qia's mind, instantly connecting all the clues together. He probably understood what was going on. This person is not here to search this building at all. His mission is to stay here. Defending this building, or in other words, defending a key node in this area. Prevent anyone else from entering the hunting ground where the battle is taking place from this direction. And those people who had chased Han Yu and the brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun before probably didn't really pursue them. Instead, they set up a defense line farther away and carried out the same mission. Blockade. This team, after confirming that there is prey mechanical guards in this area. The first thing they did was not to rush in to encircle and suppress them, but to dispatch personnel to quickly seal off and clear the entire area. They wanted to turn this area into a closed cage, ensuring that the prey inside, whether it was mechanical guards or hiding candidates like Lin Qia, had nowhere to escape, and also ensuring that no outsiders would come in to share a piece of the pie. And the ones responsible for the battle are the remaining group of people. Hunting, blockade, vigilance, clear division of labor and efficient execution. Damn it, this can't be something taught in school. Lin Qia cursed in his heart. This kind of tactical quality in team combat is definitely not something a group of students who have formed a temporary team can possess. Obviously, Lin Qia guessed that it was most likely the courses of those key high schools. My unconventional experience gained from the bottom is nothing compared to their systematic tactics. If we continue to wait, it will definitely be a dead end. Once they've dealt with the mechanical guards and freed up their hands, it would be even harder for them to gain anything. At that time, what he will face is not just one person, but a complete and well-coordinated hunting team. Lin Qia quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Grit your teeth and fight. Now is the best chance. Most of the opponent's attention was focused on fighting the mechanical guards. The only thing standing in his way was the sentinel downstairs. As long as he could get rid of this person silently, he could instantly transform from a trapped prey into a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Next, whether to take advantage of the chaos to escape from this blockade area or hide and look for an opportunity to counterattack, it is 1,000 times better than sitting and waiting to die like this. The initiative must be taken back into our own hands. With this thought in mind, Lin Qian no longer hesitated. He moved silently to the broken window on the third floor like a civet cat, quickly stuck his head out and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. Really? A team of 5 candidates was methodically besieging the spider-shaped mechanical guard that was over 3 meters tall. That mechanical guard was the same one from before, with 8 long metal legs flashing with cold light, like 8 sharp swords. The 5 candidates cooperated very well. A burly young man stood at the front, holding an alloy door panel that was removed from somewhere as a shield, attracting the frontal fire of the mechanical guards. The other 4 were on the flanks, constantly launching harassing attacks, forcing the mechanical guards to be unable to attack the front with all their strength. At the same time, he was also looking for the vital joints of the mechanical guard. Now is the time. Lin Xie retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and picked up a steel bar that was more than 1 meter long and as thick as his arm from the ground. The next second, he jumped out of the third-floor window like a hunting hawk. At the moment of falling, he suddenly twisted his waist and exerted force. The steel bar in his hand was like a javelin that had been shot from a bowstring. With a sharp sound that tore through the air, it went straight for the head of the candidate downstairs. His sudden appearance was naturally noticed by everyone at the first moment. The burly man who was holding a shield to block the attack suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Ali, hold him back." He had meant to say, "Hold him for 10 minutes" while they dealt with the mechanical guards. However, the next second, his voice stopped abruptly like a duck with its neck strangled. Lin Qiye was in mid-air, and when he threw the steel bar, he didn't even look at the result. Just as he expected, his hasty and unprofessional throwing attack would most likely miss the target as the opponent was already alert. Boom! The steel bar scraped past the other person's scalp and stabbed into the pile of construction waste behind him, making a loud bang and splashing dust all over the sky. In the dust, the candidate named Ali's face became extremely ugly. However, before he could recover from his relief at surviving the disaster, a dark shadow fell from the sky. Lin Qiye's figure tore through the smoke and dust, bringing with him an unparalleled sense of oppression, and an extremely powerful fist had already arrived in front of him. Too fast. Ali had no time to make any effective counterattack or dodge, and could only subconsciously cross his arms to protect himself. However, just as he opened his mouth, a terrifying aura that made him scared to death and far exceeded the level of a quasi-warrior, enveloped him completely like a mountain pressing down on his head. His face turned pale instantly and his pupils contracted violently. Warrior? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Qiye's full-strength attack, which contained more than 100 points of physical energy, had already hit his arm solidly. Crack! A bone-breaking sound was heard, so crisp and teeth-grinding. In the face of absolute power, Ali's defense was instantly torn apart like thin paper. Both arms are broken. The severe pain had not yet spread throughout his nerves, and Lin Qiye's body landed on the ground without any pause. He sank down, and his other fist was like a cannonball, a fierce uppercut that hit his abdomen hard. Bang! A muffled sound. Ali's whole body bent into a bow shape in an instant like a cooked shrimp, his feet left the ground, and he was bounced backwards by the huge force. Then he lost all his strength in the air, fell heavily to the ground, curled up his body, and twitched in pain. This punch directly injured him severely and completely made him lose his fighting ability. A white light flashed, and the rescuer in white appeared again, standing in front of Ali with an expressionless face. Ali groaned in pain, staring at Lin Qiye with a look of resentment as if he had seen a ghost, and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. A seated player also came to the outer area, to fry fish. Chapter 047 Sleeping Like a Baby. Lin Qiye himself did not expect that the battle would end so quickly and so cleanly. He was even prepared to engage in a tough battle and even use potions. But the opponent, under his full-strength attack, couldn't even withstand a single blow. Is this the difference between a warrior and a quasi-warrior? However, now is not the time for Lin Qiye to feel sentimental. The people guarding other directions have reacted after seeing the signal that their companions were killed instantly, and are rushing towards this side at full speed. The attack has already arrived before the people arrive. Whoosh! 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 Several pieces of rubble, twisted metal scraps, and even a few sharpened steel bars, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot towards Lin Qiye from different angles. Lin Xia's face darkened, and he tapped his feet repeatedly, his figure dodging among the dense throwing objects like a ghost. Ding dang dang! Countless attacks landed on the spot where he had just stood, splashing sparks and dust all over the ground. At the same time, a surprised cry came from the mechanical guard. Found it. The weakness is here. Lin Xie glanced at the battlefield from the corner of his eye and saw that the attack frequency of the four candidates suddenly increased and their offensive became more fierce. It was obvious that they had found a breakthrough. He didn't know where the so-called weakness was, and he didn't have time to observe it carefully. Because two figures were like cheetahs, attacking him from the left and right directions almost at the same time, blocking most of his space to dodge. One on the left and one on the right, forming a pincer attack. A cold light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes, and he made a judgment in an instant. He did not choose to defend or retreat, but chose to take the initiative. Target the short-haired girl on the right with a relatively weaker aura. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Xia's feet shook violently, and the whole person turned into a blurry afterimage. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed towards the short-haired girl on the right. The girl with short hair obviously didn't expect that Lin Xia would not only not dodge, but would dare to charge forward actively, and at such a fast speed. She opened her eyes wide, and just as her cherry lips opened, she could only let out a short ah before she could only hastily throw a punch at Lin Xia's face. However, in Lin Xia's extraordinary warrior perception, the opponent's hasty punch was full of flaws. He tilted his body slightly, and the fist almost grazed his cheek, causing a strong wind to blow his short hair back. It's this moment. Lin Xia's fist arrives first after being struck later. An extremely precise uppercut hit the girl's chin firmly. Bang! A muffled sound. The girl's head suddenly jerked back, and her whole body flew backwards as if she had lost bones, drawing an arc in the air and falling heavily to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he instantly lost consciousness, falling into a baby-like sleep. A white light flashed, and another rescuer in white appeared. Lin Xie looked at the girl who fell to the ground and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party was so weak, or rather, he was so strong. On the other side, the male candidate who had originally planned to form a pincer attack with the girls almost popped his eyes out when he saw the scene. His forward figure suddenly stopped, then he turned around without hesitation and retreated quickly. What a joke! He killed a teammate with similar strength in one encounter. This guy is not someone they can deal with at all. The candidate retreated suddenly and quickly, roaring in his heart. This is a seated player. How could it appear in the outermost area? At this time, he no longer cared about the team or his teammates. I don't want to be like that girl who was knocked out by one punch before she even had time to react. Lin Xie did not chase after the candidate who escaped. His goal was clear from the beginning to the end points badge. After knocking out the short-haired girl with one punch, he didn't even look at her twice. He turned around and rushed straight towards the battlefield where the mechanical guards were being besieged like a tiger descending from the mountain. The 5 people who were fighting with the mechanical guards did not expect the situation to take such a turn for the worse. In just a moment, 2 of their 10-man team were injured and 1 escaped. There were 2 more people staring in another direction further away, and it was too late for them to come over. An absurdly powerful troublemaker is rushing towards their core battle group with an unmatched attitude. You guys continue. Take care of the mechanical guard first. I'll stop him. The burly young man holding the alloy door panel as a shield roared, and was obviously the leader of the team. He made a quick decision and made a choice. The mechanical guard is on the verge of collapse. If we make a little more effort, we can take it down. We must not fail at this moment. At the moment when the burly young man made the decision, Lin Xia's figure was approaching. Without any fancy moves, he casually picked up a steel bar that had been knocked down from the ground. His arm muscles suddenly bulged, and with all his strength, he threw it out like a javelin. Drink! Faced with this powerful blow, the burly young man did not choose to dodge. He roared, his legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, the muscles in his arms instantly knotted and bulged, and he fiercely placed the heavy alloy door panel in his hand in front of him, forming a solid barrier. Clang! The steel bars collided with the alloy door panels with a loud bang, making a deafening noise and stirring up a circle of airwaves visible to the naked eye. The burly young man felt an unmatched force coming from the shield, which made his arms numb. A huge wave of emotion surged in his heart, and his eyes were filled with horror. What a terrifying power! This is definitely not a power that an ordinary quasi warrior can possess. On the other side, Lin Xia's heart sank suddenly. The collision just now was so loud. In this relatively quiet ruin, it is like a beacon in the dark night, and it will inevitably attract the attention of everyone around. Whether it is other hunting teams or lone wolves like Hanyu who were driven away, they may be attracted here. We must fight quickly and decisively. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. If he cannot defeat the enemy in front of him and grab the badge in a short period of time, then he must immediately leave this place that is about to become the center of the storm. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye no longer held back. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the burly young man like a cannonball. When the burly young man saw Lin Qiye rushing towards him, he decisively gave up the heavy alley door panel in his hand. With a clang, he threw the shield to the ground, and he also took a stance and rushed forward. The two of them fought together in an instant. Bang! 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 The collision of fists and feet made a dull sound like beating drums. After a few rounds, Lin Qiye immediately realized the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of pure strength and speed, the opponent is much weaker than himself. However, each and every move of the opponent contained exquisite force-generating techniques, which were obviously martial arts. Lin Qiye had a lot of brute force, but he felt extremely frustrated when he fought. Several of his powerful attacks were resolved by the opponent's cleverness. On the contrary, he was almost hit in the vitals by the opponent several times. We can't delay any longer. Lin Qiye knew very well that as a lone wolf, his opportunities would only become fewer and fewer. If we can't deal with this guy in front of us quickly, the window of opportunity will become smaller and smaller as time goes by. Let us fight. Lin Qiye's eyes instantly turned crazy, and a fierceness rose in his heart. He gave up all clumsy dodging and defense, and adopted a life-and-death fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. Facing the young man's powerful punch, Lin Qiye did not dodge or evade, but took the blow with his shoulder. He felt severe pain, but he didn't even frown. Immediately afterwards, the opponent's attack was like a storm, enveloping Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth and resisted. It really gave Lin Qiye a moment of opportunity. Lin Qiye took the risk and stepped forward, gathering all his strength into his right fist, and using the most primitive and brutal method, he punched the opponent in the face. The burly young man didn't expect Lin Qiye to be so fearless and brave, and it was too late for him to withdraw his attack and defend himself. Bang! Lin Qiye's fist hit him hard in the face. At the same time, the burly young man threw another punch, hitting Lin Qiye's cheek hard. Lin Qiye only felt a buzzing sound in his head, the world was spinning, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. But he bit the tip of his tongue forcefully, and the severe pain instantly sobered him up a bit. The warrior's physique, which is one level higher, showed a decisive advantage at this moment. By the time Lin Qiye shook his head and steadied his body, the burly young man opposite had his eyes rolled back and fell straight back, hitting the ground heavily and falling into a baby-like sleep. A white light flashed, and the familiar rescuers in white appeared again. He looked expressionlessly at Lin Qiye, whose face was also bruised. Although his face was covered in blood, he was confirmed to be able to fight. Then he opened the simple medical bed and skillfully dragged the burly young man away. Chapter 048 Successfully Collected Points. After dealing with the other party's leader, Lin Qiye did not stop for a moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes, like lightning, instantly locked onto the remaining 4 candidates who were still fighting with the mechanical guards. The 4 men watched helplessly as their captain was knocked out in one blow, their faces filled with shock. Of course, the attacks didn't stop. And at this moment, the spider-shaped mechanical guard, which was already at the end of its strength, let out a shrill cry, and its 8 long metal legs collapsed powerlessly, and the red light of the single eye on its chest completely went out. The battle is about to end. However, before the 4 candidates could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind with a strong smell of blood swept towards them. It's Lin Qiye. He did not give the other party any chance to breathe. During the charge, he quickly took out 2, blood-activating number 5, injections from his waist. Puff! Puff! Without hesitation, he injected 2 injections into his left and right arms, which were sore from resisting the attack. As the cold medicine was injected, a powerful warm current instantly dispelled the pain and fatigue in his arms, allowing him to regain his peak combat power. Stop him, one of the candidates shouted in horror. But before he could finish his words, Lin Qiye's figure had already rushed into the 4 of them like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Faced with the siege of 4 people, Lin Qiye used the same trick again. Injury for injury. He completely ignored the whip kick coming from the side, and used his back to block it. At the same time, he gathered all his strength into a punch and punched at a candidate in front of him. Bang! The candidate could only cross his arms to block in a hurry, but was knocked back by Lin Xia's violent force. His arms felt a tearing pain, and he screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Solve 1. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xia suddenly raised his arms, like two iron rods, blocking the fists and kicks of the other two people. At the same time, his right foot, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, collided violently with the supporting foot of one of the candidates. Crack! Another teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking. The candidate let out a shrill scream, hugged his twisted ankle, and fell to the ground in pain. Another one solved. In a flash, only the last two people were left in the four-person team. They looked at Lin Xia, who was like a devil in front of them, with fear in their eyes. Come on together, one of them shouted in a timid manner. However, the moment he roared, the two of them turned around at the same time and ran in opposite directions. But as soon as they turned around, they were suddenly stunned and subconsciously looked back at each other. They both saw astonishment and a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Didn't we agree to go together? But they had no time to think at this moment. The two turned around again and ran for their lives without looking back. Lin Xia looked at the two fleeing figures and did not chase after them. He was now covered in wounds. Although he was suppressing the pain with the help of potions, he had consumed a lot of energy and was already at the end of his strength. More importantly, his real goal from the beginning to the end was only one. He rushed to the completely scrapped spider-shaped mechanical guard, swung his hand, and violently tore open the alloy shell on its chest. Under the outer shell, a palm-sized metal badge, gleaming with a faint blue light, lay quietly among the complex circuits. Lin Xia grabbed it in his hand and felt a cool touch. Ding! Found a points badge, do you want to pick it up? A prompt immediately popped up on the personal terminal. Pick it up. Picked up successfully, current score, 10 points. Done. Lin Xia's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a huge feeling of fatigue and severe pain from all over his body surged like a tide. He glanced around and saw several eliminated candidates lying in a mess. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. We must leave here immediately. Lin Xia knew very well that the smell of blood here and the huge sound of fighting just now would soon attract new sharks. He endured the pain, identified the direction, and immediately dragged his tired body into an abandoned residential building next to him. His figure quickly disappeared into the shadows. Less than a minute later, Lin Xia's figure completely disappeared in the shadow of the residential building. The two candidates who had escaped just now actually sneaked back carefully with two other companions. They were the last four remaining members of the hunting team. The four of them dispersed, using the broken walls as cover, and vigilantly observed the deserted battlefield. The companion whose ankle was broken by Lin Xia's kick has been taken away by the rescuers in white. The mechanical guard with its chest torn open lay there quietly like a cold corpse, proving the brutality of the battle just now. Where are the people? One of them asked in a low voice, his eyes full of confusion and vigilance. He ran away, the first candidate to escape said with lingering fear. That guy is a monster. He's definitely a top-ranked player. He took the badge. Another man said hatefully, looking at the hole in the mechanical guard's chest. They worked so hard for a long time, but ended up making wedding dresses for others. What should we do now? Should we continue to chase? Chasing shit. The atmosphere fell into silence. The four of them looked at each other, and saw resentment, anger, and a hint of unconcealable fear in each other's eyes. After a long moment, one of them broke the silence, his tone filled with dejection and caution. Let's go. We can't stay in this area anymore. If we encounter mechanical guards again, we can't attack them first. We must wait for others to attack first, and then we'll see if we have the chance. Although this proposal is full of reluctance, it is the safest option at the moment. Their hunting team, which was originally full of confidence, was beaten to pieces by a monster that suddenly appeared, and their morale has fallen to the bottom. The other three nodded silently, said no more, turned around and left quietly. The battlefield fell silent again. After a while, a tall and agile figure slowly walked out of the shadows like a ghost. It was Han Yu. Her cold gaze swept across the deserted battlefield, finally landing on the scrapped mechanical guard. After making sure there were no other ambushers, she slowly walked forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the hole in the mechanical guard's chest and the traces of battle around it. His delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was analyzing something. After a moment, she stood up and looked around again. A complicated look flashed in her eyes, then she turned and left, and soon disappeared at the other end of the ruins. Not long after Han Yu left, brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun also appeared from another direction. They looked at the devastated battlefield with equally solemn expressions. They did not stay long and quickly left this place of trouble. For a moment, the area fell completely silent, leaving only the mess on the ground, silently telling the story of the short but fierce battle that had just taken place. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xie unscrewed the last bottle of nutrient solution and drank it in one breath. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his almost exhausted energy. I didn't expect that all the supplies would be used up. Chapter 049 Han Yu explodes. Lin Xie leaned against the dusty wall and muttered to himself, alas, lack of experience is the most fatal thing. He reviewed the exhilarating yet thrilling battle just now, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had ignored before suddenly became clear to him. He had been knocked away by Yin Feilong's punch before. There was also the experience of being surrounded and embarrassed by 7 or 8 candidates ranked around 500 before the end of the first stage. That painful memory made Lin Xie have a serious and wrong prediction about the strength of the candidates in this exam. He subconsciously regarded the combat effectiveness of the top talents and the backbone of the first echelon as the average level of this exam. After experiencing the battle just now, Lin Xie suddenly woke up. I got a basic fact wrong. In the first stage, who was he facing when he suffered? He is a seed player like Yin Feilong who stands at the top of the pyramid and was already a martial artist before the martial arts college entrance examination. He is a true genius ranked in the top 100. They are the elites who can break through the siege among millions of candidates and rank in the top 500. They represent the top 5% of the candidates in the second stage. And here, there are as many as 10,000 candidates who have passed the first level. I actually took the top 5% of combat power as the general combat power of these 10,000 people. Lin Xie shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. After all this time, I actually became the big boss of fried fish in the eyes of others without realizing it? Just as he was laughing at himself, his highly sensitive warrior perception suddenly caught a hint of unusual movement. Someone is coming. I was just coming here the same way I came just now. And there is only one person. Lin Xie's eyes instantly became sharp. He immediately jumped up from the ground, without any hesitation, and quickly moved his position, lurking in the shadows on the other side like a cheetah. Soon, he saw the identity of the visitor. Han Yu. She moved lightly and cautiously, approaching the top floor little by little. As for the brothers Chen Feng and Shen Yun, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xie sneered in his heart. How could those 3 people really trust each other if they could kill him, their temporary teammate, without hesitation? The possibility of cooperation is slim. In that case, a murderous look flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. The early bird catches the worm. Han Yu thought she was hiding well, taking every step in the place where it would make the least noise, and observing her surroundings vigilantly. However, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop, a fatal sense of crisis came from behind her. A steel bar, with a sharp sound that tore through the air, suddenly shot out from behind the wall beside her and hit her back. Of course, Lin Xie's throw this time was inaccurate as usual. But he never thought that he could kill with one blow. This was just a ploy to attract attention. Han Yu's face changed drastically, and she rolled to the side almost instinctively to avoid it. However, this time the throw hit the target unexpectedly. If Han Yu hadn't dodged, the ridiculously crooked steel bar would have flown past her body and wouldn't have hurt her at all. But out of instinct, she subconsciously did the most standard side roll to dodge. Result: it just happened to meet the flight path of the steel bar. Puff! A dull sound that makes your teeth ache. The thick steel bar directly pierced through her right thunder, and the powerful kinetic energy carried her body and nailed her to the opposite wall. Boom! Puff! Han Yu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and severe pain instantly spread throughout his body. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. However, before she could react to the sudden blow, a flash of white light appeared. Faster than Lin Xie's movements. They are rescue workers in white. He appeared in front of Han Yu in an instant, standing between Lin Xie and her. Your situation. I'm fine. Han Yu gritted her teeth, and with her other hand that was still able to move, she quickly took out a potion from her waist and wanted to inject it into her leg. However, the next second, the rescuer reached out and held her down. You've already lost. The voice of the rescuer in white was cold and mechanical. I didn't. Han Yu struggled, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. The rescuer in white shook his head and then jumped to the side. The moment he jumped away, a shadow of legs came whizzing towards him. Bang! Han Yu's hand holding the potion was kicked accurately by Lin Xie, and the potion in her hand flew out of her hand. Han Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Next second. Bang! A loud and crisp slap. Lin Xie slapped her mercilessly on the face. I told you not to sneak attack me. This slap made Han Yu, who was already seriously injured, see stars, his head tilted, and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Lin Xie looked at her limp body and his eyes fell on the tactical bag around her waist. Without thinking, he reached out and pulled it over. The rescue workers in white seemed to turn a blind eye to this, and opened the simple medical bed and carried away the unconscious Han Yu, who was tied to the steel bars. Within the rules, no looting is allowed. This naturally includes spoils of war. Lin Xie weighed the tactical bag in his hand, then slapped his thigh. I had dealt with several people before, but I just watched them being sent away and forgot to loot their tactical bags. What a big loss. He walked over quickly and picked up the potion that had been kicked away. There are a few small words clearly printed on the bottle. Strong Heart number 7. It turned out to be a high-end product that was 2 grades higher. Just when Lin Xie took Strong Heart number 7 into his pocket, a strong sense of crisis suddenly hit him from behind. The warrior's intuition is sending out crazy alarms. Lin Xie rolled forward without thinking. Chapter 050, The Embarrassed Genius Class. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful punches almost brushed his back and hit the spot where he had just stood, creating 2 shallow pits in the ground. It's brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun. They had sneaked up on him at some point, and took advantage of Lin Xie's most relaxed moment to launch a long-planned attack. After missing the first attack, the 2 brothers did not stop at all. They continued to attack like a storm, cooperating with each other tacitly and completely blocking Lin Xie's retreat. Fuck! Lin Xie cursed inwardly. Facing the siege of 2 people, he fell into a passive position again. There is no way. Lin Xie gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes again. This is the move he is most proficient in and most confident in now. Injury for injury. This may seem reckless, but in fact he is using his warrior-level physical fitness, which far exceeds that of his opponent, to forcibly crush his opponent. Use force to defeat cleverness. Lin Xie suddenly turned sideways and used his left shoulder and back to withstand Chen Feng's series of punches and kicks. He felt severe pain, but he grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. This is the opportunity. He completely ignored Chen Feng's attack, concentrated all his strength in his right fist, and fiercely punched Chen Yun on the other side. Chen Yun didn't expect Lin Xie to be so decisive, and it was too late to dodge. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Yun was hit head-on as if by a battering ram, spurting blood from his mouth and flying backwards. He fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, struggled to get up, and ran away quickly. And how could Chen Feng, who was left, dare to fight again? He turned around without hesitation and ran away. Lin Xie didn't chase after him immediately. Instead, he slowly took out a bottle of nutrient solution from Han Yu's tactical bag, unscrewed the lid and took a big gulp to replenish his consumed energy. Then, he followed Chen Feng and Chen Yun from a distance, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He was also very alert, worried that there were other people lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, if Chen Feng and Chen Yun fled in such a panic, the huge commotion might bring new troubles, or new opportunities. Sure enough, his premonition soon came true. At the ruins of a crossroads not far ahead, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly broke out. Lin Xie followed from a distance, ready to watch a good show. However, the moment he saw his new opponent attack, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned around without hesitation and retreated quickly. Too fast. Brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun fell down before they could even make a move. It's most likely a warrior. Even if I'm not a warrior, I don't have much advantage over him. And he's not a lone wolf. Lin Xie's heart was filled with alarm, and he immediately restrained his breath to the extreme and quickly disappeared into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. His injuries have almost recovered, and his physical and mental strength have returned to their peak. In such a dangerous environment, he did not dare to use the 8 treasures skill to deeply heal his injuries without any precautions. During these 6 hours, Lin Xie did not participate in any battle except recovering his body. Mainly because there are no good opportunities. I could only avoid wave after wave of battles. Lin Qiye has no team, he is alone. If there was another fierce battle like the previous one, even if he could win, he would definitely be injured again. By then, without enough medicine, he could only rely on his body to withstand it. Once you encounter new enemies continuously, you may have to leave early. The second stage of the exam lasts for 48 hours. Lin Qiye analyzed calmly. The examiner only said that the badge represents points, but did not say whether the points would be retained after being eliminated. According to this cruel rule, once you are eliminated for calling for rescue, no matter how many points you have won before, they will most likely be reset to 0. Therefore, Lin Qiye resisted the temptation in his heart, considered it again and again, and made a difficult decision. Don't get involved in any battle unless there is a good opportunity. What he has to do now is to do everything possible to preserve his 10 points. Then hide and hold on until the 48-hour exam period is over. Not quitting early is a victory. Although it is only 10 points, plus the 95 points from the first level, the total score is 105. This is much better than fighting until you run out of ammunition and food, and finally end up being eliminated with 0 points. Moreover, if you are not dead or injured, you don't have to pay for medical expenses. Having made up his mind, Lin Qiye completely transformed himself into a master of the art of goofing. He found a 5-story building with a relatively intact structure but a remote location, and built his own temporary turtle shell in a shady room on the 3rd floor. The view here is not very wide, but it is hidden and not easily discovered by enemies in high places. Moreover, the corridor is narrow and has only one entrance, which makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. If discovered, there is still a chance to fight back. In the following time, Lin Qiye truly achieved a calm mind. He no longer paid attention to the sounds of fighting coming from afar, nor did he count how many mechanical guards had been eliminated. All his energy was used to perceive the surrounding environment. Any slight movement, any suspicious aura approaching, would instantly put him on high alert. Time passed by minute in this highly tense environment. The first day passed quickly. The next day, the fighting in the ruined city became noticeably less frequent. Obviously, after a whole day of brutal fighting and elimination, the 1,000 mechanical guards had been hunted down almost completely. The candidates who have survived to this day have become more cautious and cunning. Now, the cause of the battle is no longer the fight for the mechanical guards, but a bloody infighting among the candidates to snatch each other's badges. Lin Qiye even sensed several times that a team was passing by the building where he was hiding, but they were in a hurry, obviously chasing a target, and did not have the attention to explore this ordinary little building. And so, another day passed. There are only 12 hours left before the end of the exam. Lin Qiye's nerves have been stretched to the limit. This is the darkest moment before dawn, and also the time when accidents are most likely to happen. He didn't dare to relax at all, and lurked there like a stone statue, motionless. However, the accident still happened. Boom! A deafening roar came without warning from downstairs of the building where he was hiding. The whole building shook violently, and dust from the ceiling fell down. Lin Qiye was shocked and suddenly woke up from his dormant state. He rolled over to the window and looked down cautiously. Downstairs, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. One of the groups was none other than the genius class of No. 1 middle school, which was previously composed of Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yin Filon, and others. But at this moment, these proud sons of heaven looked somewhat embarrassed. Obviously, they were injured. The other group of people was even larger, with more than a dozen of them, and each of them had a strong aura. They cooperated well with each other, and advanced and retreated in a planned manner, and actually suppressed the people in the genius class. What kind of team is this? Lin Qiye was horrified. They actually forced Lei Qianjun and the others to this point. The aftermath of their battle, like an out-of-control battering ram, wantonly destroyed everything around it. The loud noise just now was the attack from one of them. The load-bearing wall of the ground floor of the small building where Lin Qiye was hiding collapsed in half. The structure of the entire building has been damaged and may collapse at any time. Grass! Lin Qiye cursed inwardly. He knew that this place was no longer safe.